Do I start na? Hello everyone. Good morning. Um, Good morning. Good morning man. Right? Good morning. Maing buntag. We're finally here after like months of planning. Welcome to the first Palabra Writers Workshop. Yay. Pardon me, I don't like prepared any script, so everything's like impromptu. Oh my god. Go. But yeah, let's just have fun here. And fun, di ba? Let's have fun, right, guys? Sige, sige. So, to formally start our program, may we invite our Palabra advisor, Sir Nino, to welcome us with his opening remarks.
To the respectable panel, fellows, Miss Tan, wherever you are. All right, welcome and good morning. So, as what the title here says, this is like the first Palabra Writers Workshop. So there is a number there, so this is the first, so hopefully, or no, we should. So in the upcoming school years, we should continue with this, and this serves as our launching of the first workshop. So we have the honor here of having with us our three members of the panel and our very first workshop. And apparently, USC has been doing writing workshop like ever since the time of Resil Mojares. If you are familiar with the Cornelio Faigao Memorial Writers Workshop, so it's considered like a regional workshop. So specifically organized by the Cebuano Study Center. So from USC, so mahog USC gid siyang workshop, and apparently for some technical reasons it has to be discontinued. But later on, thankfully, other writing group here in Cebu like Pathala, Duhila, Sunday Club, they have their own workshops as well. So padayon gihapon ang tradition. And not so long ago, we have this department-based workshop, and then like a bit few years back. 2010s-ish, and then now the present one is the Palabra writing workshop. So just like what Adrian said earlier, let's have some fun. So sa mga fellows, okay pa mo diha? Sakto ra man yung kaon ganina basin kuan. But anyway, let's have some fun, and then of course as a starting workshop, we'll treat this also like, we're having fun, but at the same time, take this seriously. So by just showing up here, you were here on time, and then waiting for everyone else and waiting for the workshop to start, that's already a good practice. And then hopefully this would not be the only workshop, and to everyone else, this would not be the only workshop that will sit down, but will also apply to the other big workshops, like those from the other big universities. Pohon. So may buhatan na ito, mamundo na tadaan, manuwat na ta, mamasa na ta, basa suwat, gana, partner gina. And then, this will be like a whole day thing, so everyone will have a chance to listen to the panel talk about their work. So excited naman ang part. So again, listen to the panel. Kuan lang afterwards. you know the rule in the workshop, right? Nga, I lang i-defend in yung kuan. In human, you'll be given there will be given the chance to talk, right, or to explain the work. So yeah, to explain your writing process. Yeah, that's also a very important component. So paminaw lang, and then I like i-defend in yung or you explain, but yeah. Just use your pen and paper to gather whatever input you can. And again, let's just have someone. So thank you, welcome, and good luck.
Thank you so much, Sir Nino. So as the great philosopher Lady Gaga once said, let's have some fun, this bit is sick. So, yes, I would like to echo what Sir Nino said, na we should also try the bigger workshops. So, ako lang i-plug, iba na mo try Batalad, di ba, Kuya Jan? Ang closing sa applications kay May 31. So you have all the time in the world to, marinate your old works or create new ones, and then try lang workshop since you have tried naman your first workshop. So, okay, before we begin, I would like to introduce our beloved panels for today's event. So I'm just gonna read their bio notes. Sorry, Shiv. Alden Arson was born in Zamboanga City, where the croak of the frogs was the first lullaby that put him to sleep. Sorry, Alden, ikaw nagpasa ni. Yet his navel is deeply rooted in Danbantayan, Cebu, where he buried most of his life. He received the Carlos Palanca Memorial Awards for Literature 2025, the Philippines Graphic Salute Award 2025, the Don Vicente Rama Memorial Literary Prize 2023, and the Omar Khalid Literary Award 2023. He is a member of the Batalad Sugbo and the Sunday Club. He is also the author of Cebuano's single essay chapbook, Walay Bayot sa Langit. Walay Bayot sa Langit. Help me welcome Mr. Alden Arson. Okay. John Dante is a Cebuano author from Consolacion, Cebu, and born in Iligan City, Lanao del Norte in 1995. He is a full-time writer. He introduced the first expansive high or epic heroic fantasy to modern Cebuano literature with the lore and tales of the mythic world of Balmaya. He was a fellow of the Silman University National Writers Workshop and the Iligan National Writers Workshop. He is a recipient of the Gawad Bienvenido Lumbera Award, the Jimmy Y. Baluquit Award, the Batalad Mindanao Tigi Sinulatay Award, and the prestigious Carlos Palanca Memorial Award. He has two high fantasy books both set in Balmaya, a short novel titled Surumawa, and a short story collection titled Sugilamat, sa Balmaya. On weekends, he usually plays Dungeons and Dragons. Yes, a collaborative storytelling tabletop role-playing game. Help me welcome Mr. John Dante. He is also now a fellow of IAS Workshop. Congrats, yeah. And now we have Ms. Shivni Kais, G. Kidet, published her first solo chapbook of poetry and creative nonfiction, Cherry Pickin', available at Lost Book Cebu. She is a co-founder and the current moderator of Hulma, the creative writing club of the San Carlos School of Cebu, formerly the University of San Carlos Basic Education Department, Senior High School. She is also a member of Sunday Club and Women in Literary Arts, WILA. Shivni has had fellowships and writer workshops such as the 9th Amelia La Peña Bonifacio Writers Workshop 2025, Batalad Sugbo Creative Writing Workshop 2025, Women's Writing Getaway Retreat 2024, Sunday Club 2023, Cebu Young Writers Studio 2017, and Bidlicio 2016. Nowadays, she can be seen in the genre of creative nonfiction in the Hulma Folios and the second volume of Libulan, Binisayang Antolohiya sa Katitikang Queer, 2025. Her other varied attempts in other genres are on Katitikan, the Literary Journal of the Philippine South, 2021 and 2025. You can find her at the Flip Gothic at Perceptals or on shivni.substack.com and hulma.substack.com. Help me welcome Miss Shivni. So thank you so much for heeding our call, and we're so excited to hear your thoughts and critiques for our fellows. So I'll just give a quick overview of what will happen. So we will introduce one fellow per session, and then we will read their work, if poetry, and then if Flashfic and CNF, we will ask one of the fellows to just summarize the work. Tapos after that, we will be hearing from the assigned lead panelists, and then the other panelists, after like the lead panelists will give their critique and their thoughts, comments, we will also hear from the other panelists. Tapos if we also highly encourage, after they share their thoughts, we highly encourage the other fellows to also share their thoughts, because like a perspective given is a perspective gained. So I think that's it, diba? Tapos, yes, get ready to kill your darlings, guys, and sharpen your knives, and don't take anything personally, but use it as like a springboard to like hone your writing. Basta ayaw lang jud koan, like don't stop writing lang jud. Don't stop. Get it. Anyways, shall we begin? Okay. Next naman. We have our first fellow for poetry. And for our poetry fellows, they gave us 2 of their pieces. And the first work, it's called Stopover at Ojigia. May I request Nicole to read the first?
Stop over at Ojigia. Here, what rises and touches the skies are not buildings, but mountains. Mountains that part for us, welcoming us to a kingdom hidden in the west coast of Cebu. Not an island by the name of Ojigia, a small haven of city named Toledo. St. John of Sahagun welcomes us hello in passing. Surely we'd stop by later, he was asking. And we smile, promising a visit, as we venture in this little oasis. Away from the bustling traffic and the clamor of ringing horns, the sun only smirks, just enough to lightly graze our skins. A perfect weather to be out and about. A perfect weather to be the only crowd out and loud. Facing the mountains lies the sea. Is it Ithaca that meets us at the end of the horizon? No, not yet. That's San Carlos City. We swim by the shores like ships on stormy seas, slammed from both sides, spelling out our estrangement from the waters, and heaving a sigh to almost pull us under. Still, we flail our bodies not away, but towards it, towards the zeal of the unknown. Whether you submerge beneath the surface or jump and ride the billows, Ithaca is nowhere near in sight. For now, we sojourn in Ojigia, concealed from the water's mania, where we've somehow eluded the eyes of the sea god, relishing solace in paradise day until night, laughing with friends and comrades as the sky slowly drapes violet. And when the frolic is through, this room will be our universe, laughter echoing as we share our sacred secrets. Is this what became of Odysseus' crew, nameless among hundreds of men, yet cherishing each other's brethren? A real shame that we depart by twilight, when 7 hours feel like 7 years. Perhaps we may never want to leave. Still, we get on not by boat, but by a chariot, a monster of swiftness, brazing through the mountains that parted for us once more. Before I doze off dizzy, I say farewell to the city that cradled me. Even for just a day, we leave Ojigia behind, never fully ready to resume that journey. But when the furious waves catch us on again, we'll stop by our Ojigia for as long as we can, anchoring to our memories, our sanctuary.
Okay. Thank you, Nicole. So may I ask the lead panelist for this fellow to share her thoughts. Shivni.
Hello, mic test. Okay, good morning. Hey, good morning. Okay. Sorry. Oops, sorry. Before I start with the comments on this poem, So we had a very lovely reading of the piece. Thank you. Just to summarize the poem, it's essentially this young person is coming home from Cebu to his province, I hope to assume, and this person likens their home province to a mythical island in the Odyssey. Ogygia, no, ang pagbasa. Sometimes you read words and then you're like, oh, okay, and you don't really sound it out. So this is the first time I'm learning the pronunciation of this. Anyway, and then we also have another mention of another place in the same body of work. So this poem is, it's an attempt at an extended allegory of this kanang place that this person calls home. It's a paradise for this person. However, while I was reading the poem, I found that to be a bit kanang, I don't want to say contrived or pinugos, pero kanang I was looking for because Ogygia is a double-sided thing. Yes, it looks like paradise, but also it was a prison for Odysseus. So when I was reading this, I was looking for the aspect in the poem where kanang there might be some underlying pagdumot or a grudge that the persona might be holding towards their home province, but it's not in this poem. Remember that if you make these sorts of kanang allegories, you have to study the image that you are using, and you are only looking at one side of it in this poem, unfortunately. Anyway, before I get into the actual comments, I actually have a poetry checklist. Before I write a poem, I always take note of these 6 things when I'm writing poems, which is why I don't do it so much, because I'm so conscious of this checklist, and I only do so when, number 1, when I write my poem, it has to leave me feeling dissociated, because all good poems will always make me feel a lot of emotions that I don't know how to express. So it will always leave me feeling like lutaw gani kay ko, I'm floating in air and I don't know what to say. That's 1. Number 2, is this poem something I can touch? So can you touch your own feelings? That's the question. But you can touch a kettle that is very hot. So you have to make sure that your number 3, your imagery is there. And number 4, of course, as lit majors, we need to have our poetic devices. Unsa may atong poetic devices? Unsa atong poetic devices? Metaphors. Unsa pa? Metaphors, what else? Alliteration. Okay, we can play with sound as well. So there is our poetic devices and our sound devices. Is this present in the poem? Another thing that I'm very conscious about that I recently learned is the central metaphor. What is this object that ties the entire poem together, or is the anchor of your poem? If we cannot find the central metaphor, it's going to be very gubot. It's going to be very disorganized. And then, of course, we also have something called the form, the shape of the poem. Silences in a poem, line breaks in a poem, they're not just there because, taas na kay ni siya, this is too long, I have to cut it down. No, they also have to hold meaning. And just because you see poems, when you were much younger, you saw these poems in your kanang English textbooks that they look a certain way. They're center aligned, they're cut, and there's rhyme. Doesn't mean all poems are just that. So we need to explore other kinds of poetry. And if you want to rhyme really bad, maybe because it's a children's poem, then you must also have meter. So you have a beat that you are following. And the original reason why the meter is there, or the beat, is to assist these actors in Shakespearean plays in memorizing the work. Okay, naman sila yung rhythm. They're following a certain rhythm. So if there's a rhythm, it's easier to memorize. Just like how it's easy for us to memorize a song because it's rhyming. Buddy, you're a young boy, na, na, na. Oh, beat, diba? Oh, you follow the beat. If you want to do a rhyming poem, if it's not a rhyming poem, you can play with the shape of it. It doesn't have to look like a poem that you usually see. So, I want you to think of that while I give out my comments for this poem. So the first point that I said was, Ogygia is supposed to be a double-sided thing. It was paradise, but it was also prison for Odysseus. I did not see the prison aspect of this. Yeah, yes, it was a very beautiful paradise, but he was imprisoned there because of the delusion of Calypso. They are forever na daw sila. Muna mga dilulu, no? Dito pwede na madilulu kay we might trap someone. Anyway, another thing, title pa niya, Stopover at Ogygia. So the idea of Ogygia being a prison, but then you call it a stopover, so it implies an outing in a beautiful place where you are free to leave. But diba Ogygia is a prison? So you have to be very careful with these sorts of things. Okay, I want to make a note on the form as well. The shape, I don't want to be so mean. If you can read my comment here. Very ko na siya kana. The shape needs to be something else. I think this poem needs to be reformatted. Of course, as a beginner poet, the trick is always that make sure every line could be the title. Kasi di ko na Omar Khalid. Ito ang pudra. Omar Khalid said that when you are starting out, the trick is make sure that every line could be the title. That makes the poem easier to write. But now we have to ask, since poetry is the best words in their best order, implying that it has to be short and powerful, then should the lines be of this length? So there are lines that are very long, there are lines that are long, there are also lines that are short. Yeah, it's very inconsistent in the way that it is shaped. Another question when it comes to the shape of the poem, what is the intention of this shape? Remember, when you have to think about writing a poem as if you are playing like Valorant or something. That's a weird way of putting it, but it's a tactical game. It's not just, oh, I have so many feelings, I have to put them on paper. You have to think about the shape. You have to think about your word choice. You have to think, why am I using this kind of form, not the other one? If this could be a haiku, why not? You have to ask yourself these sorts of things. The line breaks. What are the line breaks for? So, St. John of Sahagun welcomes us hello in passing. Cut. Surely we'd stop by later, he was asking. Cut. And we smile, promising a visit. Cut. As we venture in this little oasis. Cut. No. Number one, the line is very long from a visual standpoint. Another thing, number of syllables is not consistent because it becomes shorter and shorter. So once again, like I said, the question was, what is the point of cutting your lines like this? What are you trying to tell me? Are they like breathing guides? You're telling your reader, agin, hawa diri. Next line. Okay, stop here. Okay, it sounds like another thing. I really like the reading. I want to commend the way that it was read because it leads into my next question. This poem blends in. If I put it on a wall, it will look like everyone else's. Who are you? What do you sound like when you talk to your friends? Who are you as a person when you're alone? What kinds of things are you thinking? Right now, I don't want to be very mean, but it seems very sanitized. Like you've seen poems like this, so you want to write like them. That's one thing. So the question to the poet is, or to the writer is, who is the last poet that you read? Because I think that will help us trace why your sound is like this. Because usually when you write a poem, the easiest thing to do is to imitate the previous person that you read. So there was a point in my life where all I wrote was something like Sylvia Plath, like 3 pages long of kanang mga, I'm so sad and I'm a girl. Oh, get over it. To me, ha, not to you. Wala, get over it na dyan. Wala ko nagsuot og poems after my first chapbook. Wala to. Thank you. Okay, wala mo ko na feel. So that's another question. But like I said, if you put it on a wall, it will look like everybody else's. In shape, yes, and in sound. So I want you to reflect upon yourself. Who are you? I learned this in with one of my mentors sa Amelia. He said, si Sir Ramon Guillermo, he said, there is no prodigy in creative writing. No one is born a writer. He is created by reading and living life. So as you can see in this poem, this person is really living life. Pero does this person read widely enough to explore the different shapes of poetry, not just the ones that we see in textbooks? Okay. Let's go back to the idea of imagery. There is so much going on in this poem. There is an attempt at central metaphor or allegory with Ogygia and kanang likening it to the Odyssey. Pero remember, the Odyssey was a literal like torture. Kanang this man is going on a hero's quest. Remember that. Yeah, how is this a hero's quest is the question. How is this Ogygia other than the fact that it is very untouched by tingin na nila ng mga illegal logging sa Baron. Okay? Isn't the whole thing of Odysseus about being in a beautiful trap caused by delusion? So now there's an added layer to this that we don't even know about. Kanang, is this person hallucinating his hometown? Kay delusion man kaha. Diba? Now you're thinking about it. We don't know what if. Pero the thing is, wala siya ni hint in the text. We had to get there in a very convoluted way. Na someone had to tell you. Another thing, I'm not sure if you're BFF ni Doc Tan, who is also the creative writing teacher at Ateneo Kanduman. Si Sir Ateneo de Cebu, sorry, si Sir Charles Sanchez. I invited him to panel in the first Hulma workshop, and there was a story that was very heavily based on the idea of Cupid. The first thing he said was, Greek myth is so overused. That's true. Yeah, samot na overused, and I don't want to be so mean, pero as a Cebuano person, what right do you have to write something that is not of your culture? I mean, you can do that if you really want, but you have to read wider and deeper, or you can read wider by reading something else. We also have our own pantheon. Konsultan mo ani niya. Kibo kay siya ana. Everyone in the creative writing world, as well as Greeks of all time, write about Greek literature. What makes you so different? Everybody is already doing it. So you really have to break boundaries in some way, especially when you're talking about Ogygia. Kana siya. Like I said earlier, there are so many images in this poem and attempts at poetic devices. But the writing is cluttered because you're doing too many things at once. You want to represent your hometown, but you also want to do Ogygia, but then Ogygia is also kanang like one half of the story. The writer isn't holding on to the central metaphor they decided on, and that's what makes it stand out so in such a way nga maka-question ka, why as a Cebuano person are you writing about Greek myth? Okay. overarching to siya nga mga comment. There are so many aspects of this nga I understand nga this person might want to represent their hometown. Understandable. Hidden in the west coast of Cebu. Nga naminaw ko ba mura siya kana ganing TikTok nga tourism. Run, don't walk to this near hidden gem that is viral on TikTok. It sounds like that to me. Okay. Dili na ta mag-doom scroll if mag-write og poetry, ha? Okay, it reflects in the poem. There's also dissonance. Hello. It's also dissonance nga kanang kani siya. There's a line in the first stanza. A small haven of city named Toledo. This is what I always do to Hulma. Naong sa small haven be. Naong sa happy be. Naong sa sad be. Give me your imagery. Wala siya imagery. It's very up there for me. It's very airy, I like to say. But remember, a poem is heavy because it is something you can touch and it also lives in your heart. Right now, it's not living in my heart. It is floating above my head. I'm like, there's something there, a clump of mosquitoes siguro. Pero right now, it's not within me, gani. And then there's an attempt at rhyming, and I don't understand what the point of it is. Like, why? Why are you rhyming? And then sometimes you're not. It's very moody, no? Moody kayo ang pagka-rhyme niya. Kanang away from bustling traffic and the clamor of ringing horns, these are essentially parts of a whole. So kanang it's either you say bustling traffic, but then again that will be ineffective, or you say clamor of ringing horns and then you talk about another aspect of being in heavy traffic. Kanang the sun only smirks just enough to lightly graze our skin. So this is this is subjective, ha, but personally, no, I find it very lazy if there is an adverb in a poem. So lightly, prettily, loudly. I'm not really supportive of that. You make me feel the loudness. It's ringing in your ears, that sort of thing. But that's a personal take. Si Louise Gluck has adverbs in her poem, and I look at it like, okay, I guess it works, but personally, if I were to write a poem, I wouldn't use adverbs. It takes years of practice. Most na akong giingon when I'm teaching academic writing sa senior high, and I always say, you have to avoid using rhetorical questions in your essay. Why? Because you're not a professional writer. You don't know how to do it in such a way, and you don't, kay STEM man akong students, you don't even like to read. You haven't read enough in order for you to create a rhetorical question that doesn't sound condescending to your reader. So that's the same concept. If you are to include an adverb, I guess you really have to practice more. Okay, sometimes it seems like a cop out to me. There's so much more you can say nya gi-adverb nimo. Yeah, like I said, there's so many things being attempted. Please focus on one thing. Gikan siya og Toledo, gikan siya og Cebu, naabot na siya og San Carlos City, world tour, Philippine tour. And then it's such a happy like poem type of thing, and then naabot siya sa stormy seas, imo to naglibog na ko nga. There's an attempt of drowning this person. However, the poem is very happy, but it's not pulling me in as much as I would like it to be. However, ang kani siya nga part nga medyo simang gani, yung talking about stormy seas and being slammed from both sides, is a very violent image, and yet I gravitated towards that. These 4 lines, we swim by the shores all the way to heaving a sigh to almost pull us under, that is already a poem. There is emotion there. There is image there. If you look at these 4 lines, these last 4 lines on page 1, compare it to my checklist, naam tanan. So if this whole poem, another thing, this poem is very long. But the question is why? Pakita lang siya nga, muni amo ang balay. So another thing, would you rather write a poem or would you rather write an essay writing a CNF about home and what that means to you? Okay, it's totally okay to write a CNF. It's not a bad thing. But we have to be very careful with our intentions. Okay, like I said, writing a poem is like playing Valorant. You have to know when to strike, you have to know when to hide. It's a very tactical game. And there are so many considerations. So a lot of people take forever to write a poem, like me. Actually, first Palabra workshop, but there was a previous workshop before this in 2017, I think, ang name kay Bidlisiw. And it was me, Miss Hazel Cesa, and Sir Christoph Peralta. We were the first batch, we were the only batch of that workshop. And then, wala siya na continue, pandemic, and then you guys. And in that workshop, the question was, why are these poems so long? When, ang sana joke sa internet ka nang, why say many word when few word do trick? Diba? Oh, kana. Why so, what's that to? How survive the earth so long? Caveman speak. Unfortunately. Pero kana still effective siya nga. In that line, kaya na-feel mo nga, ning-condescend siya sa guy. Kana siya. Kanang another thing that I really liked in this poem is these two lines in the second page. Whether you submerge beneath the surface or jump and ride the billows. Oh, that also could also be somewhere you can kanang hold on to ba. That is something that you can hold. So you could base a poem around that. Yeah, kani nanaputaan eh. The question is the poem something you can touch when you say towards the zeal of the unknown? Say naong sa zeal be. Naong sa unknown. Inanin ako pag-train ng senior high. Naong sa unknown be. Remember your imagery. You are already lit majors. You should be above the rest. Itaka is nowhere inside. For now, we sojourn in Ogygia, concealed from the waters mania. Ano po yung rhyme nga? Dili siya consistent. I'm so confused. Okay. And then, naabot ta sa laughing with friends and comrades. I'm so confused. Ganun sa naman ni. Ganun. Okay, nag-swimming mo. And then laughing. Slowly, okay, I like this part. Slowly drapes violet. I guess that works. There's an image there. But this entire stanza, kani si laughing with friends all the way to yet cherishing each other's brethren, kani siya nga part. It seems like a completely different poem. Kay, at first, the whole thing was about tourism in your province, and then like I get the connection, but nawala ang imuhang central metaphor in this part. So I said, I am lost again. Ni-rhyme na po, nameless among hundreds of men, yet cherishing each other's brethren. Yeah, I had to double check when I was reading this line. I had to double check the definition of brethren. So it is your fellow Christians. But this poem is about who? Odysseus, who is he is very heavily involved, not part, but he is very heavily involved in Greek mythology. Sumrag. 6-7. Okay, so the question is, what does this mean at this point? Like, I don't even know. Okay, and then after nawa na ko. Yeah, kanang there's a line in the last stanza, perhaps we may never want to leave. Isn't he in prison? I don't know, man. Kanang wala siya nagka-coincide ang tanang gusto nimong mahitabo. So I highly suggest nga find something to focus on in this poem. You hold on to that so that you can revise this. And actually this poem, if you really, really, really think about it, based on the idea of central metaphor, there's so many poems in this. So yeah, there's a poem on like hanging out with your friends. There's a poem on like being in a violent body of water. There's another poem about kanang the difference between kanang rural and urban nga area when it comes to like noise and humidity and all that. Okay, man siya. Last few comments. What is the intention of this length? If you want to write something long, an essay or a short story also exists. That's also an avenue. This could be a descriptive essay instead, and I think if this were a descriptive essay, it would work. However, as a poem, you look at the checklist again, asa man ani ang natugma niya in all its totality. I think there's an attempt to kanang murag reclaim or reinterpret the story of Odysseus and Calypso in Ogygia. But like I said earlier, Greek? Yeah, you are Cebuano, and at the same time, like half the definition of Ogygia is missing. So I don't know if this works. Sink deep into the metaphor. Don't go meta. What do I mean by that? So you're like, oh, this is paradise, and look at this kanang nature. Yeah, Ogygia implies that it is untouched by kanang man-made structures or kanang human activity. However, nag-mention og kanang nag-mention og mga santo. That's one. So that's already away from Greek. Nag-mention og kanang brethren, which is a very Catholic word. And then bustling traffic, ringing horns doesn't really work for me. Kanang dili siya consistent ba. It is also very long. It could be a collection of poems that tell a story. So if you want to keep this poem as is, kanang himuon siguro na to siyang part 1. The port, part 2. The drive, part 3, part 3, ba? Huh? The wasteland or something like that. Kanang, yeah, make sure sad ba, when you are writing parts, if you are to revise this in such a way, nga himo na siyang part 1, part 2, part 3, make sure each part can also stand on its own as a poem by itself. Kanang, dili siya, it's an overarching story. So like everybody has a life of its own as well. Muna siya ako muna siya akong comments. Oh sorry. Muna siya akong comments. Okay. Just because, like I said this earlier, just because from a faraway standpoint, you see that a poem looks like this, like all the poems that you've read from elementary school all the way to today, they all look like this, doesn't mean that's the only shape of a poem. Nabi atay blackout poetry. Does that look like a generic poem to you? You can also do something like that. Go crazy. There's prose poetry, there's haiku, there's haibun. You should, the thing is, you guys are lit majors, so you should be very wide readers and you should be reading outside of the box, even if it's not your usual, ay lang sanang silang leave, pero it's not your usual taste. Like recently for Sir Ninyo's class in the Masters, I decided to read Slaughterhouse 5 even if I'm not very into male writers. Basa lang jud ko kay they were saying, oh, it's really good. Okay, let's see. So if there's a poet that is going viral right now, take a chance, look at their work. Let's see. Maybe you can learn something from them. Pahuman ako. So reading list for this person, for this poem. Merly Alunan's Tale of a Spider Woman, focus on the metaphor. Night Song by Louise Gluck. That is a collection of poems. Taas na siya nga poem niya. I think it's part 4, si Night Song. Yeah, it also stands on its own. Nakalimutan ko sa full title ani nga poem, but Manananggal by Corazon Almerino, because the voice in that poem is so strong. Funny sad siya nga poem. Malingaw magbasa. There Is No Emergency by Conchitina Cruz. For the parts, like how she used parting. The Weather on Leaving, it is a very short novel by my roommate sa Amelia Bonifacio Workshop, si Victoria Cuevas. It is a novel. But it's so short and it's so experimental to the point where you ask yourself, is this a poem or a novel? get crazy. There's like a page of like, it's like a dictionary entry. Another example of form is Matching Type by Cindy Velasquez. Oh, pwede sa jag exam. And another another suggestion, same intention of like moving and coming back home. The care that you put in length and form is Immigrant Haibon by Ocean Vuong. Muna siya. That's poem number 1.
Sige, kuan, ang ako masulti is, this poem is an example when lived experience, central metaphor, and poetic techniques failed to meet. That's what Shivni is actually telling you. Mo nang katag kayo ang tanan, there are splashes of poetic elements here. There is an attempt at the central metaphor here, trying to tie everything, but then failing to tie everything. It becomes this jumble of kanang images. So what the writer needs to do to try to target what Shivni is kanang telling you is control your material, know and exactly know the lived experience you want the central metaphor to be intertwined with. Kay ingon ani ni nagisgot og Ojijia. Unya nasayop nasayop na hinoon kay Ojijia is a prison good kay every day on that beach for 7 years Odysseus was crying. He wants to go home. So prison ang Ojijia pero dire sa poem, dili siya prison. Nya nagisgot na, nagabot na San Carlos City. Wala na siya i-appeal sa kwan, wala na siya i-appeal. Pero these are lived experiences. Pero di siya part sa poem. Mo nang wala mag-meet. So kinahanglan ang what the author needs to do is identify exactly what lived experiences they want to target. The metaphor that is angayan ani okay naman gyud mo gamit to Greek tingali if ang sakto sad gyud siyang paggagamit. And the techniques to use, the techniques to employ. So kana murag kuan pa gid ni siya, scattered pa gid ni siya, wala pa ni siya mapurma nga nakabantay bitaw sa ko. Naay poetic kuan gyud. Naay mga poem. Oo. Kuan lang gyud. Gihatagan lang gyud taog taas kayo nga material. It defeats the purpose of the power that poetry can provide. So, kanala sa.
Okay. Siguro I would start with this. What makes a poem magical compared with the other literary forms is its ability to encapsulate or capture a gamut of experience in a limited space. And then reading the poem, it's very prosaic. Gikat lang siya lines. And then, as mentioned by Shivni, ang Toledo dere, na displaced. Wa na to makita. When explore to me Toledo through your words, this is na displaced siya in a way due to too much domesticizing Ojijia, and then too much juxtaposition. So nawala na gyud. So you need to have a clear intentionality unsa man gud imong tumong. What insight in the end or reading your poem gusto nimong i-impart sa imong readers. Tapos ganiha gi-mention ni Shivni regarding the central metaphor. So this is the insight or the intentionality. So you use a poem operates in a system of images. Make sure nga those images makatabang or helpful sa central metaphor, and it should hang together. Dili siya katag. Example, it was mentioned earlier, Toledo, Greek literature, a Greek story, tapos nabot og napay incorporation there is a religious aspect, Saint John, and all. Tapos This one, you should render concrete what is abstract. Dapat makuptan, masmell, makita, or unsa pa man. And then you use the appropriate poetic language sa imong poem. And then this one, a poem does not state, but it suggests. And also, more importantly, a poem does not explain itself. Because the moment a poem explains itself, namatay na siya. So take note sa very last line, anchoring to our memories, our sanctuary. So we all know, imo pa yung gihatag, so something like that. But, as mentioned, there are a lot of poems that can be generated from this material. So hopefully, makita or makarevise ang author, ang writer. And also, you need, I highly encourage that you need to write from where you are coming from. Ayaw i-displace, and then being a literary and cultural student, you should use the lens of criticism, research, makita ba na abay ang ecological, ang eco-critical, or if you're planning to write about nature, or if you are planning to write travel poems na abadihay, the movement as a space, so you should attack or approach your material as a text. You write like a critic when you write a poem, kay what will happen, basin ma-surprise niya mo, nga naay mo study sa inyong poem niya, and this is the, makita diha nga naay mga othering, makita diha nga naay ang mga Lacanian, ipang cite na sila. So you should write through the lens of a critic. Kay diha pa dato ma-best apply ang ato ang restraint nga ilahang gitawag.
Thank you so much, panelists. Does anyone want to say something sa fellows? Magkuan pa po. Kuan na lang. Pwede ra, na lang. Second poem na lang. And then, maas lang mi sa fellows after na sa both na kuan. So, our second poem is called Mas Lingaw Ka Kaduha si Santo Niño. So, unfortunately, we will just kuan, dito na lang ta sa kuan, sa critiques. And like, yes, magdito na lang ta.
Okay. So, Mas Lingaw Ka Kaduha si Santo Niño. Once again, I guess this is the kanang trademark of this writer no nga tag-as jud yung poem, or I don't know, basig ang iyahang history of reading implies to us that the poems that this person always reads is long ones. Okay. Ang kuntang plano ani is ang fellows ang mukuan based on the checklist ba kanang unsay ilahang ma-highlight nga kanang good and needs improvement. Anyway, na-intriga ko ano nga title. Kay my parents are very devout to Santo Niño. So I had high hopes for this poem. So we introduce, the thing is though, when you read throughout the poem, we introduce metaphors that we do not sustain. So it's the same way that the previous poem was written. We introduce this certain figure. So sa previous poem, si Ojigia is the figure. In this one, it's Santo Niño. However, the poet does touch on Santo Niño a little bit. However, it takes a while to get there. So, mura siya essay na intro, body, conclusion. Na siya build up nga. As a child, inani mo na mong history, kanang kuan, duwa sila, mga duwaan and everything. And then we get to the part nga si Santo Niño na mention sa last stanza na. So I was looking for the religious imagery there. Gisungog-sungog ang ako ang hulma sa Bathalad. Unsa man nga hulma's poetry is always about religious irreverence. They try to separate religion from what it is by giving it like some sort of kanang sexual connotation, but I don't know why they do that. I mean, they're like 17, 18. They're in that point in their growth. Pero i-call out sa sila sa Bathalad, ana, nga kanang, you have to be careful when we do that. And the thing is with this poem is it's very opposite side of the spectrum nga. It's very kuan kanang Santo Niño jud siya. Okay. But then again, like I said, there's still an intro body conclusion in this poem. The first three stanzas are also just purely intro for the, I don't want to call it plot twist. I think this is a very personal confessional poem because there is a mention that this person's older brother has passed away. Okay, I'm looking at your faces if you also got that. Kaya basig na yung mga fellow ba, di ba nausahay nga, di mo masa. Pero na-identify siya diri nga, kanang, ni-mention siya nga si Kuya kuno niya. Senior Santo Niño, lingaw ba makigduwa ni Kuya din ha? Kanang, why is it all the way till the end? And like I said, there's a very long intro to this poem about your playtime history with your older brother. But the thing with this poem is just like the previous poem, there are lines that you can pull out and that will also make it an effective poem. So if, I don't want to do that, that's so Omar Khalid niyan. Si Omar Khalid na siya style nga, if I wrote this poem, maghatag siya yung own versions, like 6 lines long. I don't want to do that. But I want to highlight to you these 6 lines in the poem, not in order, that you can use, you can work with these lines, you can rearrange them, and that is already the poem in its full power. Okay? Kani siya, unsa di ay ka-high-tech ang mga duwaang sakyanan sa langit, basig baterya na unlimited. Basig ampay pud nimo magbalay-balay, di pareha sa ato nga maghuutang tulo sa usa ka habol. Dinha kay sigurado palasyo ang inyong gituyok-tuyok. Senior Santo Niño, lingaw ba makigduwa ni Kuya din ha? Bang, poem na dayon. Mana? This one is, kanang, there's so much kanang waffling. It's a lot of waffling. Punch me in the face, you know? Oh, nagduduwa pa siyang, should I tell them that my brother's dead? No! Diha ang kuan, diha ang bang. Ang totoo yung mag-ingon sa una nga. Poetic. You said something to Renzo one time. Poetic explosion. Bang. Effective kaya siya. It's a very powerful kuan. If you shorten this poem, remove like the first 3 stanzas, I guess, okay, it's just kanang history. Or you can rewrite this into kuan kanang to an essay or something. But I really like the idea nga si Santo Niño is the friend of your brother who is stuck as a child kay passed away. So this is a very powerful image. If you revise this poem to make it shorter, kuan dyan ni kanang tearjerker siya. Pero nawala ang pagka-tearjerker kaya ako nagbasa ko ng asa man ani. Okay. Sige, so muna siya, muna akong first nga comment. Why is there an intro? Another comment on shape. Like I said, very long. Read widely on what poems could look like. Nahimuot ko aning ipares na to sa sundawang dagway nga di na ko masabot. Okay, nag-ingon ka nga dagway, pero unsay dagway sa sundalo nga di ni mo masabot? Like, naong sa sundalo, bi. Naong sa sundalo, bi. Madugay, mga tao na lang hulma na, bitaw no, unsa bitaw naong sa sundalo. Usapod kay dili ko mauwaw manghuam sa pellet gun, gipalit ni mama, kanimo. Oh, so Bible. It's very Bible. Kanang, what makes you guys special is the way that you use language. It's very different. So you don't have to use it the same way the Bible uses it, or the same way Bathalad uses it, or the same way Sir Nino or Doc Cindy use it. You give your own flair to it. Nga kanang, this is how a Gen Z person would speak. And that's totally fine. That doesn't make it any less poetic. It's the way that you manipulate the language. Kanang, like I said, intro kay siya, intro. And then, dihan ako ka-realize na pasalubong, sa manual na remote control car na pasalubong ni Papa nimo, dihan ako ka-realize, you are trying to set a context. There's a connective purpose, but the thing with poetry is we don't have that luxury. Okay, it's supposed to be a lot of impact in very little space. Mo ingon ni Alden. So, like I said, ang katong lines nga akong gi-highlight, play with those, rearrange them in such a way, and that will already be the poem. Okay, that's like Alden also mentioned, or like implied ba nga, you are feeding your reader. So katong last line, you're feeding the reader in the previous poem. In this one, you're feeding the reader at the start of the meal. Sige, kaon diha, kaon diha. Wa pa gani na lamoy, kaon na po, kaon na po. Ang ending diha to kay, kung ano dito siya, champurado nga walay tabliya. Wa siya lasa, like, wa siya contribution sa akong life. Pero kaning lines nga akong gi-highlight, nindot jud kay ni siya. Kanang, why are you afraid that you might be misunderstood? The author kanang should be left alone after the writing of the poem. Once it's published, you don't know who is reading it. You don't know who interacts with it. So, kanang let them interpret it in that way. But also, if you really want to be interpreted in the correct way, then you have to write it in such a way nga that also is correct. Okay? The poet should not be at fault for any misunderstanding of the reader of the poem. That's the reader's fault. It's the reader's job to catch up. There's a poet sa kuan, murag siya may pinakalas nga national artist in literature, si Jimeno Abad. Di ko kasabot yung poetry pasayloa yung taong ko na siya poem something called Advent, chemerot sa to. Advent ang title. Ko nasabtan yung gira-gira ni or like political kasabot. But I don't blame Jimeno Abad for being smarter than me. That's my problem that I'm not as smart as him. So you are smarter than your reader, but don't dumb it down for them. This is the problem with kanang R.F. Kuang's novels, kanang Babel o Yellowface. Kanang Babel kay spoon feed na jud niya sa imuha ang translation theory. Like, why can't I research it on my own? Yanang gibuguan na lang jud siya nato. So please don't treat your reader that way. Don't insult the reader, yeah. What kinds of poems are you reading is my question for these poems that you are writing to be long. Just write an essay at this point. Do away with the last stanza. Gikurisan dyan ako siya kay like, kuan, kanang, this poem could have been very powerful if katong mga parts nga akong gi-highlight kay like I said, the kanang idiom nga packs a punch, that is exactly about poetry. So it has to be as short as possible. You punch them in the face. Okay? It's muli siya na kulbaan ko og comment ani kay it's very personal. However, kanang there's a lot of waffling. I think there is some grief there that hasn't been touched. That's why you are kanang beating about the bush when you are trying to write a poem grieving about your brother. But kanang kuan, if you want to be comforted, write an essay. If you want the people to feel your grief, you shorten this poem to the parts that I highlighted, and we will also be crying with you at the end of your very short new poem. Reading list for this person, once again. Here Are My Black Clothes by Louise Gluck. It's a very short poem. And also punches me in the face. Poem 2 by Adrian Rich. Poem 2 nga, ay ha. Amazon shopping list of a nail salon worker by Ocean Vong. That poem is very long, doesn't say a lot of words. It's just a shopping list, but it has your same intentions. Di na ako mag-spoil sa poem, but kanang you have the same intentions talking about death of a family member. And the way that he writes it is not kanang doesn't treat the reader as stupid. Kanang kanang si Ocean Vong, ang ihang thing is writing about migration and immigrants. And my mom is not a poet-minded person. She's not a poet. She's an accountant. It's my dad who's the artist. Pero I made her read the poem because I felt like that was so important for her to read as a mother who is also an immigrant. And she cried. That's how powerful restraint is. You hold back and then you write a poem in such a way nga it's short and concise but also packs a punch. And at the end of the day, we will all be feeling bereft. Siya. Okay? I hope okay pa si fellow. I like the second poem more than the first one kay kanang there's these images, the lines that I highlighted that were very strong, and like I said, if you compile them together, muna siya winning poem, I think, if this were shorter. But if you really want to do long form stuff, explore creative nonfiction, I think. And I hope nga ako ang comments kay dili maka-stop nimo from writing poetry because that happened to me. Yeah, okay, I hope kaya pa. Ikaw mo mga silingan.
Yes. Dili lang good personal no. Kay this is a good start man gud kay when you go outside sa mga regional or national workshops, mas grabe ang environment dito. Anya. Take it with a grain of salt lang siguro kay even kaming mga panel nag-learn paghapon sa craft or sa art of writing. Now, going back sa ikaduhang balak, siguro ang labing importante for the writer to consider is the mastery of language. Because language, that's our tool in writing. So if in the first place, dili ta confident or master sa language nga gigamit, di kita ka-solve sa problema sa atong gisuwat. I remember Leoncio Driada in one of his books na ingon siya, if a writer has the mastery or can exude enough confidence in using the language, 99% of the problems sa ihang craft iharag yung masolve. So basin pwede nimo i-consider ang kana diha nga aspeto. And then ito, similar with the previous poem, you should render concrete what is abstract. Use the system of images. Gamita. Tapos, dapat it suggests, it evokes emotion, the imagery, the imahen, and then, although there's a necessity nga sometimes we write or we state, no? But ang poetry, ang poem man gud, it suggests kay if pure lang gud ta descriptive, so basin other literary forms ang ato ang appropriate sa toa. For example, kini nga line, kung unsay imuha amua ug unsay amua imuha pod, usa ta ka pamilyang nitubo sa usa ka yuta. So this is pure prose nga gikat lang sa lines. And then there's a mix no of Binisaya and Tinagalog. Kabantay mo sa pasalubong instead of sinugatan. And then nag-mention nga na ay tulo. A second stanza. Diin dili duha kun dili tulo kita magduwa-duwa. So I'm wondering diri kinsa ang ikatulo, this is Santo Niño Bagyod, the actor Santo Niño nga if proven buhi pa ang yang igsuon, so sila bang tulo ang magduwa or ang mama. Kinangita kog nabay lang igsuon or walang gyud ako mabasa. And then kato sa last stanza, tangtangan na lang ni kay nga no na ay line diri nga Senior Santo Niño, lingaw ba makigduwa ni Kuya dinha. This is a major shift sa imong title manggod. Kaya imong title na ingon ka, mas lingaw ka kaduwa si Santo Niño. So it's like an open-ended question nga walay POV. Yan, associate there is you are addressing Santo Niño about your brother or about the persona's brother. So na shift. Tapos ang entire poem kay wala siya apostrophe, you are talking something nga abstract, wala na diha. Something sa divine, something sa mga namatay na, that's apostrophe. And then kato regarding grief, siguro also I write man said about no explorations akong grief. You write first, you make the first draft, and then papahuwaya you give rest sa imong work, you let the emotions subside, and then go back to your work. I'm sure ma-encapsulate ra gid nimo ang imong the insight or the intentionality of your poem. It's because I always believe that poetry is a language. It's a distinct language. it's a language that you can use when everything is unexplainable. Because if everything is explainable, perhaps you're writing a CNF or a fiction. Pero since poetry is a language, it's a language for something that's, yes, the popular bonsai by Edith Tiempo, although I have this recurring question regarding sa title nga ng bonsai, pero kung tanaw ninyo ang mismong balak, it transcends from the literal up until the metaphysical, something like that. If tanaw nimo, if you read the poem, dito nimo makita ang system of imagery, giunsa niya pag-use. Although malagay akong question, anong bonsai, anong di na lang folded ang title ani or something ana. Kay bonsai, it's other history. Basin that time na apod. So, kato lang. Para pud nako, there is nothing wrong if mo suwata about grief sa tong kasubo. Basta make sure lang when we publish our work, naka-distance sa tong kaugalingon. Okay, once we publish our work, the author becomes dead. So, ana na lang.
Ang akong basa sa trabaho kay mura siyag nangigi, kay it's a perspective of a child on religion, loss, grief. So nangutan na siya ni Santo Niño, mas lingaw ba kaduwa akong kuya diha kay kamo na may gakuyog, di naman ako man tatoy kaduwa niya. So mura siya nangigi. Now, if that is the case, dapat CNF unta, ang material niya ay CNF kay same man ni siya nga fellow nga poet, no? Mogi problema, mogi recurring nga problem sa poet. How to use central metaphor. So mani akong to help the poet, this is what I would suggest to them. Write down the elements associated with that central metaphor. Ilista. That is where that is where nga ang insight o ang kanang emotion diha nimo ipang-connect. Ilista kay if wala ay, mahog na siya nga you have control now, you have constraint now kay na naman kay list sa associated things about your central metaphor. So kana mo na ibuhata kay para dili na kamo kalit kag tipas aningal magsigig ka buag sa di na matadlong ang imong balak. So una control, ikaduha nga keyword intentionality, kada pong diha, kada line break diha intentional gyud na nga dili gyud na mahitabo nga mausab kay if mausab siya matuis ang kahulugan sa balak. So not a word is wasted, brevity. So kana brevity gyud kay ang duha ka balak nimo very kuan gyud puno kay ka sa feel na ko pagsuot nimo ani puno kay ka sa emosyon nga wala pa nimo ma-condense. Kinahanglan man gud if mosuwat tag balak nanatay clarity of mind on what to present because a poem is the condensation of insight and emotion gyud. It's not just idea nga you're trying to transfer to a reader, motong transcendence of language gyud siya because it is human insight, human wisdom, human emotion made manifest in words on paper. Nya ani na po ta sa kaning line breaking nga kanang murag dili kay klaro a suggestion or a tip on how to line break kato ang either ang katong gihisgotan ni Omar Khalid nga kada linya kung mura siya kanang mo stand alone nga mura siya pwede pang title kay siya kuan or naigitudlo si Ma'am Esther Tapia nga kada linya usa ka ginhawa if imo nang i-recite ang tibok line niya murag maghangak na ka putla na siya kay kinahanglan mo ginhawa man sad kay a poem man god historically it is Oral siya. Now, as history developed, poetry transferred on paper. So, pero kana nga history niya as an oral tradition, it is maintained. Now, naman tay mental voice, di ba? When we read it on paper, that oral history of poetry remains. Nya mas feel pag yun nimo if when you recite the poem orally, if dili ba ka magka tuaswali hindi ka nang binasa takil po baka. So dapat hanoy, dapat ka nang smooth gid siya nga basahon dalisay. So kana those are things to consider when writing poetry. Motong actually natoy giingon si Butch Bandilio nga di gyud kay ko subscribe. No ni ana siya nga di ka kaswat og bala kung di ka bright. Niingon siya. Pero ako interpretation ana is kuan man gud ang balak man gud if mosuwat ka ani pareha sa Valorant tanan tactical gud siya, intentional gud siya. So every word there has an intention why it is there. Nganong gi-include siya. So dapat mo connect siya sa central metaphor na say gi-contribute nga ma-deepen ang layers sa balak so that at the final line where it hopefully achieves a form of poetic flight, a feeling is impressed upon the reader nga murag ikahuman sa balak, wow, what did I just read? Murag inana. Kana it's hard to express. Why? Because it's beyond language already. Mo na siya ang pamalak. So kana that is something every one of us at some point in our lives would write a poem. So we have to think about these things, especially at the moment nga we write and edit hopefully I'm not sure if draft 1 is yung mga entries kay writing is really 10% composing, 90% editing. If you spend 10 hours writing something, spend 90 hours editing it. Because that's when you will see where you have failed in the writing, where it can still improve. So kana mental gini siya. It's an intellectual exercise kaning writing. So kana lang siya.
Thank you so much, our panelists. So we will be giving, since kanang we are overtime man, we will be giving like 5 minutes if any of the fellows want to share their thoughts. Naiganahan mo share. Just make it like brief lang if possible. Naiganahan mo share. Go guys. Kira Jud.
Okay, so can I try sharing my thoughts? So like here's a poetry one sa Stop Over. I want to emphasize sa No Not Yet, that's San Carlos City. This is just a reader response because like when I read this, the voice is not parang fit sa preceding na lines because like when I read this like oh my god, what is this? Is it like a magazine na travelogue? Yeah, because like when after sa No Not Yet, that San Carlos City, diyan na siya nag-start maging poetic sa we swim by the shores like the ships on a stormy sea. And like cuz like when I read this, I was thinking this is like a friend's outing. Just like no, when I reached here, I feel drowned reading this cuz like I feel like being swayed. Just like parang yung lines niya, marami siyang line dito like I feel like 8 lines talking about the water, about the swimming. And then like it loses my fun engaging with the poem like on the swimming because like I feel like I'm not swimming anymore. I feel like I was drowning na with those 8 lines talking about the water and the swimming. So I feel like those lines could have been distributed like to some other experiences sana. I feel like that's it.
Thank you, Yuel. So anyone else want to share anything? But if like dili pa mo like comfortable, okay ra jud kayo like keep your kato inyong ipang write sa poem and then you can give it to the kuan writer after. Like you show them your kuan para dili masayang inyong thoughts. Di ba? So does anyone else want to say something? Okay, reveal na. Okay. Sige. Sige, let's give the stage to our kuan poet. Reveal yourself.
Wait, do I stand? Can I just? Okay, so good morning, everyone. My name is Alessandra Joyce Rivas, and I am fellow one. So, first of all, I would like to thank our dear panelists for your kanang insights, and especially to the main panelist, Miss Sivni. And honestly, I think it was very eye-opening because, like example sa first poem, while I was writing it, I myself did feel a sense of like confusion. How do I wrap this up, and how do I feel like murag mga random ang mga ideas mura siya musudro sa akong utok and ako siya ibutang, pero I was also confused how do I like connect it. And like for the context, nag-swimming me. And dili ako ang taga Toledo but akong friend. So that's why I think ang lens is dili kay siya accurate. And the way I saw Toledo was like, oh wow, this is so, oh my gosh. And at the same time, wakay na ko siya na describe jud. And kaning part sa we swim by the shores like ships and stormy seas. Yeah, ang context ana is kusog kay to ang waves to sa beach and then like sige mig So that's why I also ako siyang na base dira. Like from the moment nga ni sud me dito sa like na arrive me here like welcoming us to a kingdom, and then I saw this church that welcomed us like sa stopover. I was like, oh, this is so cool. And then I incorporate po na ko to katong sa among swimming. Oh my God, this mura siya kay murag to us the waves felt so violent, so I wanted to like put that sa poem and how it made me feel. And mo nang I think wala na ako siya na connect og tarong. And also Ojija. I used Ojija because I kinda like Greek mythology, pero wala na kay ko nagsig like read karon. And also sa moang lit class last time we were tasked to read a poem katong Ithaca. Ithaca, yeah. I forgot ang author, but yeah, kato siya. So I think akong intention was that I wanted to kanang describe nga, oh, we are having like this short break from our like journey in life as students kanon. So that's why akong nagamit ang Ojija. Although like aware ko sa iyahang image of being a prison. And that's why akong intention was that to try and retell it in a more in a happier way. And that's why as medyo na ko dira because Ojija was not like this it was beautiful, but it was not this like perfect jud nga place kay it was prison. And wala na ko siya. I agree nga wala na ko siya na incorporate too much ang iyahang more dark side, because ako man siyang gi-focus on like using it as a metaphor sa amo ang like short break. And that's why nagamit po nako ang Odysseus crew, cause like with my friends ganun. And what else? So yeah, I think because while I was also writing, I mentioned that I was also confused a bit because when I finished, I did feel that it was a bit lacking. And so like I think hearing your thoughts more siya like na scratch ang itch nga dili na ako maabot bitaw nga oh yeah I could have totally done this and that. So yeah, so that's for my first poem. And for the second, wait, let me see. Kaning mas lingaw kaduha ni Santo Niño. So yeah, I did draw from my personal experience because I got the idea katong like pag sinulog, diba? And then I was like, oh, child Santo Niño. Or maybe my brother could have been there too, like that also, cause and yeah, when I was actually writing this, I did think of Santo Niño, but then when I read the entirety afterwards, I agree that actually it lacked the callback to Santo Niño, and murag mas nag-focus na ko sa contextualizing it, and yeah, I also kay supposedly tulo mi ka mag 3 mi yung taka siblings. So the third playmate was my younger sister. And kuan. So yeah, I think that it was, and also yeah, for the mastery of language, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not very, I mean, fluent ko in Bisaya, but more on like casual, conversational, like, and mixed with English. I mean, bistak mako, but like, dili kay ko very deep sa mga vocabulary. That's why I try, muna ganan sa kung mag-try og itong balak jud para mas ma-kuan bitaw, mas ma-practice. And also like I had at home we have this kanang my mom has this like daily reflections Bible. Ay not Bible but kana bitang verses and ay mga reflection. Sometimes I would read that. So maybe that's why medyo na mix akong language. And yeah. So yeah, and like the poems I've been reading, actually there was like a poetry collection book that I've been reading, but wala kay na ko siya na absorb, so mostly ang recent poet nga akong na absorb is yeah, young works. So like yeah, I think that's why magtagas kayong title. Yeah, maybe that's an influence ko sa mga tag-as nga lines. So yeah. So to wrap up, I'm actually very I'm very thankful sa inyong insights. Like kanang how do I say this? Yeah, I feel like it kind of pinpointed what I was like missing. Like, you know that thought nga like di ka mo put to words, but like of course when you ask people, they're like, "Oh my gosh, this is so good." But like, but you know that it's like there's like something more kuwang, but at the same time you also kind of want to bask into the glory. Oh my gosh, I wrote something. So like, yeah. So I think your insights were very helpful to me, and it kind of, I'm really glad because it gave me this like map or more guideline to start. Because whenever I try to write, sometimes I get confused. How do I start this? How do I structure this? Because it feels like some poets, they kind of just like get possessed and like, oh my gosh, I wrote something. So like, so that's why I think that's why.
Possession ba yan?
Yeah,
Possession is backed by technique.
Yeah, that's why I said. And that's the reason why sometimes it becomes a bit too, it sounds like I try too hard because I kind of want to replicate that like phenomenon. So yeah, at least now I have like points that I can start with and revise with to make it like better, and it kind of pointed out things that I thought I didn't see what was there, so I could like get better at it. So yeah, that's all. Thank you so much.
Let's give another round of applause to Alice. Thank you so much for sharing your work. So, padayon na ta kay murag on to the next. On to the next. We have fellow number 2 for poetry. The first piece is called Sa Pagdahom na lang yun ko kutob. So we will dito na lang ta, sorry guys. Dito na lang yun ta sa kuan paggisa. We have our lead panelist, Mr. Alden Arsen.
Hi. Okay. Before I start, siguro I would just like to follow up regarding sa gi-open ni John sa katokang Sir Butch Bandilio nga bright ang need og ka bright na mosulat og balak. Kasi siguro kung kabantay mo sa mga poet kani sila mga philosopher, mga psychologist, and yes. Mo tingaling niingon sila nga ang poetry is an acquired language. Na certain poem nga igbasa nato di gid masabtan. Di gid ta kasabot. And also there are poems that when we read it first, it's very shallow lang para sa tua, but the next reading grabe na siya og resonance. It's because maybe no, not maybe, reality magad is bounded by time. Perhaps in the first reading ninyo sa work wala pa mo ka experience sa actual, or wala pa mo live experience, and then when you get to encounter that experience, that's the time nga resonating na ang mismong work sa inyo ha. Now moving on to the second fellow. Okay, di ko kasabot sa kong agi, no? Okay, I write like a doctor now. Okay, sa pagdahom na lang yun ko to. Here, gitry na ko og dissect ang maong balak. Tapos, nag-start ko sa mga areas of opportunity nga pwede na itong ma-improve. Although, kini siya nga mga klase manggod sa tema sa pagpamalak is very universal. Gugma, unrequited love, or unsa pa na diha, daghan, nagsugod po ka ni Shiv pag high school, or mga yun ana. So here, in sa pagdahom na lang gyud kutob, the poetic language was heavily blurred by its prosaic composition. Kung kabantay mo, it's very prosaic, nga gikat lang sa lines. And as mentioned, the intention is unclear. Here, the first two lines, magsige na lang gid ko pangutana kung kanus ako mapaboran. Mapaboran sa grasya nga gasa sa kahitasan sa pag-amuma sa akong ginikanan. First two lines, hope or the whom, for a favorable or opportune occurrence or grace from something above, and love from the persona's parents. But the succeeding lines shifted to the other, the sought-after lover, although unrequited. Then these prosaic lines were drawn to sentimental froth. So there, my dear writer, a poem should have a clear intention. And another apparent observation from the two poems is the need to master the language once again. In poetry, language functions as a vessel of a poet's poetic endeavor. I remember, I mentioned this earlier, Leon Chodriada, regarding the mastery of language. Nga masolve agad ang problema if we are confident sa language nga itong gigamit. And I hope you can consider this one. Now, going back to the intentionality in the present poem, sa pagdahom na lang gyud kutob, it can only be carried out through poetry's fundamental element, and I guess it's the same with the second poem, no, the Dagan, the operation or the use of images. As mentioned, you need to render concrete what is abstract. You should always remember that a poem does not state, as also mentioned, like in prose, but it suggests. So you need to use the most appropriate poetic tools to evoke from the reader the most appropriate poetic resonance. And these images should be consistent with your intention or the central metaphor or the insight you want to impart to your readers. These images should act as a subordinating elements to the central metaphor. The very exact reason why I said earlier that the poem was drawn to sentimental froth because of its prosaic stating lines or descriptive lines. You give the emotions of the poem so easily, unrequited, yet hopeful. Ano mo gud? Unrequited, hopeful man gyud. Yearner. Yearner. The exact term. And this one, because of these stating or descriptive lines, nothing much work from the reader's end. So, sayon na gud ka siya basahon, kay imo namang gihatag tanan. So, once again, a poem does not state, but it suggests. Gamit diyag mga images, you use the figurative language nga appropriate sa imong balak. And also take it from the lines of one of my favorite poems, no? William Ernest Henley, Invictus, second stanza. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I am not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloody but unbowed. So, it does not state, but there are so many images na associate sa maong stanza nga magduwa sa tuang imahin. And since the primary source of the writer, it's its own experience, or our own experience, I am not saying that this is autobiographical. I hope not. Daghan na to mga yearner. So, it will be prone to droning. Again, to sentimentality. So, I also mentioned this one earlier sa previous fellow. You let the emotions subside first. Sa Binisaya pa nilugdangan ang imong isuwat. Muna na ang diha na ang balak kung unsay ang wala nimo gisulti sa imong balak. Then revisit your work. This will be a great time to reflect, because if the writer has already emancipated themselves from the emotional slavery, the poet in them will be awakened. And the writing, the poem, will be governed by restraint and poetic language. And specific sa maong balak, nara ko'y mga gipang cite, although mga second stanza, second line, siguro the use of hain. Okay, I don't know, correct lang po ko ba? The use of hain magad is specific inanimate object. Basta appropriate diri ang asa ka man karon. And then
Present, ang asa is future, hain is present, diin is past.
Di ba? Tapos, succeeding line, sulti pa nimo sa una nga kita ra gyud hangtod sa pagsawp. Anyway, ang kini mga language, editor na lang na siya. So, good sa pagsawp sa bulan. So, although we know that a moon sets. Pero, consider po nga, a moon has phases. Nga, there will be time nga, wala good siya buwan. So, dili ta ka generally, tawagan ni claim that a moon sets. Okay, we all know nga, ang na-associate ra gud aning setting and rising is the sun. Kaya ang moon sometimes, di man good sila. Tungod sa, sa science thing. And then, third stanza, second line, musulti pa ba ko og lingi dire o muihap og usa duha tulo ngisi. So, I highlighted ngisi. Is this part of the counting number? Okay, appeal man siya sa naka-quote. And then, succeeding line, pagkabot sa mga bituon nga anaa sa kalangitan. I remember one of my very first balak, no? So gilanon nga, gikomenta ni Omar nga, naabaday bituon nga nasiyuta. Although na starfish sa dagat, pero di man siya bituon, kuros-kuros man na. So, it's very obvious nga naa siya sa kalangitan. And then, ikaupat, first line, unsay kalainan in this context sa pangamuyo o pagampo. And then reading this sa pagdahom na lang gud kutob, nagsigplay sa akong mind ang hahasula ni Kurt. And then Ito, regarding didactic poetry, no, or the teaching kind of poem, although makabasa man kita ana, especially sa mga classic, Khalil Gibran, kinsa pa na sila diha. Wala may sayop, pero atong naon is obsolete man gid kayo. Nag-move na ta karon unsa na ta nga postmodernism, blah 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 blah. So unsa man ato ma-contribute sa existing corpus ba sa literature, sa pagpamalak, unsa may ato ang voice karon. Pero dapat grounded gihapon ta sa history, sa pagpamalak. It's because basen dae ang atong mga sinulat, nasulat na day before. So we're trying to make space ba sa current time. Yeah, this is my poetic voice and this should be the kind of poetry or poem nga appropriate sa kuang time. So I think that's it for now sa first.
Kuan. Same fellow man no sa ikaduha. Akong gi basa ang both poems as somehow interconnected. So kabantay ko nga deliberate ang first poem nga nadere traditional quatrain. Ang second kay modern og free verse na siya. Kamo may ga choose giun sang kani ang poem or ikaduha? Gi-follow ra ninyo. Di ang order nindot on tatog ang daggan may una nga kanang kuan pa ba nga hopeful pa nag-abot pa and everything nya di ay buwag ra di ba mas devastating. Ang daggan no tatoy una ang daggan no tatoy una ang daggan toy una nya after ana ang kanina dayong pagdahom lang na wagtang na ni na sobra ang daggan na ni silo na to na sa unahan. So mo na siya. Ang kaning balaka presents us with elements of loneliness and abandonment. Hangak lang gid kay siya basahon. Gi-quatrain naman lang gid nimo, wa nimo hatagig metro. Gihisgutan man ni Shivni ganina no, constraints mo gani siya. These are established forms nga we can employ to give our poems kaning if mo gamit mo traditional nga mga form nanay expectation sa for example kani nga mag-quatrain usually mahimo man ng mga corrido ba na kanang mga tag 8 kanang syllables ang mga traditional gyud so i-follow na ninyo kay makatabang na siya not just to the poet on how they kanang how they design their lines. I thank you. How they design their lines, but also the reader on how they experience the poem. Gawas ana mga punctuations, mo lagi ito, line cuttings, stanza cuttings. Napoy kaning phrase sa pag-amuma sa kong ginikanan, wa naman ni-appeal sa poem kay ang gihisgutan kamo man duha sa imong significant other. Digto kamo mo focus. Daghan og throwaway figures of speech. Panlitan kaning hain ka man para aduna koy kamot gunitan ug aduna koy abaga nga masandigan. Sulti pa nimo sa una kita ra gyud hangtod sa pagsabulan, hangtod sa pagpamuwak sa mga bulak ug hangtod ang dagat ana na sa hunasan, sama sa pag-abot sa mga bituon ana sa kalangitan. These are throwaway figures of speech. You are just placing it there para ma-expand nimo ang idea sa poem. These are not needed anymore. So, mo lagi to, like I said ganina, intentionality. So, don't just throw stuff there. Random bullshit, go. Don't just throw stuff there. It has to deepen the layers of the creation.
Throw shit on the wall and hope it sticks.
Yes. So, metaphors, you need to use metaphors to move a point across. to paint a poetic picture. Doing this, magbutang ka mga metaphors, that is not poetry. That is just one element of poetry. There are so many things that you can do. Poetry is so convoluted. It's not just figures of speech. There is philosophies involved, subtleties, so many techniques in how you, look at it like this. When you write and deliver a poem, deliver it in such a way where there is wit involved. It has to be clever. It has to be a clever way of looking at something, of saying something. So, it has to be witty. Nga nung may nana na siya. So, don't just throw away stuff. Okay? These are, you can employ these. These are elements. These are kanang tried and tested techniques. Pero once again, intentionality. Does that add anything to your creation? So, kato, motoy pirmi ginaingon po ni Omar Khalid, what is not there is the poem. What is not there. So kana, mga in between the lines, subtleties, subtext, use those things to drive the poem forward and to deepen the layers of the meaning of the poem. Kay, at the end of the day, the poet is dead good. It's the reader who will be the last consumer of the poem. So they have sila og ang balak na ang mag-atbang. So you will not be there to explain stuff to them. Design it na din in a way nga it is ready for it to fly. It's beyond your grasp na as the poet. I think that's it for me.
Okay, so before we continue, for the audience, if you guys want to take a break and take your snacks, you may do so. But I'm so sorry for the fellows and panelists. We will be having a working snack, if it's okay. Sige, thank you. Let's go, Shiv. And also we have thank you Halangdon for having us. We are on live today. And yes, say hi.
Man, ako TV ma.
Nasa sa TV.
Ano, may ana, diba? Ka sa GMA ba?
Oh,
Anong masasabi mo? Man, ako TV ma.
Coincidentally, I would also like to highlight the presence of Mr. Jonely. He was a fellow for Silliman University National
Wow.
Writers Workshop.
Pack winner.
Yeah, PAC winner. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Sige, go Shiv.
Thank you so much. Okay, na-check na nila tanan. Uy, lami lagi ni. Na-check na nila tanan kasagaran nilang kasagaran akong iingon. So, mo reinforce lang po unta ako. Question for the poet. What is the content of an essay? Because this is very essay-like to me. Yan ay, murag hapon sa previous nga poem, na intro body conclusion. So, like the previous panelists have said, when you are writing a poem, you have to condense as much meaning into one small punch. So, if you look at your fist, that's how long your poem should be. Para, maximum impact. Slightly concerned with the language used because it's very biblical. Hain ka man para aduna ko'y kamot gunitan ang pulong sa Ginoo. Salamat sa Diyos. Oh. Ginoo.
I think deliberate siya kay traditional man sa yung form.
Mao salo. Oo, sakto po. Mo to gi-mention sa didian nga this smells like spoken word. So I'm wondering if the poet has any history with that particular genre of poetry, if they're a spoken word performer, because the way that it's written nga kanang the lines are very long kana siya. Is this something made for performance or is it something to be printed on paper? Murag katong line sa Euphoria nga, Oklahoma isn't a play that you read. Ana siya. So maybe that's the intention of this poet, no? Kanang But the thing is with the language use, like I said to Alice Ganiha, be yourself. kanang what do you sound like when you talk to your friends? Nga kanang kuan. Muna siya kong suggestion and remember ask yourself as well, what is the last poem you read? Was it in Cebuano? And did it also look like this? Nga kanang there is rhyme, yes, but like I said earlier, there has to be a beat. Wala ni siya beat. Girl, what have you done? Wow, wow. Oh, di niya hawak ang beat, exactly. So, hawakan mo ang beat, eh. Kanang, there is an intention to write a traditional balak, but remember that balak is, yes, it has to be 3 stanzas, but also each stanza has to have 4 lines each with relatively the same amount of syllables. So, for example, line number 1 has 12 syllables, the next line can be 13, can be 14, pero dapat duol ra jud kay na siya og ligas. Dili kay si first line kay 11 ka syllables, ang sunod kay 21 ka buok. Huy, kalayo na ana. Kana, so please be very careful with kana, if you say that this is a balak, then it has to look like a balak if you want this to be like a printed balak. If it is if it is a spoken siyang balak, that's when things get a little muddy kay nowadays, spoken word competitions, ganahan sila nga 3 minutes long, 5 minutes long. Mo man si Safi, di ba? So annoying. The form disappears. I think you are familiar with Micaela Menchavez Solares, auditor. She competed for si Safi Bangga sa Balak when she was in senior high. Nga, she knew that the traditional form of Balak was 3 stanzas, 4 lines each. Pero kay spoken word, it has to reach 5 minutes. So if you read the Balak on paper, the stanzas are very long. Kung naunsa naman ni Mika, siya, wala ko'y mahimo kay they wanted it 5 minutes. So okay, if we want to play with the time, sige. But the thing with Balak is, not a lot of people talk about this, but the thing with Balak is, it is social communication about a socio-political issue. So ang pangutana in this poem, asa ang socio-political issue ani niya? Ang socio-political issue na to ay kay dilulo ang mga Bisaya. Ano man ni? Bisaya versus Tagalog ka ng Facebook group. Nga diya na magtigi nga. Ayan kasi mga Bisaya. Kinsa ni palit og EV pagsugod sa price hike sa kuan. Iba na yun. Pero muna siya ang kuan ha sa balak ka ng, if you want this to be really a balak, dapat na siya murag, not necessarily nga aktivista na jud ka, pero kanang at least na-slide nga political alignment in your poem. You criticize society a little bit na siya. Pasaylo ako kabasa sa dagan. Gigutom na ko. So, muna siya ang ako ang please be very careful with the cutting of the lines. Ha? But I think generally speaking, that's usually a problem that we have when we are starting out. No, I also had the same problem. And then nakakita ko sa poem ni Sylvia Plath kanang Morning Song, nga I think the last line of the 3rd stanza kay ni cut siya in the middle of the phrase and then it continues in the next stanza and I'm like, oh, you can do that? Oh, inana na po, nasunod na ko nga poem. Everything will always be hit or miss, trial and error before you find your voice and be heard. Tagline. So, muna siya kanang don't worry, be happy, but also kanang go back to your language use and kanang the rules of the balak. Which ones would you prefer to follow? Is it the spoken word rules or is it the written nga balak nga rules niya? Kanang always remember to read. It's very important. Kanang read widely. Kanang if you want accessible nga Cebuano poetry, I'm having a Noel Villaflor phase right now. O kanisad siya. O kuan sa si Noel Villaflor sana sa to siya poem nga kanang murag nagdate-date sila sa una nga sa quick-quickan. Ay kato emoji ta na alay sa to na sa to usak nga poem na yan nga kanang it's shaped like a phallic object, let's just say. Mo na ang poem. That's it. It's just a shape of someone's yeah.
Murag woman's breast niya nagkuan gyud praising a woman.
Oh wow, that's fun. Yeah. Pinisal. So yeah, kanang I like Noel Villaflor stuff. Murag he's selling them now, no? Like he has a new collection out. Oh, murag dili si kuan ba? Noel Villaflor ba? Naman to sa Cebu Art Book Fair niya gibalik ya. Oh. Mo ba na? Basta I'm having a phase. His stuff is quite good. So if you want to read Cebuano, you go to Lost Books. That's nasa sa taas. So muna siya suggestion. Koan. Yeah. Very good.
Additional lang no kay murag wa ko ka kuan sa dagan. Going back sa images, kaning cataloging of images or galondry na laundrying of images ba nga just because atong balak daghan og imagery or images nga ma-evoke diha doesn't mean nga na-complete siya into a complete body of the poem. Dapat katog mention ganyan, it should be appropriate and consistent og subordinating sa imong central metaphor. And then with reading, I suggest nga dili lang balak atong pamasahon kundi we read philosophy books. We read psychoanalytic theories, and then I don't know if you're aware with the term metacognition. It's in education, man good. It's the highest form of learning. It's the thinking about thinking. We are aware of our thought process, our thinking process. So I do hope inyo nang ma-employ sa inyong pag-craft, especially poetry. Kay diha man gyud nato ma-employ ang restraint. Unya kato lang draft, papahuwaya, tapos you revise. Okay, the actual writing na agad sa revision. I tell you, once maka-experience na mo, I experienced this one. Oh, you immersed the ethnographic element in writing. You immersed. Okay, unsa man yung pagsuwat sa kabutang kung wa ka experience. So mga yun ana, the ethnographic element, auto-ethnographic element. And then pero basin na experience niya sa lain, watching, interview. So there are other, according to Dale's cone of experience, no, although the highest form or learning is the direct purposeful learning, pero there are other alternatives man, like sa to nakita, sa to naka-istorya, sa something like that. Okay, since we are cultural worker, we are somehow mandatory obligated to have this auto-ethnographic skills. You immersed in the whatever experience or situation. Kata read philosophy, read psychoanalytic theories, and then you employ the metacognition. Kana lang. And once maabot mo sa point sa revision, no, nga ultimo magdamgo na mo sa inyong work, maligo mo nga, this is the better word. Hunong gid mo kay inyo ganang isuwat kay mawala ano yan na. So that's the actual writing begins. So naging mga yan nga moment.
Dagan? Ako masulti ra gid sa dagan no kay suggestive gid ang poetry. Ang dagan walang gid na niya ma-achieve kay iya man gihatag gid sa reader. Nya, mot lagi to. I think deliberate ni nga free verse ya diri niya ang previous poem kay na-form. So kana feel na ko nag testing pa ni siya unsaon niya paglubag ang iyang poetics. Pero kana it's good you're trying different styles. So be familiar with the style and the form that you are employing ug unsay possibilities ana nga ma-provide ana nga form. So ma-take advantage nimo. Like kaning free verse, ang usa sa advantage gananing free verse is mas kwan gid siya, mas flowy gid siya. It's unrestricted compared to sa katong traditional. Pero naagya po yung restrictions ang free verse kay ngano language. Ang language mismo na siya restriction sa the way it moves. Ang nature mangud sa language is when you for example when you speak a sentence and then you place it in poetry, sometimes ang kanang naa sa poetry will not sound like the usual sentence we use in conversation. Kay poetry employs things nga there are pauses, there are punctuations, there are line cuttings that evoke something else, that give meaning nga dili siya usual sa sentence. Kaning naadiri kay mga sentences man ni siya. Dili siya wa ko makakita og deliberateness to achieve an effect. So mao lang na siya ang i-take into consideration sa poet. Bilang aware naman ng poet ani ang pag-employ lang ang mga techniques execution lang yun.
Sorry. Additional ano lang tayo nitpick lang ko sa dagan. Second and third line, ningon dere, grabe man di ay kapuno sa kasubo, pero wala damha nga anaa po di ay kasadya. So grabe man gyud na ay to the extreme. Grabe kapuno tapos na ay kasadya. I thought puno. So niawas ning kapuno tapos unsa og niawas unsa pa man pagsulod sa kasadya. So kana careful lang diha. Tapos ako reading it regarding sa kamot. Unsa kani nga kamot no? Wala o tuo kay naa man gyud siya mga somehow associated meaning ba? If left or right hand or unsa ba? And then pasikot-sikot. This is not Cebuano if suwat kag balak. So, kato there's a promise sa duha ka balak, nindot siya nga material kung ato gid siyang mas suggestive pa. Unya kanang moingon sila nga daghan namang kinasulat sa mga gugma, kasubo, unrequited love, pero wala pa may nasuwat si mo, nga ikaw mismo ang nasuwat. So that's what makes the theme or the trope novel no kay ikaw naman ang nagsulat. No, that's your poetic voice.
Nadi ko gamayng note dire nga kanang what makes you so special. There are so many love poems out there. How is your experience with love kana different? How are you going to say it differently? Daghan kay mga love poems di hoy kanang kon pa imuha si Adrian Rich katong poem 2, it's a Wolawa love poem kanang sabay daghan pa diha oy. So, what makes you different? How do you experience love? You show it to us. Show, ha? Yeah, speaking of show, just found my notes on poetry. I learned this from Tonda Pusala sa UP Cebu. Poetry follows the principles of 3S, sense, sound, and structure. So, okay, maybe na kay sound nga you want to sound like the Bible, pareha ganiha. Okay, sure. Pero ang imuhang structure, sure na ka nga that is the shape of your poem, that's the final shape, and you're going to stand by that, and this shape means something as well. And is there any sense to it based on the central metaphor? If your central metaphor is kaning, unsa kay central metaphor ani niya, find something that you can hold on to, and then everything has to connect back to that central metaphor. So katong gisuggest ni John nga start with a list so that when you write the poem, the metaphors are easy to hold on to and they're easy to grab. You don't have to think so hard about it nga you are jumping from one place to another. So kana siya 3S. Yearning poetry nga slightly sexual reading list for this friend sa imong paghikatulog by J. Marie Magdadaro. Ganahan kay kuan nga poem as in kuan balay balakasoy .blogspot.com plug mga bathalad nga mga poetry na diha tanan. So kana siya ganahan kay ko kanang perfect kay siya nga sense, sound and structure as a poem. So highly suggest you read that whoever the poet is.
Natoy suggestion si Alden.
Mag-suggest may reading online access nga journal katitikan. We have Dagmay and also the Kabisdak. So dinhan ninyo mabasa ang mga OG nga mga poet yearner.
Or i-follow lang ninyo si Alden sa Facebook. Drop lang siya
Mga memes.
Okay, sorry. So before we reveal the poet, I'm going to ask the fellows if they have they want to say something. Now is your chance. Go guys, speak up. Go.
So to me, like as a reader, I agree with like katong the images, like especially like here the second stanza when I was like reading it, more random kaayo like I was trying to like picture out bitaw and then like pagsawop sa bulan and then bulak like I was looking for a like more something mo unify but I didn't. For me, it didn't feel like murag na siya anything in common. And katong sa first stanza, I was like, I thought it was like building up a context nga, oh the voice okay, since more siya nagsik og kanang gasa ni Lord and siyang love siyang parents, so I thought oh maybe this voice is like kind of love deprived and murag siya mag-ask nga, oh please gaya lang ko ani nga Lord ihatag ni nako. So I thought murag mo touch on siya balik ang context later on, but yeah, more on nag-focus siya sa like sa katong giyang giyearn. So yeah, that's all ako masay sa like while I was reading the poem.
Anyone else want to say anything? Ikaw. Ikaw, Kian. Should we reveal na?
Ay, sa kanang kuan ba? Well, dili siya comment, pero kanang hopefully ba, I know this is your first workshop, you guys are still shy, pero hopefully in future workshops, when you are much older, kanang when they give you the space to speak, you take it upon yourself. Just because you are not kanang professional writers. What even is a professional writer? We're all still learning. We are not Omar Khalid yet, pero kani silang duha kay duol-duol na. Sa edad.
Sa edad.
Pero sige na ni as I was saying, kanang we are all learning, and you're not just learning from us or from your panelists, you're also learning from each other. Nga kanang you are learning from who might be the people who are going to buy your poetry chapbook eventually. Nga how do you think you would want them to receive your book? Not just critics, but also the people who are loitering in lost books. How do you think they would react to your work? So it's totally okay to comment. We're not here to fight one another. Kana feel free to say something.
Pwede ra jud kiss kick, di ba? Nga like
Yeah. Sandwich method kay
generally na kay ganan ingon. Okay, go.
Murag additional adtong comment na poets should read widely, no. What I observed from both of the fellows, from the works of both of the fellows, is the lack of not necessarily the meter but rhythm within the lines themselves. For fellow 2, I found na there is an attempt to force rhythm through internal rhyming, pero by itself that destroys the rhythm of your work. I would suggest reading the works of Ursula K. Le Guin. Also, pero this is a craft book on fiction, not necessarily poetry. Pero there is, I suggest Ursula K. Le Guin specifically because Ursula K. Le Guin is both a poet and a fictionist, and her works focus on blur the line sometimes of what fiction could be and what poetry could be. And she suggests to her students in fiction that when writing fiction, you should also be a poet. And through her craft book, through her exercise book, there she suggests exercises on how to develop your rhyme when writing, your rhythm when writing. This is not necessarily rhyme, this is not necessarily diction, but rhythm. And katong giingon ni John na you have to orate your poem, you have to perform it somehow para to develop not only the rhythm of your poetry, but also to know if your poetry reads well. Because when you're reading poetry, you are reading with a voice inside your head. And if that voice stutters, your poetry also stutters. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Sige. Ato na i-reveal ato ang poet. You have the stage. Reveal yourself. Sige, introduce.
Hi guys, good morning. My name is Jayame Abelia, second year. I would like to say thank you to the panelists, especially to the lead panelist, Sir Alden, for the critics. Saan mo na ko ingon, uy? So for the first poem, actually, dili na siya supposedly love. Kay, wala pa ba sa ko ka-experience, ana. And then, pagsuwat na ko, ani, is, na-absorb na ko ang energy sa akong friend. So, grabe man kay siya chika na ako. Gusto like, huy, dili man ta ka na akong inspo sa akong poem. Mo na, reglahin naman ipadulungan, eh. And then, mong taas siya kay kanang supposedly mura siya og spoken poetry pod since he experience. And then sa pa man ako ingon, hinakulbaan ko. Sorry. I want to say thank you to my very supportive classmates kay I was not supposed to submit an entry man. And then very last minute sad kay sila na ni-encourage nga why not submit daw, and then uy, grabe sa national art. And then pessimistic sad ko actually nga kanang mapilian akong work kay mismo ako makaingon sad ko nga ay dili pa man tani siya mauwi. Pero pagkadawat ako sa email kay hello, dapat ako gini siyang dawaton nga kanang grabe sa encourage akong friends na uy kinadawat man ka so imo jud nag-embrace kay kana dindot siguro na imong work ko. Sige laban man karon kay as in thankful kay ko nga naasad ko diri. Listening to your comments kay very helpful jud kay siya sa ako. Thank you very much everyone.
Thank you so much, Jaya. So, let's move on na. Ato na to sa fiction. Okay, let's go to fiction. Sige. So, before we start, we will ask one of the fellows to give a summary of Found You. 1 to 5 sentences lang para mas kuanta, set kuan time. Yeah, sure. Yes, go for it. Yes, ano jud? Let's give a hand to Jaya.
So, for the summary of the first fiction, Found You, a woman who returns from a trip to find the fiancé acting wrong, only to discover he's hiding another woman in the closet. But it's deeper than just a cheating trope. It's a horror thriller about the switch from gentle lilt to menacing lilt. It's about the death of a relationship in real time, told through the perspective of the other woman being haunted by the wife or fiancé.
Okay, thank you. So, ready na? Okay na ta? Sige. Let's ask our main panelist for his critiques, his comments. Let us welcome Sir John Dante, everyone.
Hello. Sige. So regarding that, sakto to, ang story is about kaning woman gituyo ang kaning ang like the actual fiancé nga woman gituyo ni niya og uli early para masakpan ang guy ay ang fiancé. Gay nanan ni siya kuan mo tong iyang pangitaag paagi. Nakita ninyo sa subtlety nga gipangita, wala gisulti gid sa text. Pero klaro kayo nga gipangitaag paagi nga mugawas ang katong ang laki ana kay para na siya chance nga ma-prove gid ana gid ni diri. Pero kabantay mo in the end amazing kayo ang last nga sentence. Okay? And both their tears keep falling. So, what happened now, chuy pag yung kayo kay POV, third person limited sa woman, ni shift o kalit, third person limited gyapon sa katong the other woman, and sa linugdangan, at the end, both of their POVs are together na. These two women are victims. Bisag giingon pa nga, this other woman nga gitaguan sa closet is siya ang kanang murag, let's say kabit mahugban nga kabit no nga fiancé pa or whatever. Basta the other woman, lover lang ito. Oh. They are still both victims to the male energy, the patriarchal energy nga murag kuan kayo ang laki pag yun ato nga time nga balisa kay siya, iyang gihide, iyang subtle kay ba, iyang gihide, iyang hands, iyang pocket niya dito na murag di mahimutang and everything, clues sprinkled here and there, wala gihatag, wala gi spoon feed nimo ang story. That's why I really love this story actually nga ingon ani ni. I also noticed the conversations are very natural. Ang first paragraph ni establish ng character setting, tenses are consistent. Ang kanilang kuan, making her way towards its ajar door, open door lang eh. Ay, alam po ni ajar door. Nagamit ang ajar later, pero ang kaning ajar door, open door lang eh. Then, shift sa katong POV. Nasigutan naman ako. Okay. I absolutely love how the writer was able to maintain the atmosphere of suspense and expertly employ subtlety. This is actually quality literature. The next thing the writer must now practice is lengthening their stamina to expand on stories. To be fair, I believe Found You, ang kaning story, is already at its ample length. Sakto ra niyang length. So the challenge to the writer now is to continue with their craft. Maintain the discipline and the control of your material because you know how to do it. Now practice on other materials that will require more expansive narrations that will allow you to delve on even more specific and significant experiences. This piece is written not just with talent, but also with proficiency and informed execution. Subtext, tanan. Wala gihatag. Pagbasa na ko una, kasabot. Watong gibasa na ko pagbalik niya. Oh wait, there's something. Na iceberg theory gid siya katong kang Hemingway nga there's a story in the surface but it's so deep di ay ang gihang ang punch sa story. Nya nalang ko i-comment sa kinalasan nga I found you katong nadakpan na gid niya ang other woman no nga gi all caps niya. I think it's my opinion. It will be more powerful if this was not written in all caps but a very calm normal tone. Mas powerful siya. Yeah. I think what happened here is the writer themselves got too excited by their own story. There is a tendency for that to happen. Mo nang kinalan editing kita, balik-balikan ginatuan. We have to think about and weigh things if sakto ba ni akong gibuhat and everything. What's the effect that this will cause to the reader? And I always have the reader in mind because they will be the one who will be experiencing your story in the end. Also you, because you're the reader of your own story. Mona, kill your darlings good. Read it as a reader and as a critic after you write it. So that when you edit it, you can edit it with more informed, nya kanang natangtang na at least ang biases nimo sa imong own nga creation. Kanansa?
Yes. I second the motion. I really love this piece. Following sa I found you nga naka-uppercase, it would have been more disturbing if natural lang. Kay imagine na gyud nga ay basa nimo murag it was stated calmly nga wow. It adds more the psychological horror ba. It's very subtle man gyud ang sugilanon. Kini nga sugilanon this is a classic example of flash fiction. Para nako mo standard gud siya ang sugilanon sa current niya nga form, pero if imo siyang i-expand into long form, the short story na gyud pwede ra pugid kayo. Pero flash fiction na gyud siya. Ngano na gud siya element, especially sa last ang surprise element. So nakita na gud nimo tapos nag-start ka, you begin with the end of mind nga humana. You started with the climax tapos succeeding tapos the other introduction of the suspense or the thrilling. That's classic flash fiction. And then siguro ang pag-shift lang sa point of view. Careful lang ta diha pero ni work ra gud siya dire. Unya as much as possible ang kining ang italicization kung ato nang ma-pull off no ang katong natay strategy sa pag-shift sa point of view, pwede ra siguro nato ma-address ang italicization para nako nunid ra gud siya. And then I appreciate nga wala gyud names, although sa sugilano no moingon sila nga mas nindot na ang actual name para makupta nato ba. Makupta nato ang mismong karakter pero flash fiction man gud siya. Ya usab ya sa for flash fiction ang kasagaran gud or the ideal point of view is the first person kay very very limited space. Unya lisod isulat kung third person ba. This is one good a best example sa ingana nga point of view. And then here napud tayo last discussion sa I think it's Basalad ba or Sunday Club nga unsay nakalahi kuno sa flash fiction ug sa poetry. Kung basahon nimo kini nga flash fiction, poetic kay siya dating. Naagid ang mga poetic elements. Munang dangerous kayo nga combination ang poet pa ka tapos fictionist. Pero mo to, it should be a prerequisite requirement, no? If you are a fictionist, dapat poet pod ka. Kay dali na lang gid kaayo mo flesh out or magpa-evoke og emotion or imagery sa imong text. And I think mara gid to siya. For this I found you and excited. I'm looking forward to the stork.
Hello. Gamay ra akong comments kay kanang are more poetry and non-fiction over fiction. Ginagmay ra dyan eh. Depende na siguro ni sa tao, no? Pero when it comes to narration ba, I like to avoid contractions. So kaning he doesn't respond. I mean, para nako I usually only use kanang contractions during dialogue kay I am imitating the way someone is speaking whereas narration pero hinoon 21st century people are okay with contractions so sure kanang the personal ko lang siya ha, sa ako very nitpicky kay siya pero some people also are mindful of that when I was first starting out every start of the year sa school year when I meet with Hulma first kay mag-discuss dyan may kanang poetry fiction. Yeah, kanang sa fiction kay I always ask kay everybody in Hulma nga who does fiction does Wattpad. Yeah, when they write Wattpad kay kana ganing I put my hair in a messy bun and kanang wear my sweatpants. Ang pangutana, does this contribute to the plot? So kani siya kaning line nga water, her fingers caress the blanket beside her. Is that supposed to mean something? Like, okay.
They would know that him and the woman did it.
Smart. Okay. So kana siya, be mindful nga na siya kanang na siya symbolism ba like everything you have to do dili kay kanang sa Wattpad nga kanang gikuan daghan kay siya imagery nga at the end of the day like umurong gyapon kidnapon ra gyapon ka sa One Direction, who cares what you look like. So muna siya kanang I like this kay intentional jud siya kanang siya very good ginagmay ra jud kayo nya same comment as earlier kanang adverbs. How am I supposed to touch the droplets ring faintly? Well, ano lang. Yeah, dayon, then the air goes still. I think it would also work if wala na lang na siya nga sentence, no? Ang kaning head snaps to the faint sound. Pak, in one corner of the room, her dark eyes wide. What do you think? Pero nitpicky na lang kani siya kay this is very strong, bitaw ka lang kuan kay siya. Mausad, oh. Kana siya.
Providing an effect.
Cinematic siya. Muna ko nabantayan nga cinematic kayo siya nga nga pagkasuwat. Pwede siya ma-screenplay. Kay daghan ki siya notes on how the characters should move. Nga when you are writing fiction man gud mo ako na notice akong self. Nga mo ni akong gichika nimo the other day nga kanang the character will just keep doing what it wants to do because the story is alive. Nya kung grabe kay kagkupot ana, what if you shift into screenwriting or playwriting instead if naadjud kay kanang instructions for the character. Nya kanang alive man gud ang story so the character takes the story where it wants to go. Kuan. Nako nabantayan ani nga story kay wala siya setting kayo nga kanang specific ba. So, ang akong gi-imagine, I'm so sorry, akong gi-imagine ani kay kana ganing mga I don't know how to describe it. Kana ganing mga mga drama sa Facebook nga nakaana ang camera. Kanang nakalans. Vertical drama. Sa mga kanang Chinese drama ba nga vertical sila. Kanang mga mothercore drama on Facebook Reels. Maoy ako ang na-imagine while I was reading this. I'm like, okay, kanang Netflix lighting, ina na ba? Kanang, so muna siya kanang, the ambiguity of the setting makes it nga kanang, it can be read and imagined with different people and different characters. So, yay representation, pero ang ako lang kanang, it's a bit, I'm a bit on this, if we should keep it nga, walay setting obvious, so we just focus on the suspense and the mystery, or if we can Filipinize it a little bit, ng sa mga balay. In the closet, what if ang ilahang closet, gikanang urukan? Gitago sa tayo lang. Hi, I found you. Lahi na.
Implying a wardrobe. What Philippine room has a wardrobe?
Nya ka nang kuan sad siya ba? Sige na ni, nasi ka ng mga balay nga, example ka ng mga wooden nga mga balay niya, di ba yan na ka ng paradol jud ilaha ka na rebel ang kurtina nga anara nimo ha, I found you. Lamira. What if motel? Ni Joaquin.
Di siya mahog nga motel kay ni uli ba ang
Ay, oo. Ay, di day ni Joaquin ko anday. Kasi nga na to nga tag-iya solidaridad ba? If Sunil Jose, sa to iyang novel, nga basta ikatulo to nga novel sa Rosales series nga nabasa puto na ko kay tungod anak niya ay gi-assign. The Pretenders. Nga naran to sa motel gigugukod niya with a car kay mga dato man to sila. Ang si kinsa nga ni. Her name is Camila Villar nga Villa. Nya naghunahon ako while reading the book si Camille Villar. Nana ba it's very Filipino gani. Nya mga dato man sila, mga tagiya sila mga yuta o Camille Villar jud ni main character. Mera to. The staccato-ness of it, like the paragraphing, I get the intention nga kuan siya kanang inani magsuat og mystery, pero kanang there's a point sometimes I maybe gilaay na ang writer pero there's a section in the story ba nga murag It looks like an AI generated Instagram caption. I'm not saying you're using AI pero kakabantay mo ng Instagram caption sa kanang mga influencers nga kanang I didn't do it. I made sure nga kanang yung mga percentage nga paragraph ba murag na gani kanang so be careful kanang medyo kuwangan ko sa descriptiveness of it. Kanang nawala ihang prose. Okay. Kana siya kanang no agree sa ko atong giingon nila nga kaning ang I found you and then just stop there. And that would also be just as powerful muna siya so far. Actually, okay na. Thank you.
If in poetry you break lines or stanzas to signify a break in the breath, in fiction you break paragraphs if there is a change in the setting or there's a change in the general idea that is happening in that setting. So, dili siya, if mag-change kag paragraph, scene by scene, you are really thinking about screenwriting. But in fiction, traditionally, you break the paragraph if ang kaning, what is happening here specifically is different na ang gitalk about sa next. To create a distinction of that kanang kuan, that idea. Clumping together of ideas na siya ang sa fiction. Dili ka mag-break and break and break ana. Although forgivable siya diri kay tungod flash fic lagi siya, but traditionally it will give the reader a sense, a signal nga. Okay, I'm still reading fiction.
Sorry, further suggestions siguro if you're planning to lengthen sa story, recommended readings lang. Although this is written in a reportage way or the literary journalism or the new journalism as coined by Nick Joaquin, The House on Zapote Street, effective kayo at approach or imong gi-confront ang reader sa psychological horror or the thriller. Shirley Jackson, of course, The Lottery, subtleness sa horror dito. And then, I forgot the name. Winner siya last time sa Philippine Graphics sa fiction. Dial for D. Available na siya sa Philippine Graphics website. I really love that story. It's very haunting. It's very haunting. Naara na siya. Dial for D. I think it's George Veloso, something ana. It would really help if you're trying to lengthen. Pero current format, flash fiction, nindot kayo siya for screenplay, yung material.
Lain na po nga suggestion, dili ka ni siya kuan. Dili ka ni siya mystery. Pero Red Devil ni Dazo. Kanang inaana ba nga, dili siya mystery pero na siya kanang big reveal at the big reveal at the end. Red Devil ni kuan RJ Dazo. Nindot to siya pagkasuwat. I think mauna iyaha nga nakadaog, dili day. Binignit day nakadaog og palangka pero nakadaog sila ang Red Devil og something, di ba? Basta nakadaog sa na siya Red Devil niya. About siya kanang mga bata ba nga nagkuan-kuan og kaka gani. Spider fighting. Spider cock fighting. Mana siya. Thank you.
One thing I noticed sa koan. One thing I noticed sa structure is the writer tends to start with she sa paragraphs and also in the sentences. And I would like to challenge the writer to not only differ the structures of your sentences and paragraphs, but also to try to linger with longer sentences. Kay, yes, you're creating tension with short sentences, but there is also tension in a long sentence, especially when you're like this, nga you're in the POV of your, if you're in the POV of your character. I see potential in this writer to delve into socio-political espionage writing or even noir, Philippine noir writing. And I would really like to challenge this writer to delve into that because there is a lot of potential in this writing style, in this skill. And such, mughatag ko og reading list, the two books by F.H. Batacan, Smaller and Smaller Circles and Accidents Happen by F.H. Batacan. So maybe you could consider if that is something that you want to do, because Philippine noir and Philippine socio-political espionage writing is a very underexplored type of fiction here in the Philippines. So it's up to the writer, pero I see potential in this a lot.
Ako na ko'y puno. nakatunin ako ni Doc Erlinda Alboro. Basically, detective fiction is super dead, like super dying. Kanang the last time that kanang kuan ba, mo gani rare siya, super dying in the process of the boom of it was actually pag gawas na sa during the American era, the start of American era. So we need more of this sort of thing. Kanang I do hope you continue to write, especially kanang these kinds of stories ba nga kanang mystery thriller kay medyo ni hit siya pangitaon in a sense. Kanang go go go. Go go go. Shout out daw ko sa mga viewers diha allegedly.
Go, go, go.
Like and subscribe to Halangdon.
Nice one. Naiingon si Christoph.
By the way, the term that you're looking for on those like kanang Chinese na vertical drama, it's called microdrama.
Microdrama. Sige. So, let's give the floor to the fellows. If na may ganahan i-add to enrich the conversation, go ahead. Okay.
Okay. I'm personally.
Kana lang.
Okay. I'm personally scared of like smiling people in like horror movies and stories, and so just a little bit of maybe a suggestion, like an expansion, especially in the ending part, like a sinister smile. It would have been more terrifying if the smile was like detailed, like describably detailed. Yeah, and then that would, I guess, like leave like a lasting impact on the audience, because it also works because it's the ending. So once the final word is said, they're like, "Oh, I'm shaking. This is scary." But yeah, this is already pretty good.
Katong both of their tears kept falling, like before siya may I found you. Anything else? Go guys. Go. Hello, Pana.
Hello. I think I know it was already said now a while ago, but I wrote here last night. I put like a suggestion to maybe give a name to one of the women. Kaya there was, as mentioned before, and I daghang like she, her. So I think that suggestion is better not to challenge the writer instead, but maybe you can give a name or just change some things up, because yes, there's just a lot of the pronouns, so maybe something like that, or the hair, I don't know, but that's all naman. It's a good story.
In Cormac McCarthy's Blood Meridian, ang protagonist is just the kid.
So, anything else? Sa audience, does anyone want to share something? Let's ask the audience. Wala. Sige, is it time to reveal na? Do you guys want to, kanang mask singer ba? Let's unmask. Sige, let's reveal the writer. Drum roll please. Jay. Introduce yourself. Just at lang. If maka-notice mo, babi kayo magsuwat, nag-ana-ana dyan na siya, makabaw dyan mo kinsay fellow, kay kinsay nagsuwat.
So, good morning, everyone. I am Nicole Ortiga, and honestly, I did not expect to receive that this piece would receive such wonderful commentaries from the fellows and from the panelists themselves. So I'm very thankful. Thank you to you guys. That I'm glad that you actually like it, and also actually all of the points that you pointed out, na mga suggestions on how to improve this. It's actually been they are my insecurities. While after submitting this, I was also overthinking. Wait, I use a lot of she's in the sentence. I start with the sentences with a lot of she's. Yeah. My style of writing as well is staccato. Yes, staccato paragraphing. I think that's my go-to when I'm writing suspense or thrillers, because I think it adds to the tension by separating them, it murag mapugos ang reader nga mo focus on that and then on that and then on that nga ma-build ang tension. I think that's yes. Yes po. Yeah, so that was my that was my goal. Also, thank you as well for the suggestion on the I found you nga dili all caps. I also realized this afterwards nga murag over sa gayo, exaggerated sa gayo. Found you.
Over naman sa shout.
Over. And yes, sakto nga nadala jud ko sa emosyon ani. And
Ultimong author, Bulaga.
This was, I actually wrote this back in 2021, and dili na siya yung ani katas a very short, like less than 300 words, and gi-revisit na ko pag kuan na sa workshop, and I built upon it. And what else? Also, also, I think I have a hard time as well in breaking the paragraphs, in knowing when to break the paragraphs or the sentences. Like the panelist said, nga, it's to indicate nga there's a change in the setting or there's a change in the idea of the setting, and I think I have to work on that. And yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you so much.
I'll give you an example. Kanang sa ato daw balik sa next page ana. Okay. She's gone. She slumps back against the wooden wall. Nyag imong gi paragraph break. So ayaw i-paragraph break diha kay mahugman na siya nga two meanings iyang she's gone. Ang first nga she's gone is realizing nga okay, physically she's gone, and then the second is reprieve, she's gone. Di ba? So those are two different she's gones. So ayaw siyang i-paragraph break. So mga inana nga stuff.
Since gimension man gyud sa panelists no na this could work also as a screenplay, I would suggest na the next workshop that you apply for is the DLSU Young Screenwriters Workshop, because even as a fictionist, knowing how to write a screenplay is very beneficial for you. You have to have familiarity with a lot of forms of not just fiction, of literature, for you to improve your craft. And I really suggest na screenwriting is a very beneficial, especially with how you write. It would be a very good avenue for you, not only to delve into screenwriting, but also for screenwriting, the craft of screenwriting, to influence the way you write right now. Faye.
Virgin Lab Test. Yeah. Di ba nahatag sila og kuan? Email. Sige. So, at this juncture, wow, very host of me. At this juncture, I think we will have a kuan, the lunch break na. Okay, ay, excited na kayo si Alden sa next na fellow. Asa mag-break sa ta or padayon na ta? Kamu, kayo wala pa man ang lunch, di ba? Okay pa mo guys, okay pa ang fellow, okay pa mo. Sige padayon ta. Okay pa tong turon, sige bago pa ang turon. Yeah, but like the original schedule kay mag-break pa unta ta. But since unsa pa time? 11:30? 13. Since 11:13 man, I guess it's okay na mag-late lunch lang ta, and then if anyone in the audience wants to go ahead and eat lunch, kay okay ra jud. But like we will continue lang, and then after this work, we will have a break. Sige, so let's move on to fellow number 4, the stork. 4, yeah, the stork. For fiction, I'm gonna ask one of the fellows to summarize this piece. Okay. Okay, we have Yoel.
So the story goes that there's a disturbed child that grows to hate their baby brother, and they're living in like a disordered house, because like there's this mention of like how filthy the home is, and then there's like the feeling of negligence, and the eerie hallucination that the child is experiencing, and by the end, a child lures a big bird that kills and devours the baby, believing they finally solved the problem. That's it.
Thank you so much, Yuel. So we will hear from the lead panelist for fiction, Mr. John Dante.
Hello. Sige, thank you. The Stork. Folklore about storks delivering babies originates from Greek mythology. And eventually, it became prevalent in Slavic folklore, and it was heavily popularized by Hans Christian Andersen. So traditionally, these birds were symbols of fertility and the expansion of family. This story twists that expectation in a very unhinged manner. These are the kinds of stories that effortlessly evokes a reaction from its readers, catching us off guard. The choice of words set the tone of the story consistently. The author knows what kind of story they want to tell. I found the story instinctively methodical. So the writer has talent, and they know what they're doing. So they have to develop this further. What this means is I am impressed. I am impressed by the story. Naigking ko sa sugilanon. So placing the story at the perspective of a child in this setting is easily disturbing. Ang psikolohiya man gud sa bata na kanang mangigi sa tagad sa ginikanan kay gihatagan siya kanang very shocking and makalilisa nga bersyon ani nga sugilanon. Unsa pa man asa to eh. Sige, arita sa mga ginagmay lang nga mga corrections, concerns. Kani. I have a concern to verisimilitude here. It says, the house was silent. I loved it, but it only lasted about a week because mom and dad finally noticed my brother was gone. Even if ang sugilano nato is kanang stretched reality siya, it still has to fall under acceptable reality. Even if stretched siya nga reality. And that is coming from a fantasy writer. This is, you listen to me ramble on about this, and it feels counterintuitive, but especially in writing with this genre, but little details like this actually help the reader streamline the processing of the story. Ari pod sa page 15 kaning sa oh so many pretty eyeballs. They didn't blink, but they told me things. They pointed at a feather outside. Okay, eyeballs. Now, mouths would have been better because mouths can talk and lips can point. Eyeballs can't. So kana, ilis din mouth. And I think it would be also more disturbing if the walls are covered in mouths than eyeballs. Kay overuse na kay ning eyeballs. Okay, unsa pa ni? Katong dito na dapit sa katong part nga, it took me a week to find the perfect one. I wasn't really sure if it was the same kind, but was big and had pretty yellow eyes. Yeah, there was always sound in the house, flies buzzing, TV beeping, people shouting, baby crying, bodies dropping. Now the house was silent again, longer this time and less smelly too. The whole story is, ang narrative niya is coherent, but then there's a sudden blank space here. I think lacks I think just add a paragraph or two lang regarding that time frame when the baby is gone. But overall, kanang kuan man, the story had an effect, so like pahalipay sa nagsulat.
So excited. Di para mahuman daw. Okay, the stork. This is heavily defamiliarized and deconstructed, and it's so effective at effectuating psychological effect, no? Unya, I reading deeply sa the stork, nahuna-hunaan ako ang disability studies. Okay, basahon ni mga overall stork, mura mga siya lens. I'm not trying to pathologize sa sa persona or sa character sa the stork. Mura mga siya worldview sa schizophrenic patient. Onya, this is a very effective story mga to see nga this is the kind of view or mind, or this is how their mind works. Yun ani ang nahitabo sa panimalay. So it's very unorganized. And then what I love about this story, because it adds to the emerging discourse on disability studies, especially particularly on schizophrenia. Kay currently ang kini mga pathologized, neurodivergence nga mga tawagan ni circumstance kay naramagod sa medical field. And then for cultural studies, tagsara kayo sila mo touch sa mga nana. Kita we are on the eco-critical part, pero wala kita mo delve into the siguro kay harmful man gyud, not harmful, wala pa man gyud ma-draw ang line sa kanang gitawag natong pathology ba, pathologization sa mga characters. Kay if for example ako ga-pathologize ko diri nga might be schizophrenic ang persona or the character, it could be attributed or it could be labeled under othering, nga akong gi-marginalize ang persona. But it's another lens ba to see nga basin lagi nga nga mind work na basin ang stork is imagined dragod niya ba, or the product of hallucination or unsa pa pagina something like that. Kay reading papers man gud medical papers, especially case reports ngani mga accounts sa mga psychiatrists, although they identified na we don't know the patient, or story lang for future management. Ingon ani man gud ang mga stories nila. For example, ganing saka nga dragon silang balay, gikuha daw ko niyang lula ya pagbalik kay kinana ko ni daghang bandana, something like that. So it's an imagined reality ba nga. It's the way how their mind works. And then kato naka-disturbing pod ani and naka-interesting is bata ang karakter. Unya siguro mo to nahisgotan naman ni John mo nang ako ang pagbasa ni is in the critical lens. Ang mo nang na-appreciate na ko ang sugilanon because it adds to the emerging discourse on disability studies if tanaw na to diha nga anggulo. Pero let's hear it from Shiv. Unsay mo reading, Shiv?
Hello. Okay. Kanang nalingaw ko ani nga story actually. Kanang sige na ni. Relate ko. Kanang as the eldest daughter, I'm a hater. Upat mi mag-igsoon ako'y kinamugwangan. So, pag abot sa akong first nga manghod, nabiya safad. kay, can I please get rid of this child kay no one is looking at me? Kinana gani nga feeling. So, ka-relate ko ani nga story. Ang ako lang, kaya ako kuan kay what if ako ni siyang ibutang og karton, ako'y pa-deliver ang karton somewhere far away, I don't know, Negros or something. Kani siya, ang iyang perspective kay is a very Western bird. Yeah, pag ingon ni mga Greek mythology mo din to. Ang gingon ni Sir Charles, we have beaten the Greek gods to hell and back again. Kanang wala diha. Kanang wala tay local nga tuo-tuo on kanang how we can get rid of the children. How do we get rid of children anyway? What kay mo? That's a you thing to problematize. Ano man? Oh, tik-tik baron kanang kikik baron lain na siya nga story siguro no nga kanabang kikik nga mo ara sa inyo nga ikaw kay nangigi ka kay di ka ganahan nga kay manghod kay like Oh, gani. Padakop tikag pulis nga. Nato siya Filipino thing ba? Ang kanang kuan kay siya western kay siya pero kanang this is I think ba makarelate, this is a relatable story for me at least. Nga kanang bang ikaw mangigi ka nga nganong why do they all look at the child nga the child is wrinkly and I'm cute mo na ba? So kanang I like this. Kanang kuan lang jud the way that it's written is very western because the storks mom and dad mom and dad and ano siya okay wa pa kay ko ka tuho pag unsay pasabot aning mga katong mga eyeballs ng kanang mga tao nga mga sud silang balay niya mga tug niya dito lang nga tug patay dito siyang ginikanan murag kuan pa ko anam ba nag-process pa ko ya murag it's coming together kay katong imong schizophrenia nga reading kuan kana siya and then there's a montage di kay ko fan anang montage kana yeah di ko fan og montage when it comes to fiction kanang significant moments ang siguro mura na mo nig research oy what are the significant results of your study akapuya siya kanang mom and dad niya kanang and then na mention there si Courage the Cowardly Dog si Eustace nasilay cable muna kung kuan nasilay cable nasilay cable this child is very western kay he knows about storks and he calls his parents mom and dad it's a conyo child taga Doña Rita huy kana siya muna ako so it's not I can connect to it emotionally but like visually speaking it doesn't feel very Filipino to me layo jud kay siya nya kanang ako kay kuan man kana ganing illegal tapping nga kanang cable ba sa una ba nga kanang nay cable imong silingan ni ikaw kay mo maki-connect ra ka sa inana ba imo diha ra ko naka-cable nga I only had cable for like what 5 years nga nasa kawayan ba inana karon kinahanglan din ay signal nga kuan TV box inana ba kanang what if ang bata nga mo basa ani kay dili siya he's never seen Courage the Cowardly Dog and as far as I know wala naman ni siya on TV I think. So, basig tiguang ning ako ako na bang old na story ba? But what I really appreciate about this story is kanang it's very kanang tingnan ni I like the tone. Kuha kay niya ang sound sa bata ba nga innocente gani kayo nga murag feel niya wala na may malis. Anin kay siya nga bata kay kanang it's coming off as very innocent gani. Kanang the defamiliarization is very good. Kanang bata nga nangigi, I can really relate to this emotionally. Pero kanang visually speaking, I don't see myself as this child because kanang I've never seen a stork before. Have you seen a stork before? Egret. Kana siya. But I really like the narrative voice niya. Nibalik na po ng staccato. Mo deliver ba nagbata ang egret? Dili, di ba? Ang star case, sudan naman daw kuno na ni Alden. May bumbi ako na ganin. Naatoy na balay sa pitos bang yung mga sheep. Yes, they imported sheep. Yes. Basta di ko ka-explain. Basta na yung mga daghang sheep diha, it's very weird. Yeah, kanang kuan siya. Last page kay staccato na pud siya. Na-excite na si writer to get to the explosion at the end. So, nagkastakato na siya, nawala na ang pagka-naratibo niya. Naratibong sanaysay. Filipino na. Muna siya kanang, I like this for personal reasons. Kanang, it would be nice if it was more Filipino though. Nya, kanang the fact nga, kanang it might be schizophrenic, no, nga, kanang diri baya especially if kanang taga rural area kay dili baya kayo mo serviced by kanang mental health professions so kanang if Filipinized siya nga murag butang siguro siya rural nga area para ma-justify nga nganong weirdo ning bataan kita man siya mga eyeballs in walls or whatever murag mas ma-justify siya siguro nga I like the ending, it's very poignant. From a small lump of meat at its feet. Mura na siya. Ikaw kay naglutaw siya, nagtugtog siya sa muubang. What the hell does that mean? Nindot ka siya. Ganahan ko. I like this piece. Yeah. Great. Thank you.
Kuan, the panelists have already discussed what I would want to discuss. Pero I would really like nga if this story was developed further, na this would add horror elements. Okay, this would really work as a horror story. I am lacking a sense of place. Kaya yes, there is the house, and the house is somewhat of a character with its eyes and all. Pero what type of house is it? It's something, when you have a sense of place in your story, you already develop what type of characters live in that space, what type of happenings occur in that space. I think in your writing, in the fellows' writing process in this, murag, they develop the plot first before the sense of place. And that's also fine, that's also fine. Pero in writing fiction, you also have to focus on your sense of place. Kaya without a sense of place, ngutong giingon sa ubang kuan sa panelists na you would be confused on where or when your story is occurring. Katong giingon na Shivni na naay cable kaninga family. That's inference already from the story, pero I would have wanted a few more details. In fiction, you also need to practice restraint, but it does not hurt to give details to your to your readers, because those details help build the world of your story. So, yan, horror elements plus a sense of place. Mura akong comment for this fellow. Thank you.
Reading list for this person. Kanang when we talk about setting, it seems very placeless right now. Yeah, we cannot set you. Yeah, remember the setting of fiction is always time and place. Yeah, kanang wala siya time, wala siya place. It's only the house. Kanang yeah, we don't know. Yeah, na murag ni infer ko nga ba na ni siya cable no. Yeah, it doesn't seem very Filipino to me. That's really my gripe with the story, even if I relate to it on an emotional level. So I suggest The Symphony of Frogs by Eva Arnejo. Nani siya sa katitikan. Kanang ganahan kay ko sa kung ano niya, medyo trigger warning ha, it talks about kanang sexual assault on a child. Pero the way that the setting was written in the short story was so kanang, it's so vivid nga you feel like you are in you're back home in your hometown. So kanang i-clarify jud na to atong setting nga kanang it's not just the time but also the place, asa ni siya nga country. Ya kanang like I said earlier, di kay ko fan anang pagbutang og kanang mga western nga mga images into kanang a story that is written by a Filipino. Pero that's really on you. Kanang basta i-kuan lang jud, i-clarify lang jud ang setting ana niya, and kanang basig konyo ni siya nga bata no takibaw. Mom and dad, I'm watching Courage. Oh, iPad kid siguro ni siya. Muna nabuang na siya, nakakita na siya kuan. Kakita mo to sa TikTok ba nga kanang this young woman kay sa sige niya duwa og ML, nag-start siya hallucinate. Yeah, and then kanang nakadungog kuno siya in her ear nga murag kanang murag ni murag phrase nga gisagit sa ML, and then she really murag duck and cover or something like that. So she really ducked and covered under her bed. Nya kanang nakita siya siyang mama nga naghilak sa ilam sa katri kay she thought that they were under attack kuno ilang balay. So gipa-diagnose siya nga they found out nga na siya major depression. Yeah. Kung ano siya Filipino ni siya nga story sa TikTok pag pandemic kay nabuang ba tas layad pag pandemic. So muna siya kanang na basta ipinoy lang jud nga story mo jud akong ganahan unta. Thank you.
Okay. Natoy katong giingon si Ma'am Brainerd ba? Kato siyang libro nga if this work can be written by someone in New York, why are you writing this?
Yes, so mao to kay Saltipod is to ano ba, reclaim or assert the Filipino-ness aning sugilanon. Kay for me lang it would expand to the wider discourse or critique on, especially if the disability studies, on how is the current status of these children suffering from, or not suffering, having these kind of experiences or mind works, something like that. And also, pwede po nato siyang ma-expand politically kung naabay tawag ani unsa bay current setup, how do people see children or people like ingon ani kay often magad maingon nga kini nga klase nga tao is narcissista kayo, it's because something you know siya lang gay gusto na illusion of grandeur blah blah blah, pero wa sila kabalo unsay behind. And this is one of the stories nga would give us a glimpse of the complexities of the neurodivergent spectrum. It's not something we're not pathologizing, no? They are or something weird. Di sila weird. It's just that lahi lang pagka-wire ang ilang brain. Manang if political approach ani para masabtan po sa mga reader nga okay, this is how we approach or manage these children or these people suffering from this ingonani. Kaya para we provide them with proper intervention. So, mga yun ana. So, mo gud akong nakita nga lens sa Sugilano, man na-appreciate kay ko kay tungod it's very emerging and then unhinged kayo kay bata gyud. Wala, mura gud ang nakita sa bata ba? Oh. Ang Filipino-ness lang siguro using this Western element unsaon mo pag-assert ang Filipino-ness. Nga makita na mo diha nga ay Filipino gud ni.
Okay, so thank you, panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. So let's now give the floor to the fellows. If they want to say something, please go ahead. Share, please. Inyong kuan, read your response. Kiss or cake, unsa? Okay ra dyan na. Go guys. Does anyone want to share something? Okay. Say it lang.
Okay. I just wanted to compliment the writer. Kay when I read stories, normally what comes up in my head or what I visualize are like cartoons or like sometimes it's animated. So it was interesting kay when I was reading this and I was thinking of the atmosphere. I was thinking of like Courage the Cowardly Dog and Flapjack, and then when I turned the page, they mentioned Courage the Cowardly Dog. So I thought that was just very interesting, and I like the kind of twist at the end. So I also agree that it could work as a horror story. So like maybe there could be added details for that. So that's all.
Anyone else from the fellows? Anyone else? Let's ask the audience. Sige, go. Does anyone want to share anything about this? Huh? Say something. Naingon na tanan. Okay. Unsa pa man? Mel. Okay. Thank you, Mel. Wait. Sige, go.
Hello. So, stand. Okay. Hello. So, I'm Mel, a fourth year. I'm from the audience. Okay. So, like, I would just like to kind of bank on what Miss Shivni said about this story. It would have been nice if it was added in, it was set in a Filipino context. Kay, especially if it's in a rural one, because pwede nimo ma-mix bitaw ang psychological, like essentially, you know how in most magical realism like stories, kay pwede nimo i-mix ang nasa lang religious nga belief, naa sila yung folkloric nga belief, napod sila scientific nga belief, napod sila yung ilang own nga belief niya, mag-meld sila together, so you can't essentially just see it as one thing. So pareha atong The Man with the Enormous Wings, by a very old man. Yeah, Gabriel Garcia Marquez, that one. So that was our introduction to like magical realism in a creative writing class, and gi-explain gid there by Doc Cindy nga one of the things gid there is to have multiple perspectives. So Like, you don't just view the story, you don't just narrate the story in one way, you narrate the story in multiple ways, and that story does it really well. And I think it would also work in this story. Kay murag, you don't just see it nga, okay, about ni sa usa ka bata nga. Kinanabegi set daan nga murag folkloric kay ang stork, ang presence sa stork. Unsay gibuhat sa stork, gi-familiarize pag yun ang murag role sa stork in the story gani. So pwede po siya nga ingon ana nga multiple perspectives. If ibutang pa siya na Philippine nga setting kay nana kay folklore, nana pud kay murag psychological or the lack thereof of a scientific explanation. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mel. Shout out, Doc Cindy. We miss you. Sige. So, does anyone else want to say anything before we reveal, before we unmask the fellow four, unmask the singer, unmask the stork? Sige, wala na? Sige, let's give the floor to the writer. Drum roll, please. Okay, go.
Hello. I'm Kian. I'm the writer of The Stork. I just want to say thank you, Sir John, Sir Eldon, and Miss Shivni, and Pana, and Kuya Mel for sharing. And sorry, I forgot your name. Oh yeah, thank you, Sad. And yeah, I appreciate your thoughts and ideas. I'd apply it when I revise it at some point. And I think the only thing I regret about writing this is that I didn't let it like shimmer, like marinate overnight. I wrote it and then submitted it. So when I yeah. So when I read it again, I was like, oh, there's a lot of cracks here and there, but I'm glad it was received well. And what more could I say? This is my first time writing something messed up, and yeah, it is. It is. I'm not deranged, like. So I guess yeah, I wanted to write something messed up. I want to scare myself, so I went to Reddit and people's scary stories, and some of them scared me. So I'm like, oh, this is something I want. This is a genre I want to explore. And now this deranged child was born, and yeah, I was also high in coffee. So, what the fuck? No, hey, you can't say that, man. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kian. So now we will reading. You have to read. Yeah, I gave him that koan. Yeah, kay murag it reminds me si koan si Al ang iyahang blurb right? Introduction. No, not Gonzales. Iking. Osiris. Si yeah. And the other katong nasa island. Katong metamorphosis. The one with the sex island. Yeah, that one. Sorry, please don't defund us. Sorry. But this is a safe space to explore. We are creative, so at some point we will delve into those things. But then again, yes. Now we're moving on to the next part of the program, which is drum roll, guys. Lunch. Yay! So let's take a break, and then if you want, especially the audience or the fellows, you want to read the works of our other fellows, daan, go ahead. So yes, enjoy. Come back by 12:30, 12:45. Okay, come back 12:45. Ana si Meg. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay, panelists and fellows, you all have like lunch. So, ihatag ra, right? Ihatag. Everyone, is everyone kuan na full? Did you have a nice lunch, a pleasant lunch? So we are now going to move on to the second half of our whole day event. And we will kickstart this portion with a mini lecture by one of our panelists. So help me. Okay. So requesting all the fellows to turn around and face the screen so that makakita mo sa kuan. Nagtalikod pa jud ang nasa ko. So shy type ang atong kuan, atong lecturer. But help me welcome Mr. Alden Arsenal. Mark Alden Arsenal. Complete name ha.
Complete name. Maayong hapon, I hope nabusog ang tanan. And then before we start critiquing, no, or before we provide our comments sa mga CNF, I'll take this opportunity to discuss a rather brief information about creative nonfiction. And disclaimer lang, to those students ni Miss Hazel, third year, wag mo na siya nga material lang gigamit sila, although shortened din na siya nga version kay brief gani. Okay, creative nonfiction. Disclaimer, another disclaimer, I don't have any formal degree because I'm a TLE major, but it so happened that the L and E in TLE is literature and English. So, layo ra gid kayo. But creative nonfiction, this is my short lecture today is heavily influenced by Dr. Cristina Hidalgo and the father of the godfather of creative nonfiction, si Gatkin, and other readings. So please, next. Actually, the phrase creative nonfiction, I'm sure this is not something new to you, is strange because it tries to join two things that were officially and historically at war. The fact, or the nonfiction, and the fiction, which is the creative. So it's a living contradiction, or gitawag as coined by Ms. Joris last Beckett Panitikan sa CNU. I hope naka-attend mo ato. Oxymoron, ang creative nonfiction. But anyway, nadiingon ana. Yes. Although it's still an emerging genre sa Philippines, pioneered ni Dr. Hidalgo. I'm happy and there were submissions CNF sa kining workshop. So please, next. Unsa man gid ang creative nonfiction? So this is the MMK. True stories well told. According to Gatkin, or the godfather of creative nonfiction. Unsaon man nato pagsulat of creative nonfiction? Please, next. It combines the methods or the elements of fiction. According to Freytag, di ba, na ay introduction down to the denouement, but not necessarily in order. So it's basically the same. And the only difference is that it's true story. Next. Specific to the papers or the manuscripts here is the personal essay. Although daghan kay creative nonfiction, no? We have the reportage, we have the biography, autobiography, etc., etc. So, daghan. Pero arita focus sa personal essay. Next. It is an attempt or an act of trying as into essay into a particular field. So you emerge. This is the lived experience or the auto-ethnographic experience. This is your actual lived experience. Although, later, ako lang ma-discuss. Please, next. And according to Ventura, personal essays rumble through personal experience, imagination, fiction, poetry, prose held together in a porous bag. And my experience becomes your experience. I embrace the form because I like the permeability, the intimacy, that exchange of fluid and flavors. Exchange of fluid and flavors. If magbasa gani ka og CNF, no, dili ka maka-question nga fiction ba ni siya. Okay, there is this distinct flavor gyud nga makaingon ka nga this is CNF. Kay, although we employ the elements of fiction, pero dili gani siya forced. Flowing ra gyud siya. Flowing. Next. This is my stand. There is the I, hence personal. The trying or essaying into the I's personal or with others, not necessarily nga imuhang kaugalingong experience, pwede pod nga experience sa ubang tao nga naa ka. Personal nga ni. So dili pwede nga musulat ka as your personal essay, unless it's a biography, personal essay man nga, wala ka diha. Kaya ang question diha, unsa man imong katungod nga isulat na siya, that experience. And making sense of it against the broader context of time and space. So ang CNF manggod, maka-add manggod siya sa critical and cultural consciousness. Kay tungod actual gud siya nga nahitabo. So kung one popular essay nga that I love so much, nasa The House of Memories, the I Never Sang for my father, Dr. or the National Artist for Literature, Rizal Mojares. Napabay, next. I think that's thanks. That's actually short, kaya I don't have to discuss how to write fiction. No? Kaya nakita na nato nga, kamaon mo gud mo musuwat of fiction. Now, diretso na to sugod? Okay.
So, before we start with, we'll actually jump sa, we are supposed to take on Fellow 5, which is still fiction. Pero, let's do Fellow 5 sa last, and let's first go to Fellow 6. Baliktaran. I'm gonna ask one of the fellows to summarize this piece for everyone. Who is willing? Alice, okay ra? Huh? The next one, okay. The fiction. Can you do it? Okay. Ikaw. Okay, thank you, Jaya.
So the summary for Baliktaran, it's about a family that preferred to believe in a dark supernatural myth, tikbalang, rather than accept a reality they weren't ready for. That their daughter was a lesbian who chose a life they didn't approve of. It's about the heavy silence of a Filipino home, the tragedy of only coming home in a coffin, and the narrator's realization that the real monster aren't the creatures in the woods, but the prejudices that force people to disappear.
Thank you, Jaya. So I'm giving the floor now to the main panelist for this piece, Let's welcome again Mr. Mark Alden Arsenal.
Hi, once again. This is very close to the heart. Okay, it's very akin to my walay bayot sa langit, especially the employment of rainbow ba. Although there's another metaphor nga gigamit diri, which is the tikbalang. So actually, yes, ako gud siyang gisulat. Pero ako lang siyang later makaiba mo nga nang inani siya kataas. In Baliktaran, one glaring observation, similar to the fellow assigned to me earlier, is the need to master the language. Filipino. Siguro makita man nato ang problema. I found it hard to follow through the narratives because of semantic and orthographic issues in the language handling. Secondly, but the most fundamental, this piece reads like a fiction, not a CNF. Later, ako tagsa-tagsaon nga no. You started or lead the story as rumor. Sabi nila, minsan nang nawala ang kapatid ng lola ko. This creates or evokes doubt from the reader at first glance. Next, and the most fatal, is its anachronistic narration. One, you established that your lola's sister was hindi na nakabalik at naging tikbalang. Second, then you imagine how your tian as a tikbalang look like. How your tian as tikbalang look like. So then one day, The house felt unusual because of its eerie silence, and everyone was busy preparing something for something to come. Amidst this, you did not see your lola. Hindi ko nakita si lola. And next, and this was since she received a call from Manila that her sister, Tian, will return home. Will return home. Next, the succeeding paragraph, your lola was already there. Tumayo, nagligpit, naghanda, may sasalubungin. So unsa mang yun? I thought you did not see her. 7, then you imagine once more how your lola turned tikbalang would look like and your neighbors would react to it, including your school bullies. Na-mention dito ang mga, siguro hindi na sila mambully sa akin because I have this lola. And then there were so many flowers in your house because it's a ritual in your home that once someone is coming, you need to feed the visitors. Although I understand it's because patay. Then you remember your parents' pamamanhikan. How did you know? Were you already born during the time? What happened? Then there was videoke and San Mig Light. What year is this? Nanabay San Mig Light katunga time? Nanaba ang videoke? Then the simile of Zisto to compare how sweet were the smiles during the pamanhikan. Why Zisto? Siguro, tungod kay, mauman siya common sa mga lubong, di ba? And then, until the elders shared their college recollections. Next, your another thought. Siguro may pamamanhikan pagdating ni Tian. Sabi mo. Then, the car from Manila arrives. Your attention was fixated to the visitor's feet because, as you claimed, the tikbalang can be identified so easily through its horse-like feet. Then there was a box brought down. Then you mentioned some animals like elepante, unggoy, baka that came out from the people's mouth. I understand that this is a figurative language, but why these animals? Bakit meron? Especially, bakit may elepante? Sinali mo siya sa unggoy at baka. Turns out, the box was a coffin. Then inside was your Tian. Then another recollection about your Tian's college journey. You presented it like you were there, not a second-hand account. So the question, how did you know? Next, you mentioned Tian shifted from political science to fine arts despite the dream of becoming a lawyer. How so? Need na ko diha og gamay context. And then your thoughts and claims about camera. Nakay mga claims about camera. And then, it was after this paragraph, it was in this chronology that Tian didn't actually turn into a tikbalang. Because, as he claimed, this when Tian met the tikbalang, or the metaphor sa gigamit diri for lesbian. Careful with this, because this is othering. This is very dangerous metaphor, especially if it is not established properly, because it might raise an eyebrow to the LGBTQ family, particularly among lesbians. What characteristics or attributes of a tikbalang resembles a lesbian? Always consider the cultural and historical and comical and mythological baggage of tikbalang. Freak and antagonist. Although I can sense the defamiliarization and deconstruction, but careful. And I don't think personally lesbian resembles a tikbalang. Do you? Careful again with the dangers of CNF, especially if you are writing an experience with other people in it, much more if their story is central. Because, 1, the danger of revealing something. 2, the revelation that endangers something. Next, continuation. You mentioned that Tian tried going home with her partner, but their father was so angry that even warned them pagtatagain ang ulo. Since then, Tian never returned home. Then, your thought about baliktaran, exchange, balihon lang ang sinina. And then you remember again Tian's belief about camera. Again, how do you know? Were you there? In the first place, wa man nimo siya maabti. Naabtanin mo siyang patay na. And then, ending is your positionality. Writing CNF help one's, or the writer and the reader build or improve the critical, as mentioned, and cultural consciousness. Just because we can employ the elements of fiction in writing CNF doesn't mean we need to fictionalize CNF. We just need to be creative in presenting true stories. It should only be creative in telling a true story. Hence, a true story well told. In queer literature, female-to-female relationship is scarce. Gamay ra gud kaayo ni siya nga mga sugilanon ngayon ani. Especially sa queer literature karon mas dominated siya sa M-to-M, male-to-male nga relationship. So this is a good start. You revise this with utmost care and sensibility, and I see a promise in this story nevertheless. I know you have that very idea why tikbalang is the metaphor, and I am particularly excited on how you can pull it off. And I'm also certain that you can pull it off. So revise this because the world needs to read this kind of story. But I need to reiterate, you need to be careful of the dangers of CNF. Yan nga, siwalat ang panganib. The danger of revealing something and the revelation that endangers something. Now, ari ko focus gud mismo sa paper. Daghan ko namatikdan regarding sa orthographic elements, no? Yeah, for example, pinakamahalaga, pinakakat, mahalaga. So that's one word. Kana lang natin pang consider. And siguro, ganina nangutan ako ni John if naabay tikbalang sa Cebuano, mythical creature. Yeah, I think incorporate man siya with the sa through media. Kaya sa norte man gud sa Danbantayan, ang kini mga mino-mino or lamat ka na ganing iligaw ka sa forest kay uso man gud siya sa part ng balos-los. It's another mythical creature. Although ang nasa shared attribute sa tikbalang yung anak pud sila. Like that's mino or lamat. That's the Cebuano term. Anya I think ni work ang tikbalang as a metaphor tungod sa language kay gamit. Kan tikbalang Filipino man gud siya in essence. And then tungod sa pagkasulat mo ng medyo natingkag akong dunggan tungod sa paggamit sa tikbalang kay murag it's prone to marginalization hinon sa lesbian. Siguro I'm sure daghan kay idea ang writer, ang author ani unya need lang og reframing. Yeah, I would emphasize nga you use tikbalang kung unsa man imong idea na I'm very excited good. Okay, but what makes tikbalang good or nganong kanigid nga metaphor ang imong gigamit? Kung nakuha na akong gigamit umang for the identity, I'm sure kaya nimo ang tikbalang. Puto, i-consider lang po ang katong iyang history sa tikbalang kung angayan ba gyud. And then kato lang musulat ganita og CNF nga personal essay nga second hand account. Nya dili pagud imuhang mismong sugilanon. Dapat careful kita sa yung anak ng mga butang. Kay setian nimo imuhan na siyang na-reveal. Imagine this is CNF. Nya klaro kaayo diri sa imuhang positionality nga tawag ani. Mura po kag nituo sa mga istorya nga tikbalang gyud ay. Although nakita nako diri there were lines nga favorite ganahan nako pero need lang og reframing. Sorry. May mga landas na kinakailangang tahakin hanggang dulo, hanggang tanggapin mo ang pagkawala. Minsan ay isa ring paraan ng pag-uwi. O, di ba? Professional yearner. As a professional yearner, nindot kayo siya nga line. And then, daghan kag mga the reflexivity, need lang gud siya og reframing. Or basin i-consider nimo ang another language nga confident ka sa paggamit. I think mo work ra gud ni siya. Kaya naman ko siya local color daan. If English na siya, mag-local color could happen. And then, but I appreciate sa attempt sa ano no, sa Filipino. Kay bisan ganig ako di ko confident writing in Filipino, although my background in journalism is Filipino, but that's way back in high school, nakalimtanan ako sila karon. And then, daghan lang ko og naglibog tungod lang sa framing siguro or tungod lang gid sa language handling. Ultimately, ang gamay nga problema lang yun ani, siguro, is ang pag-improve lang yun sa language. I think mulutaw, manifest na guna diha kung unsay purpose or intention nimo sa paggamit sa tikbalang. Language ra gud ang problema ni. And the story itself, nindot na gid siya. Ato lang na siyang ipangkat-kat into a CNF. Nga, kuha na gud siya. Kanang creative non-fiction, dili gani siya forced. Dili na ka need mo employ pag other elements just to make your reader believe nga this is true. Muna siya ang usa sa mga characteristics sa CNF, dili siya forced. Nga igbasa sa reader nga, okay, this really happened. Kana. And then, pwede siguro tayo mo gamit og mga, for example, the use of simile sa paggawas, nagkalandrakas sa mga baba diya, nalisang lagi, naabot, lungo na gyud. So nang gawas ang elepante, it's okay for emphasis siguro to exaggerate the emotion. Pwede na yun, basta balance lang. And then other, let me just check. Pwede rin po din ako ma-share o niya ako ang propasensya na lang sa kong agi. Okay. Here, may isang page 23. May isang lola ako na may kabayong paa, may buntot at may puso. So siguro murag, let's assume nga everyone knows what a tikbalang is. Kaya makita naman siguro na if nakaabot mo sa Pedro Pinduco, tatuwa ang time, or unsa bay mga tikbalang, available naman siya sa online. Basin makasave ra ka og space by omitting this description. Onya, ang pinaka-fundamental sa CNF writing is naa ang politics sa pagsulat, which is ang reflexivity or ang positionality. If mauni ang sugilanon, where does the writer or the author stand? Kung ingon ani ba ang belief sa mga tao sa society nga ang lesbian tikbalang musugot ra ba gud ka nga maupo na imong belief? So, I think na-address man na sad siya sa CNF na po siya yung positionality nga the author is trying to negate all those with subtlety lang. Kung gusto nako nga you insert a punch diha dapita. Kay if imo mo gina may insert ang imuhang reflexivity, ayaw ka worry kung sakto ba. Basta make sure lang you consider all the sensibility ba. Imo nagi-consider ang sensibility. Tapos insert nimo imong punch. Ay nagka-worry kung ang imong reader mo agree ba nimo. That's a healthy discourse. Bahala na sila eh. Lahan naman po ng kay once ang story mo gud nimo mabasa sa laing tao, lahi naman pod nga lahi naman gud nga kinabuhi ang ni operate sa mismong sugilanon. So kana, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid to incorporate your reflexivity or your positionality. Sukli, that's the politics. Muna pangitaon gyud sa CNF, especially personal essay. And then, ang title, basin dili pidi baliktaran, kay ang baliktaran man gyud diri, it's something man gyud nga, somehow it would connote nga ni support tinon ka nga pwedeng balihon lang sinina para factory reset sa ba nga term karon. Pero sigurong ang lula na ko nga tikbalang something ana. Naka-add gyud og hook title man na hook na ba. And then na mga line diha nganong probinsyano, I'm sure siguro with the current setup. And then kato lang, if you're writing for second-hand account, daghan kayo og mga cohesive devices nga pwede nitong magamit. Or mga transitional phases nga pwede na itong ma-introduce nga this is a second-hand account. Like for example, according to, sabi nila, pwede siguro tang ang CNF i-hook siya, sugod pa lang. Pwede siguro maingon ka nga, may lola akong tikbalang. basa pa lang sa reader, why? Hook, pero may kagsabi nila, dragging manggod kayo siya nga, okay, dili siya sure. Something yun, ana. So, ang material, kompleto na gud siya. Ang paglimpyo na lang gud sa language. And then, I'm sure, kini siya nga sugilanon, agad din siya i-place sa mga queer anthology, ng mga yunani. Libulan, dako kini siya place gud. I mean, I really love, manang taasi ko comment, ako siyang, ang chronology ba, ako siya tagsa-tagsa kay ginahan kay ko sa sugilanon because close to home. I'm writing especially for my friend, and I also am trying to understand what sexuality is or the queerness. Kay queer gani, lisod gani sabton, manang teach me, although not directly, unsa pod ang lived reality sa mga lesbian. Gusto kong makaibaw. Kay wa gid ko'y idea. Basin lahi sila. I know a bit. Kay I have this friend, nakasulat naman ko about sa iyang gayness. Nakapangutana na pod ko sa akong mga friends. Mo pod na ilang mga live experience. Pero sa lesbian man good kay wala. Although I assume nga basin tungod pod gi-adapt nila ang characteristic sa malehood nga ang kasagaran sa mga lalaki di mo share. Dili tig share, di tig suwat. Something yun ana. Kay govern man gyud sa aning patriarchy and the bullshit and all nga tungod gi-establish over the years nga ang masculinity nga mga lalaki, you should present yourself as strong nga kung kinsa man tong mo present as soft something, bading, bayot, nga na din mga description. Pero less is explored sa lesbian community. I don't know if nakabasa na mo about, although nakabasa ko kang kinsa to siya? Johanna Cruz, pero lahi. I don't know if, the sexuality thing. I think na apoy variation ang lesbian, something. Nagi-lesbian type of lucky, good ba? The physically, I'm sure, lahi po sila experience na po siya katong, like, dili na po sila mag-change. Like, the physical or the usual female physique. So, basin na ay kalahinan ba? So, kana lang ang gusto na kong may bawaan. Unsa may get up sa mga lola before. Pero presented in a way, in a second hand kay I'm sure, wala naman good. As claim. Kato, careful lang ka. I'm sure kining pamamanhi ka, na-share na nimo, pero you presented it in a way nga you were there. Basin, nadala lang good ka sa emotion sa pagsuwat because it's a really good material. Kato lang sa, in the meantime, lang ko sa next.
Okay. We understand what this piece wants to convey. It's about love and acceptance beyond gender. It is breaking the tradition. I love how the piece shows the difference between generations. Now, I don't know if the author intended this, pero it shows how the younger generation now is more accepting against the traditional beliefs, di ba? In the politics of literature, this piece gives the power to the younger generation while relegating the older generation to a place where their old ways are becoming more and more irrelevant. So what this, and also, daghan kay confusions, kay later pa kayo na-reveal nga, iyang lola dito ang nag-narrate niya nga, your tian is like this and that and that and that. So what this piece needs is planning. You plan how it will kanang be narrated so that yes, the chronology, even if kanang mag-ambak-ambak ka og mga flashbacks, it has to be nga makasabot ang reader nga I know this because I was told this. So dili kay mukalitra siya gawas nga information. So ang response sa reader is kuan you doubt gyud like unreliable narrator. So kana. So watch out for that. The concept is there. The execution na lang gyud is what is kinda missing. Another thing is Ay, sa tayo. Yes. I can't quite understand. Actually, para nako okay ra yung diction, but I can't quite understand why there are so many misspellings, there are so many lacking punctuations, there are so many kanang kuan. With the mechanics of writing, nagkasayop-sayop siya, pero sakto yung diction. Like, okay naman yung diction. Nganong sayop, kuwangan og mga hyphen, nagkabuwag ang mga affixes. So, like, what? Moto, I can't quite comprehend why and how that happened. Then, there are, before we go there, sa kaning page 24, there's already kanang kuan, there's already the setting, kanang mga zestos and miglight and everything. This specific sentence, no? Habang ang mga babae na may abala sa paghahanda ng pagkain at paghuhugas ng pinggan. So yeah, it is really actually showing how women in the previous generation were relegated to the kitchens. So it's really showing, and I hope that the writer knows what they are doing here. They are really showing that traditions before are different with the traditions now. And that's what makes it more powerful. What makes it a more powerful statement about the piece nga ang generation karon is like it's our time, and this piece is really actually relegating na the older generation to irrelevancy. So if that is what you really want to do, I will support you. I will support you to death. Just execute it properly. Then page 23. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. At the fourth paragraph, yung lahat naman ata kami kabado. So, ata, of course, yes. Kasabot nga nung gi-italicise siya, kay emphasize siya. Pero, let's be honest. So, gi-italicise siya. Nya kay tungod English siya, probably gi-italicise or mo nang naglibog na ko dire if gi-italicise siya tungod English or tungod kay emphasis. Kay later on, yung kakaibang badge of honor, English man siya, pero wala siya gi-italicize. So, there are inconsistencies when and when not to use the italizations. For me, in a post-colonial mindset, I do not italicize English in my writings. Why? Because that's how I speak. Di ba, kabantay mo na ko, I'm code switching a lot. Ngano mag-italicize man ko, I am othering a language that I use. So it's weird if I italicize something that I commonly use. So you have to take a stand there if you're going to italicize or not. And if you're going to italicize, it has to be consistent, good, on how you're going to do it for the whole piece. Is there anything more? Yeah. Kuan pod, I think kinahanglan lang sad ma-clarify unsay gi-age sa narrator ani. Kay para naay murag and the positionality pod of the voice. Nakakuha no nga murag bata. Ano siya edad nga gibutan no? Okay. Sa last. So kinahanglan establish gid na planuha og tarong, plan your kanang piece well so that the reader will not be shocked nga sa end na siya makasabot sa imong whole piece kay there were so many confusions everywhere. Sa whole piece ra murag gi-reveal nga ay nani day yung situation. So plan. I hope this is not a first draft. Kay if this is, you have to edit it more. 90% editing yun ang writing.
Okay, thank you. So this was a challenge for me to read because I grew up overseas, so I don't have a very strong grasp of Filipino. I mean, I can listen to it, but reading is really a challenge for me. But as much as I tried, and I was also listening to the comments of the other panelists, I was able to form a little thought on kanang this piece. Nahimuot ko sa chismis nga standpoint. Sabi nila, tita na lang ang tawag mo sa mama mo. Ay, kakaon mo na. Wala na siya. It's fun in a way, but then we realized that the whatever came into the house is actually a coffin containing the tita. So it's not really para nako it's not appropriate to deliver this kind of CNF in such a way. Nga kana it seems like it's gossip. And at the same time, because it's reported speech, but then there's also segments in it where somehow the narrator is able to jump through perspectives and be like pamamanhikan sa kong parents and all that. So we have to be very careful. So I do agree with John when he said nga plan your essay before you write it. The thing with CNF is yes, you will have a stronger foundation if you do vent and write a diary, but that doesn't mean your diary is your CNF unless you are John Didion. No, maikog na taniya. John Didion is another level. But since we are still starting out, I highly encourage that yes, you write a diary, you vent everything there, and then that's when you actually write the CNF that is for public consumption. Yeah, there are some aspects here that keep jumping around. That also contributes to some of my confusion. Like, why does this kid know about an aunt he's never met? Yeah, kanang this is yeah. So you've never met, and then you say these things, and you question as a reader. I question: are these assumptions, or do people tell him this? And the thing is, if the aunt is a persona non grata at their home, why are they telling him about this auntie? Question mark. So we really need to exercise care. I think what needs to be practiced here is not the creative writing in a sense like back to basics. It's more of, because some of the, like when people go into workshops, sometimes we have to advise nga kanang you have to go back to zero, like what is poetry, blah, 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 define poetry and all that. But for this person, it's not really back to basics. It's more of exercising care, what you need to include. When we said earlier that poetry is restraint, same thing also applies in CNF, especially when you're talking about death. Reading list for this person for various reasons. Stunt Pilot by Annie Dillard. So Annie Dillard is a journalist, and she is assigned to this stunt pilot who was hired by Saudi Arabian prince. Nya in one of the kanang murag stunts that this pilot had to do, he actually died. And this was in the middle of Annie Dillard like trying to investigate him to write a biography about him. So the second half of the essay is just her processing this death of her new friend. So they literally just met and then he died. So that's Stunt Pilot by Annie Dillard. Another one is, of course, I Never Sang for My Father by Resil Mojares. The central image, not central metaphor, the central image of this essay is the death of his father. So if we were to rewrite this essay, it would be nice if it circled around immediately the fact that somebody he doesn't know is dead. And yet the entire family is controlled by this distaste for a person. Yeah, he himself, or the narrator, doesn't know. Why is it so wrong to be gay and yet you allow her to enter the home as like a coffin, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, another thing, this one, Frank Sinatra Has a Cold by Guy Talese. I think this is a really good suggestion or part of the reading list for this person because initially, Guy Talese was supposed to interview Frank Sinatra to write a biography about him or a literary profile. But every time they would make kanang appointment, somehow Frank Sinatra always gets sick or he has something else to do. So Guy Talese ends up going to his house but interviews like different people, but that's not Frank Sinatra, and he ends up building this kanang this biography of Frank Sinatra based on other people's accounts of him, which is a very effective way of writing for somebody you've never met. That's my suggestion. And lastly, Adulting by Astrid Ilano. This one is written in Cebuano. So this is about kanang activism. Yes. The queerness is not really important to the story, but it has something to do with leaving home and kanang coming into conflict with you as an adult, coming into conflict with another adult in your home, which is also supposedly your mother. So this is a very powerful essay. I like it. So, oh yeah. I was like, Adulting, Astrid Elano, naasa Libulan 2. So this one, these are my suggestions for this person. Like I said, read these essays and then you have to plan how to write this, because right now there's a lot of sabi nila, and then somehow you also know this information, like who told you? So we have to be very careful as well. And at the same time, to be honest ba, like I don't know, that's Alden's perspective that some people might find the tikbalang offensive. I don't know, I'm a bisexual person, so like I don't really care. Like okay, I understand that people see us weird, whatever, continue, para nako. But for some people who might be a bit more sensitive, that's also okay, especially if they're much older. Nga kanang they find nga, oh, this might be dehumanizing, blah blah blah. Para nako okay. Okay. Wala jud koy kuan, wala jud koy kurat ana. Kay bahala basta ma-reinforce nimo ang point, and I understand the kanang intentions sa bitaw nga nung tikbalang ang gigamit. So that's fine with me. Anyway, yeah, thanks.
Siguro para makuha na to ang images, no? Sa to ang central metaphor, if ato ang insight nga we're trying to impart to the readers is the confrontations or the experiences of lesbian. If this is their experience, under ana is atong i-map unsa nga mga metaphor atong gamiton. Nga ato ni siyang ma-pull off nga insight or makuha sa reader. Pwede siguro your tian and then the tikbalang, juxtaposition ba? And then you unsa may mo mga second-hand accounts nga nabaw nimo sa imong tian, you present it like a second-hand account, but very wisely lang nga para dili lang pod mura siya gossip or rumor pagka-present. Tapos you give background, relevant background sa tikbalang nga imo siyang matahi nga somehow ma-connect into the lesbianism. Nganong ingon ani ang pagtan-aw sa mga tao? Unsa di ay naa sa tikbalang, anong lang gitawag ang mga tumboy as tikbalang? So pwede ka na ang discussion. And then, sunod, nganong gitawag og tikbalang si, knowing these attributes or characteristics of tikbalang, nganong gitawag si tian? So it's because ti ay maunik, na in love siya, na siya blah 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 blah. Kato lang yung kaya, pwede na ito i-remove ang mga kamera-kamera, pamamanhikan, pwede rin natin pang-remove. And then next, pahion na po mo siya balik. Nga, you insert your positionality. Nga, maingon ka dito nga, for example, nga, hindi pa ako nakakita ng tikbalang. Pero sa for example, if I look at mga lesbian ba, ingon ba, this is the face of a tikbalang or something like that. That is your position. Wondering ba? Nag-wonder lang ka, that's the rhetoric, something. Dili definitive but wondering. Leave it to the reader. Tapos next, balik na po kasi mong tian, unsa man ang iyang experience based on the second-hand accounts. I-present, tapos with the tikbalang, tahiun mo, and then more on, gingon ni Shivni, your positionality. That is the eye of personal essay. Despite or in spite of writing, dili ka central sa masugulanon, munang you are obliged to incorporate your positionality. Where do you stand? So kana, muna na last up until the end. Pwede ka mo balik-balik para full circle, tahion lang nimo, pero your personality should prevail or should manifest above this story. Mo naging personal essay. Unya, kana, para ang imuhang personal essay, mubasa siya nga, dili lang siya MMK, kung dili na po siya pagka-academic nga part. That's personal essay man. And then, the essay part. And then you end it with a bang or with ingani ako ang kasagaran mo end ko basta magsulat ko gumalaysay no or the personal essay na ko'y murag somehow ritual nga dapat na siya quiet surrender. Something diha. The quiet surrender nga dapat naka-detach na ko diha kay if ang I understand if nasuko pa ka tungod ana anong gitawag man siya. You write it that way. Suko dapat suko. Dapat pwede gani ka masuwat first draft nimo argumentative. Ganito ba talaga yung mga tao noon? So at least na show as mentioned ni John nga ang generational. Yes. Argument mo to pag adto sa English the surrender. So kana munang you process lang usa basin niya og heavy pa kayo sa imuha ang material ba. You process first kay understand kay baka mosulat kog CNF, it feels like a torture. Lisod kaya ablihan ng usa ka butang nga bugat na dan CNF gani. Ngano mosulat gid usa ka butang nga wala ra kay mo make sense. Basta CNF na gina siya sense sa imuha. You make sense. You approach the material as pure as possible. Muna, you get to relieve trauma, bad or traumatic experiences. Bisan gani og mga second hand. Ako pagsulat ako sa walay bayad, nag-interview ko, na-disturb gani ko sa ilang mga sharing sa ilang mga experiences. So, mingon na, be reasonably disturbed. I-absorb then you process. Kaya nga process man gid mo na siya ang imong positionality. Diha mo gawas. Asa mo ka mo stand? Imo ba gud i-reject ang masculinity nga present sa imong text? Gusto ba nimong i-approach nga dapat irrelevant na ni mga generational belief nga dapat kini mga women manghugas ra gud ni sila og plato? Kana. But I appreciate gid nga you present it, kay nakita gud na mong difference. Manang giingon ni John, I'm just trying to follow through nga as karon nga youth sa karon nga generation unsa man ang imong stand. I'm very interested. Especially kung anagad kita no with the advent of social media, open na kita with these things, daghan na kitang nabasa. Even gani nakbasa na tag mga personal stories sa uban i-post sa Facebook. Away sa pamilya, away sa uyab, di ba? So, ingon ana. Learn from these things. Siguro ang akong recommendation kuan kato kang Rizal Mujares tapos you read a psychoanalytic theory lang kasi you're familiar with Freud. Ang psychoanalytic theory lang ni Freud, especially Freud, the exploration of katong ego, superego, and then you merge with Erikson, psychosocial development, especially on the itong identity crisis something. Nana diha. I think it would be helpful to you. So kato lang, you map the very reason manang ako siyang kita sa tagsa ganina kay gusto nako isulti sa imuha nga mao ni siya ang chronology nga nahitabo sa imuhang text. Gusto nako kahibaw nga what went wrong. Chronology ra man gud ni siya ba? Tapos pag-cut lang gud sa uban nindot na gani nga sugilanon.
Hi. So nalang ko i-say something nag-stalk me ni Meg. And yeah, I think it's about like yes, like need completion. Well, like, nag-talk me kay maybe the katong language nga like murag kanang gossipy language. Maybe it could work as like the start when you introduce the tita as like a tikbalang because it holds like kanang the weight gani of how like the older generation sees queer people. And then as you go through the essay na, ato na nimo murag i-shed ang image of the tikbalang, magka-mature, ato na imong positionality as a person, ato na nimo iingon nga, no, I don't think this is, na mga breadcrumbs nga, murag maka-realize siya, this person nga, dili man, like, kuan naman siya, like, murag, ato na niya ipakita nga at first, kay mo na gossip siya, kay sa others man, kato man nga generation, but like, at the end, maybe the writer could end it with like his or her, their, kanang perspective jud on that character and ato na niya ma-position ihang self sa kuan and then that's when the image the image of the lesbian being a tikbalang somehow it becomes like less siguro problematic for others because you can see the growth in the kuan so that's just a suggestion sa kanang iyang how the person could possibly tackle iyang kuan.
writing. If you ang problem man good, you started with the second hand account. Succeeding paragraphs man good, you own the experience man good, as if you live the experience with the person. Muna sigurong inconsistent lang. Yes, I agree. It could work good nga. You set the tone, intro palandaan nga. Sabi nila, yung lola ko tekbalang. Yes. Pwede good kayo na siya, but be consistent. Na-establish mo good ni mga second-hand account, tapos mga saksi na, there were paragraphs or there were narrations nga as if you were there. Walang siguro ang...
Kanang grabe po to nga helpful katong niingon nga establish the age maybe because you can start like ang narrator kay bata pa mo na ato siya mukuan sa sabi nila but as ni kuan na ni Taylor like ni change jud ang tone sa kanang writer like sa kuan like ang main narrator sa piece para makita pud nga like naay growth nga like ni older jud siya mo na siya iyang voice nga nakaingon na jud siya kay like kuan man siya
I would suggest for this fellow to broaden a bit more on the journalistic side of CNF. Kay when you're writing CNF Manggod, you have to have a certain journalistic rigor because what you're writing is inherently political, inherently positional. The way you write is already a manifestation of what your personal beliefs are. For example, I would suggest na the fellow would delve into investigative journalism. Not necessarily write investigative journalism pieces, but read investigative journalism pieces, even investigative journalism na documentaries. Because CNF is almost like investigative journalism in a way na if you read investigative journalism na pieces, it's not just the writer reporting what is happening, but also the writer experiencing what is happening. And for, somewhat that is also CNF. The relationship of the writer with the events that they are writing. That is CNF, and that is something that I think was not established with this piece. So, by selecting not only what you tell, but also how you tell it and how that relates to you, not necessarily expressing your opinion outright, but how you write, what you select in that event, what you select in that scene, somewhat, that is already you trying to give a position, trying to give your POV in the issue or in the idea that you are trying to discuss in CNF. And I think that also applies for the other fellow, CNF fellow. Pero muna to akong comment for this piece. Thank you.
Wala ko mag-promote na pero it's a good read ang A View from Ground ni Atom Araulio. Si ito. Yeah, if the journalistic side mo nang ningon ang personal essay naman gud siya ang pagka-academic side ba. That's the metaphor working naman gud tahi. So muna looking forward to reading sa revision na ni. Nagod siya place.
So we will be asking our fellows for their comments. Anina, please, does anyone want to share their thoughts? Feel free to do so. The floor is yours, guys. Or if dili sa fellows, kay sa audience, let's ask the audience. Na may ingon? Okay, let's go to Samuel Mendez. Hello, Sam.
Hello, I am Sam. So yeah, first off, I actually really like the story, but I agree with a lot of the criticisms. As far as it stands right now, it really does feel like more of a fiction than a CNF. In a CNF, I think the main thing that really makes it feel more like a fiction is how there's like a twist like it wasn't shown at the start that it was a metaphor, and then it was like twisted at the end for like dramatic effect. And I think, like what Dean and Meg said, if you had like started with the age, the audience would have assumed this is a child's mind or whatever. But as it stands, it feels like magical realism. And I love the Tikbalang. This is actually, I recently wrote a children's story about a little kid seeing his new stepfather that he doesn't like as a Tikbalang, simply because he doesn't like that. And so I feel kind of connected with this story as well, seeing that parallel. And with the LGBTQ thing, with the whole Wallowa thing, my interpretation is, I mean, obviously the story said it was more believable that she married a Tikbalang instead of she married another woman. I feel like that part can be fleshed out more, like the prejudice part. Like, it feels like before showing off that like being called a Tikbalang was, because obviously they called her a Tikbalang as an insult, you know, it's not a good thing. And I feel like the story didn't delve on like the negative connotations with it and immediately tried to reclaim it, you know, and you didn't dwell on it being like, they're gay, that's bad, you know. It was immediately like you reclaimed the whole thing of a Tikbalang. And so yeah, I think that's all. But overall, I really did like the whole central metaphor of it, and I think it was well executed in that part.
Thank you so much, Sam. Does anyone else want to share their thoughts before we unmask the Tikbalang? Just kidding. Before we unmask the writer. No. Going once, going twice. Sige. Let us give the floor to the writer. Drum roll, please. Okay, the floor is all yours.
Oh my God. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So first of all, thank you very much, panelists, for the learning experience na comments. I really love it, especially like it started a very tangible conversation right now, and especially it's my first time writing CNF, and especially in this language, because I always write poetry. So like, I wanna try CNF, and especially in this language, because like it's not my language, because like I'm from Samar, Sawaray. So, wag. Yeah, opo. And then, so ano po? Like, what can I say? I can say po, like, for my work, I was like, it was like, told by my lola, yung kapatid niya, and it was like, the info I was getting sa side lang ni Lola Tian, was from my lola. And then like for the pamamanhikan part, I was actually there, because like my parents, like they were like very young when they conceived me, and then like later part na yung pamamanhikan part. So I was a witness somehow. I was a witness. And then for the because of like very weakness ko talaga yung mga like the punctuation marks, the hyphens. Maybe that's why po na sa diction parang like maybe I'm just getting good at it, because like I keep on speaking Tagalog here in Cebu. But like, yeah, that's why weakness ko lang talaga po yung mga punctuation marks and all the thing. And yeah, I actually saw na maybe I need to parang like make clear kung where do I stand in this, because like I was trying to tell where my stand is, pero it's like just parang naging ano siya, naging metaphor. Because like, di ba sa first part, pinagbabawalan nila ako sa like, the rain. And then sa last part, parang hinayaan ko na yung self ko. Pero like, nakita ko, it's so metaphor and then like, parang it won't work. So like, I need to clearly say it out. Because like, especially na this delves into like a political part. And then like, I didn't actually, I wasn't the one who parang like decided na I used the metaphor na tikbalang. Because like, sa summer talaga, yung pinaka central, especially sa Eastern Summer, yung central na like parang mythical figure na kilala is the tikbalang talaga. So that's why parang like fix na sa barangay namin na they're the one ba who called the tikbalang. So parang I just adapted that it's them calling the tikbalang. So it wasn't me. So I just used it. And then like, yeah, I was also like the mention of cameras. Yeah, maybe I will remove it because like I was like trying to make a point na, because like especially like Lola Tian was like loves photography. And then, like I was trying to like prove a point na like diba, if you try to capture like especially if a rainbow, it's like they believe man na there's like kinakasal na tikbalang. It's like if you try to capture it, parang di mo man makaka-capture yung tikbalang. So basically in essence, parang di mo rin makaka-capture yung love nila. So I was trying to make a point, pero I guess I'll much focus more on the tikbalang side. Okay. And then yes, I will change po the title because I feel like there's much more title. And yeah, this is my first draft kasi. And then and like naisip ko kasi na baliktaran yung i-title kasi like parang like yung yan yung parang like second to the central theme sa tikbalang kasi like diba, if you change your clothes, you baliktad it, and then the stories na nabaliktad. So like the fate na nabaliktad. So I was like guessing na okay, maybe baliktaran. So I will change it po. And for yung metaphor po also na like yung mga nagsilabasan yung elepante, onggoy, and I was like trying to capture yung sounds ng elepante, like kasi like at that time they were like naghihiyawan like like the grief. I was trying to capture the grief kasi like, and it reminded me because like when I hear the people na naghiyawan na out of their grief, it kind of sounded like sa mga animals na yon. So like parang yun yung nagamit ko, and maybe I can like refine that more. And the italicized part sa ata, it was like to emphasize. Opo. And then like sa let's be honest, it was because of English, kaya like, kaya i-italicize ko na lang. Because like sa badge of honor naman, kasi like, wala ko siya na-italicize kasi like I was skeptic kasi like, for me yung badge of honor, parang may na siya, parang like so Filipino na term. Di ko na lang na mind. So, I will work on that po. So far, I want to italicize. So far, I'm very thankful for this, for this critique. I love you guys. Para bang? Okay, that's it po.
Okay. Kung siguro, choose lang ka o experience or second hand. For example, I understand ang pamamanhikan na you were there, no? I-consider lang if relevant ba siya sa sugilanon. If wala, tanga lang. Tapos, you can make use of the space. Pagkatangtang niya. And then, ang baliktaran man yun, somehow, it connotes your positionality ba nga, support traged ka, nga, balihon lang si Nina para ma-revert identity. Kuan lang, I challenge you, kay ang pagsulat mo yung CNF, especially second-hand account, you are inquiring ba? Quoting Martin Heidegger, every inquiry is a seeking. So, learn from those interview. From there, makasulat ka, this is a very good material, good. And then, kato, I understand sa tikbalang, no? Because we shared the same tale nga kung mag-ulan gikasal ang tikbalang sa ano yan napag rainbow. Focus ka diha. Not necessarily siguro nga atong i-associate lesbian as tikbalang. Pwede siguro gamiton lang nato siya as metaphor into something nga merong nagmamahalan, something ana. Ay, nanapoy ano kay nanapod siguro na in love. Nga homo. Pwede siguro na not necessarily tikbalang or pwede nimong i-establish provided nga kaya nimong provide a context tailored sa imong CNF. Thank you for writing this piece.
All right. Okay, all right. Let's move on to our next CNF fellow. Thank you so much for the insights. We have Uncle Al's shelf. I'm going to ask one of the fellows to summarize this. Okay, we have Alice.
So Uncle Al's Shelf is the story follows memoir of the writer and how she talks about her uncle and their adventures with like their childish adventures and everything until naabot ang point where the uncle had dementia and yeah.
Thank you for that. Now let's move on. Let's ask our main panelists for this piece. We have Miss Shivni. Grace us with your char.
Hello, maing hapon. Maing hapon. Okay. So, Uncle Al's Shelf is this essay about this man named Al who is the uncle of the narrator, and this person is actually not Filipino. Great uncle de siya. Very old man who recently passed away, assuming from the nonfiction piece. So Uncle Al is a very animated kanang character, no? It reminds me of that kanang statement gani nga kanang your parents are not kanang kind to you, but then for some reason your grandparents are super kind and you're so spoiled because it's a way for them to like atone for how mean they were to your parents. So it's giving that vibe nga. Oh, he's very very happy guy. He has a lot of anik-anik. So he has items on the shelves, and these items, of course, very colorful, and it attracts the narrator. So she's very, what's the term? Intrigued by this shelf. However, when I was reading through the essay, maihapran ako ang times nga na-mention ang shelf. Mostly, the whole essay is all about Uncle Al. Now, that's not a bad thing per se if the title was just Uncle Al. But you established in the title that the title is Uncle Al's Shelf. So, I was expecting like a lot of tales about your favorite things from the shelf. That's the thing, we have to be very careful with the title. Remember, writing is not even poetry at this point, but when you write, it's very tactical. So you have to think, what do I want to include here? What am I not necessarily allowed to say, but what contributes to the story that everything has significant meaning. So remember, just because you put your hair in a bun and you put on a gray t-shirt and some sweatpants doesn't mean it contributes to the story. At the end of the day, you will still get kidnapped by One Direction no matter what you're wearing. So we have to be very deliberate with the things that we include in this story. Not to say that the things here are unnecessary. It's just that the way that these anecdotes are placed. Take note, pin that word in your head, anecdotes. The way that these anecdotes are placed in this essay, it's really not the best shape to tell the story. I have nothing against the story that is being told. Okay, it reminds me of the first CNF that I also wrote, which you read before. Katong akong about sa akong lolo. Yeah. Yeah, kanang, because he also passed away at the time. And kanang the way that I wrote it, which is how I suggest would the writer would revise this is in vignettes. So the same thing that I said in the previous poet, si part 1, si part 2, si part 3. And these part 1, part 2, part 3 is these items in the shelf that hold significant meaning to you because you and your uncle interacted with it in a certain way that is very memorable or fun to you. And that will reinforce your relationship and the character. So, balik ta sa ato ang basic lit, implied characterization. Right now, I am seeing direct characterization nga Uncle Al is this kind of guy, and Uncle Al is that kind of guy, and he's so fun, and he does like these cool tricks with his yo-yo, and he has these collectibles, blah, blah, blah. And then, okay, so I need you to show us how you connect why Uncle Al is a big deal, and why his passing away is so, it cuts you really deep, because we want to experience the same thing that you are experiencing. So essentially, this is a summary of Uncle Al's life in the Philippines with another embedded summary of his life in the US. And right now, right now what I see is Uncle Al is a very treasured person, but I do not see the interactions that warrant this person to be treasured as much. I mean, there are instances, but it's like, oh, we were hanging out and he taught me how to play the yo-yo. How? What's the conversation? There's not a lot of conversation in the CNF as well. It's all just description. I need that interaction. Check mo. Nga kanang, you know when children say things like, my mom drives a blue car, and the person you're speaking to, like a teacher, oh, does she really? Kanang tubay-tubayan, ganika. Yeah, to you, to the teachers, like, kapuya, balik-balik ang istorya. But in your mind, oh my God, this person is my favorite teacher of all time because she listens to what I say. Muna ka na-effect sa imong haba. So I want that sort of thing. Yeah. As Al said in the lecture earlier, an essay is to attempt. And this is actually a really good attempt because you're putting into words the memory of someone, and it also reminds me of my own attempts. But you're putting into words the memory of someone, so this is essentially like a tribute to them. But the thing is, it's purely just description of this person. You're not making us experience this person. So when you are trying to talk to us about this certain character, it has to be, remember, it has to be written in a way that is just like fiction. Fiction techniques in real life happenings. Okay? So there has to be dialogue, there has to be story. Speaking of story, I was struggling to find the plot of this piece. Until now, actually, I don't know what the plot is. You are kanang making a tribute to your uncle, and then maybe the high point is when he passed away and the relatives in the US are like, I don't know what to say. So that also works, I guess. And this also works in a way as it is a celebration of his life and the trinkets that you found in his house. However, like I said, there's not really a plot to this, which I also admit in my first CNF that was also commemorating my grandfather, there was also no plot. It was just talking about him and the kind of person that he is. So it was more like a character study, which is this, that's how I read this. It's a character study. So there are very few rules in CNF. There are very few rules in CNF. So write it in a way that you think is best to connect the story together. So right now, what you're doing is you're doing a lot of time jumps, and there's no dialogue. I understand that there is a word count, no? A word count. So most of the essays are like 4 to 5 pages. And kanang, so you're trying to condense this man's very colorful life into this word count. So of course, you are unable to delve into certain moments that were so important to you. And sometimes there are sections where they don't really connect at all. So kanang in one section you were like in 2008, and then kanang naabot siya, and then after siya naabot, nagduwa na dayon mo. O yuyu, yan, nasa yung mga kisgut mo og Pokemon and ana kanang it's not to say that it's very jumbled. It is in chronological order kaso it's really not the best way to tell the story. Huh, ngano? Oh. Okay. So kana siya. So my suggestion is vignettes are fine. So si part 1, what item on the shelf was so important. Part 2, what item on the shelf. Then kanang since when you revise this, there's no more word. Napa ba word count? Dili wala na guro. So 1 million words ang building Harry Potter. So kanang go crazy, I guess. Nga kanang part 1 ya. Kanang please have some remember your implied characterization because right now it's very direct. You're not making me connect with this person. You're just telling me that he's a smiling man, but you're not making me smile with him. Okay? So it's totally fine to have vignettes of experiences with him, especially the ones that are most memorable. The thing with this essay is it makes Uncle Al feel godlike. When I know that you appreciated his humanity more and this is why you wrote this essay to commemorate his humanity. So, really, kanang koan, specific scenarios. Okay? And you let the trinkets lead you into this kanang story. The thing with literary journalism is, of course, yes, it is documentation. So you're documenting the life of someone. You focus on one person, which is Uncle Al, and you aim to humanize them by making the narrator interact with this person. So you have to talk, recall memories and events with them. Okay? Isa pa. If it is very long but we don't have the luxury of a solo collection or book, like I said, vignettes is really your best bet. And it's when you write CNF, I know we have this idea that CNF it's an essay so it's continuous. It doesn't have to be continuous. You can do part by part until you are more ripe or ready to write in a more continuous way. Vignettes are friendlier for those who are still starting out. Okay, but that doesn't mean because I suggested you start with vignettes now that you use vignettes all the way till the rest of your life. Like I said, you will have to read more and you will eventually mature in your writing. So you can let go of the vignettes. Right now, vignettes are just ganing karang, kanang training wheels for children to walk. So ang vignettes kay karang siya. You hold on to this thing with wheels so that it can help you to walk. So read widely so that you can let go of the karang and you can write on your own without these guiding parts for you. Okay? But also, just because you are commemorating someone's death doesn't mean the CNF has to be sad. It can totally be happy. There are CNFs out there that are actually very funny. So if there was a funny moment that you remember with your uncle, it's good to also include it here. So that in a way, more siyang bittersweet, I guess. Which is what I got from the ending actually. It was bittersweet, but it would be stronger if there were actual interactions with this man. Okay? So, kana siya, reading list for this person. Ano siya? Reading list for this person. Master class readings of CNF. Of course, same things that I said earlier. Stunt Pilot by Annie Dillard. Look at the way that this woman describes a new friend. She's very confused. Yeah, in medias res siya pagka-write. Another master class is I Never Sang for My Father by Resel Mojares. So, death is the central symbol. It's not really the central metaphor, but it is the anchor to the story. And it tells the story in medias res. So what you are doing here is you are starting from the very beginning, but it's okay to start from the death. Okay? There's something called black humor, no? Namatay ng tao, but then there's like, you find humor in like memories with him. That's also fine. The Year of Magical Thinking by Joan Didion. That is a collection of essays by Joan Didion. She's one of the founders actually of creative nonfiction with Ligot Kind. And, kinsa pa to? Sila nga mga nonfictionist. most of them are white people for some reason. No, pero at the time, di pa to sad creative nonfiction ang term. Ang term ato nila kay new journalism. Dili. Nakalimutan ko kinsa. Basta upat to sila kabuok. Si John Didion and then si Cristina Hidalgo ug si Margie Vasco sa Pilipinas. Hoy, simba ko. No, thank you. Ang kana siya, kanang, what else? Like I said, Frank Sinatra has a cold by Gate Elise because it is the first ever literary profile nga na-publish in a publication nga kanang legit dyan. It was in a magazine, I think. So very important you read the old school ones in order for you to create your own sound. Nya kanang I don't remember the title of this essay, but this is in the collection Abinako or So I Thought by Johanna Lynn Cruz. Ako lang siya i-describe is the scuba diving essay. Basta is this essay where she's like, I took up scuba diving. Dili. Joanna Cruz. Naay essay dito nga she's like I'm taking up scuba diving right now, and then she details to you the 8 steps that you need to do when you are scuba diving, and she writes essays for them, and it's not a tutorial on how to scuba dive. She makes the steps metaphors for parts of her life where she is reflecting. So nice siya nga kanang pagka-create ba. So, I think it's upstairs. I don't know. You can ask Doc Hope na ba siya copy. Kana siya. Your writing is chronological, which dampens the effect of your work because it is starting from the beginning. And if you start from the beginning, this man moved from America. Yan, nag-abot sa ending, kinamatay siya. Okay. It's better to do it as like symbols from the shelf or kanang tell it in medias res, and remember to have kanang conversations with this memory of a man. Additional readings, kanang please don't be afraid to have fun in your CNF. Don't forget to have your characters laugh a little bit because of course you are writing about people, you're also writing about yourself. And you're not always sad. There are times where you are so exceedingly happy you forget you had homework due the next day. Gamanic episode ka. Tim Crader, I Know What You Think of Me. I think this is on the New York Times. It's a really stupid essay about this man who sent a picture of a bunch of mountain goats to the entire company through email. Nya gi-reply to all ang iyahang email when supposed to be reply to someone else nga. Nanapod ni siya, naghambog na po ni siya sa iyang weekend nga way lami. Pero nakita niya kay reply to all man. So now he knows and everyone knows that this coworker thinks that Tim Crader is stupid. Pero funny siya pagka-execute. It is really good niya. Ang ending is so kind of reflective ba. You forget that the start was really funny. Yeah, another additional reading, like I said, don't forget to have fun in your CNF. Sa disaster nga collection sa Willa, there is a writer by the name of Kay Bughaw. Funniest essay in that collection kay nagbinayot sila sa balay ganang sa to bagyo nga natap sila sa balay kay walay mahimo nya nag-away sila sa iyang igsuon nya ang iyahang anak kay ni-appeal sad sa away nya nagbali-bali na sila linggo nya the whole point of it is kanang there's a disaster going on outside, that's fine, kanang we can't do anything about it, we're all trapped at home, let's not fight because we are still family, we only have each other in this time of crisis. So that's nice. And there's another essay, I don't remember the title of this, but this is one of the first creative nonfiction pieces that I've read kanang when I was in high school by the author David Sedaris. Kanang nani siya sa iyahang collection nga Let's Talk About Diabetes with Owls, masiguro to. But I can't remember the title of this essay, but basically kanang there's a neighbor, nga friend ni David Sedaris, katong bata pa sila, nga niadto sa ilahang balay, or something like that, nga kanang stuff happened and then gipitlok siya sa papa ni David. The neighbor child that's not your son, but you are disciplining a child that's not yours. Gipitlok niya. And then yana si David, no, it wasn't his fault, it was actually mine. So they took the kid into the back in like their yard or something and they gave him ice cream, but the ice cream is actually just frozen milk. So kanang gubot jud kay siya nga home life, but it was written in such a funny way nga kanang essentially, don't be afraid to be funny or don't be afraid to show what it really is in CNF, because CNF doesn't mean nga I have to be sad. Have fun. Break the genre. Everybody's so sad now. You will be more remembered if you express joy in your CNF. Especially with such a man who has such a colorful life, and then you write him in such blue, white, and gray. Yung shelf kay colorful kaayo. So let's focus on the color of his life in parts and vignettes. Muna kong suggestions. TY.
Okay. This is the story about memory and how one tries to process losing these memories. Now, it's a very promising kanang story, no? But my gripe is that the piece was not able to delve deeper into these realities, the conflicts, and the challenges to our humanness in the scenarios that were given. So it felt lacking to me. There were attempts, but the writer needs to add more avenues for thought and reflection. Next, ang katong second paragraph, it's chock full of adjectives and adverbs. There's a term for this. It's called purple prose. So try to avoid purple prose. Pick the ones that accurately depicts the person you want to describe and bank on that description. Elaborate and show us without like using plainly adjectives only. Show them in action to make that adjective come to life, basically. Then on page 28, actually mo to, mo na ni siya ang Uncle Al's shelf. My favorite sentence, pero na-error gyapon na niya sentence. When they were unevenly assorted, sorted guna, or randomly assorted, depende, as though they were their own tiny city with dissimilar buildings clumped beside one another. It's such, yes, this is my favorite sentence. Kay mo na ni Uncle Al's shelf. And it's a very poetic image nga sa iyang life, it's so jumbled, it's so random, it's so cluttered. And it's here, yeah, it's here. It's a nice picture. So kana, na knickknacks, na toys, na mga Pokemon. Okay, yeah, katong sa page 29, he wore an adult diaper to steady himself. I think this is an error. Yeah, that's my question there. So kana, you need to add more I need this piece to be lengthened and be given more chance to kanang to nga na kay in the end na kay ma-realize. And I don't think many will tell you this, especially kamo nga beginner writers, that writing is actually like practicing for a marathon, training for a marathon. We actually talked about this ganina on lunch nga nagsugod mo shorter lengths, then you will venture into a little bit longer, and then a little bit longer. That's building stamina for your brain to have that kanang have that kanang sa ito gani kanang gilad mo sa inyong ginhawa. Nagbinisaya na ko. Para you can pursue even greater nga reflections and possibilities in the narrative if you have that stamina already to write longer works. Panalitan katong ako nagsugod ko short stories, then short stories. Eventually nagkuan ko, those short stories were my training ground to eventually write a novel length nga story. Pero katong novel length nako is still a short novel consisting of 15 ka 14 ka 15 ka chapter niya, usa ka prologue, short novel pa to. So nagpractice ako ron para sa kanang actual full novel length. So mura gyud tag ga-marathon, ga-30 for marathon. These are still short, except sa poetry. But then, eventually, try yourself to push the narrative further. See where your mind and your reflections can arrive. Okay, diha ninyo masukod kung unsa ang possibility sa inyong material. How you can stretch it, what you can discover out of the material that you are molding into a story.
Ako sa babali sa ako kay kuan man jud ko. I started writing with a diary first. So tag-as jud ko pang suwat nga og ganahan lagi ko nga CNF na siya kay this has some political merit o diha na ko mura ko ga blackout poetry. Ko usay nindot ani ba ko pang highlight niya. Diha na ko mugna-mugnaon niya din butang-butang na mga flower, mga poetization, cheme-cheme. Musa na sa ako ang mga best writer sa Hulma, musa na amo ang gi-practice karon kay kanang nahuman na sila sa ilhang face nga tag-as ilhang mga sinuwat nga mga parts nga medyo walay pulos karon kay controlled na sila musuwat. Usahay ganay miss mahadlok na ko musuwat kay kanang daghan man day kay kog kanang manduon nya kanang one of the ang president sa Hulma karon si Aryan kay he wrote a poem nya kanang prose poem to siya and then he was like let me try something so giliteral jud blackout poetry. So there's like 3 versions of this poem nga ang katong original nga taas kis tanan nga nagkuan siya lamentra siya sa iyang BL nga kanang nakuan situationship kay merot nya dayon ang blackout nga version nga more siya newspaper nya the words itself nga ano siya nga miss I realized while doing this nga why say so much when these words are just as effective and it's still saying the same story. So kanang whatever works for you kanina ni kay murag stamina building ako kay dali mo ko mabtaglaay so dapat suwato na ko tanan nya diha na ko mang erase kahuman kani siya kay kuan man siya stamina building palagyo ay naman dyan siya 42 km ako kay napakos 5 so ano siya ako karon kay you know I'm working on something pero naabtan ako glaay so saan kanina ko ron no what I done now kana ganing when you write something the idea is so good nga you want it to like mag-plug na USB sa imong brain para iana na lang sa imong computer.
You will know nga you are working on something great if kanang murag na puga na gyud kay mo ulo like you are crawling towards something to create something nya wala ka kaybaon sa imong buhaton sunod. That means nga you are actually really doing it na gyud. Kay you are pushed to the limit on how to kana execute something naman. That means sakto na imong gibuhat nga naa na gyud ka diha nga eventually naman ay mga moments of kanang clarity ba nga uy yes okay ato ni employ sige so padayon ka na padayon na naman na siya.
Okay. For me lang, there's a sense of maturity and tenderness sa kining CNF. It is beautifully curated and narrated. It's somehow an extended tribute no sa iyang uncle. Ang giproblematize lang nako is nawala ang pagka-personal dere. Nawala ang I. Even gani sa ending, nag-goal, nag-mourn ang parents, pero siya wala. I mean, although implied dito nga gikip niya ang M&M, make me feel as a reader sa emotion sa writer nga imong gisuwat. Unsa man ka nag-goal ka ni or kato proud nga nalipay bagad ka despite sa death because you have this uncle. Tapos wala ma-develop ang shelf. I'm looking forward to the shelf. Basin sa Pandora box. Blah. Yes. Kato lang, in writing CNF, no, muratag literature review. Muratag research, but it's retrospective review ba sa toong recollection. Retrospective, recollection, gani, retrospective. So muratag recollection review, tanaw na to dito tanan nga which we think helpful sa tuwang sugalano. Nato isulat, nato imap. Tapos, once we write that piece into one body or one manuscript, diha pa nato mahibawaan, like Shivni, buhagay lang yun. Tanan, isulat. Ihilak lang yun na diha. Tapos after sa revision, dito niyo mahibawaan nga, manangtang naka. Kill. Tapos, ang wala lang direct after na ko nibasa no, kay so what? So what? Asa na ang personal diri? Asa, kanang wa kay nako ma-feel ang attachment ba sa writer, sa I dire. And then para nako helpful kayo siya kay nanamo gyud maturity ang paggamit sa language. Tender na gid kayo siya ba nya. Mutong ingon ang the quiet surrender dito sa ma-achieve with ani sa ingon ani nga type of writing. And then helpful siya for a Filipino nga walay uyuan nga taga nga foreigner nga ingani bud ay ang culture nga gitry og not acculturate, enculturate siguro or share sa tuang pagka-Filipino. At least nakita na ko dire nga, oh, it's amazing. Wa kay ganani mga duwaan. Mag-atang ra magud ko before yung sa ianod sa dagat ba. So ang batong sa pang. Kato lang, ayaw kalimti ang ay. Kabaw pagod ko nga, this is just the start. Atod pa ni Shivni, this is just the profile of your simang uyuan. Isulat na ang imuhang personal dere.
Hi. So I'm gonna share like my thoughts. It's more of like an echoing of what like everyone is saying. So this isn't the first time I encountered this piece because this was presented to us for our CNF class, and I think that's one of the reasons why murag wala gani ni explore ang writer sa more like cheerful, like quirky side. I think it's because like focused ang writer sa fact na we had to write the unsayable, and when you say the unsayable, it's usually the heavy stuff. So like maybe that's like the reason why wala kay siya ni explore, but now na murag wala na nga murag limitation, maybe it's like mas free na ang writer to like it's time to fly. And another thing I want to siguro to point out is like like make the shelf a character if possible. So I'm gonna sound really performative. I haven't read this, but like Virginia Woolf's The Waves ba to? Nga ang house itself is like a character, like the emptiness of the house. Kanang maybe like find the shelf, like describe kani siya nga trinket. This is something na you and your uncle shared. That's an avenue to explore your memory with that uncle. So this trinket is like for your memory, like dagan kay trinkets, like use the trinkets in the shelf. If you really want to retain the shelf as the central image, siguro use it as a character. Yeah. Yes.
I don't know if the writer is aware of this, pero I think there is some attempt to distance the self in this piece from the events that have happened. Pero because this is a personal piece, I would suggest that you have to insert a lot of yourself into it, because that's how you're writing not only the profile of the person you're writing about, but how that person matters to you. So having your own experiences, not just saying na this makes me feel, not just the basic writing of how happy you became or how sad that made you, pero how that experience stays with you. So that's part of selecting what you write, what you include in your piece, I think. Murto, which is already echoing kang Alden nga, it's don't just put yourself into the koan. Sometimes when you're writing about other people, yes, you have to remove yourself somewhat, pero this is a personal experience, mansad. So you have to put a lot of yourself into it. Pero don't hold back on your own experiences if you're writing about yourself and if you're writing about how others have made an impact to you. because that's your experience. And if you remove yourself from your own experience, your essay becomes bare bones. So, well, thank you.
Siguro na-connect na nako nga nung di ko ka-penetrate sa sugilanon. It's because tungod sa limitation nga mention ni Adrian nga kato. Kuha lang siguro if you're trying to insert or incorporate your experience, kato lang yung maalaw nimo. Kaya nimong i-share. You just have to let the soft animal lover love what it loves. Mary Oliver. So, kana lang kay you're exposing yourself mangyod. Unya gusto po na ako ma-develop katong dementia part. Unsa nimo pag-hold? What did you do to keep your uncle nga mama? Ma-recall pagud niya ba? You're trying to fight against dementia, although it's hindi mo gina nato siya ma-fight. Pero what's your effort? Something inana. How does it impacted you or impact you? Nga pagkahibaw nimo na siya yung ana. Basin mo na siya a way nga pwede nimong ma-develop ang shelf. Nga despite nga na siya memory problem, basin mo na ito yung mahimong symbol ang iyang shelf as the receptacle sa iyang memories or sa iyang memories, something yun na. And kato lang.
Funny kining memory, no? Hello? Funny kining memory kay strong kayo siya. Despite mo lagi ni pero lahi man sa goning kanang dementia no, pero there are facets of memory nga strong kay siya kay na-admit man kog kanang mental hospital. One patient with us there is kanang kuan murag wa na gid siya ma-recall. But once she sits on the piano, she plays really, really good. Ang katong mga pieces yun nilang back naman tingnan nito yung gipang play. So there are facets of memory nga. And this piece has so much potential to delve into those intricate nga mga aspects nga especially ikaw nga you are retaining the memories of an uncle or a grand uncle losing his memories. What's the implication of that? So there is so much for you to kanang kuan gyud to delve into and reflect, and there are ideas about to bloom in this kanang kuan gyud piece.
Basin pwede nimo i-consider si last year second place sa essay Palangka si Miss Cathy Babaw kay she's writing about sa iyang mother si Caridad Sanchez nga who's suffering now with Alzheimer's or dementia ba na. Muna kasagaran sa iyang write-up karon nga it's nabasa na ko ang iyang entry, ang iyang piece is cemetery playlist. It's about dementia gid. Nya siya as a grief coach, giunsa niya pag coach ang iyang kagalingon sa grieving process ba. Anticipated grief. Ana, so kana I subscribe to Shivni nga it basin di ay although this is death, basin di ay nga dili katong mourning ang symbol nga pwede na ito magawas dire or ang emotion. Basin pwede po lipay, pero dapat na mag-draw lang po ta sa line basin unyag indulgent ra pod kaayo. Oh, kana alam po balance ra gid gyapon. Kana ya mo nang kato, your personal, your I.
Thank you, panelists, for those insightful critiques. I'm going to ask the fellows to share their thoughts. Does anyone want to share something? You want to share something? You want to share something? Sa audience, maybe someone calling out there, maybe someone wants to share their thoughts. Wala na? Okay, we will reveal the writer of Uncle Al's shelf. Sige. Drum roll. The floor is all yours.
Okay. Hello. Is it working? Hello. Okay. Hello. I am Ana de los Santos. Firstly, thank you so much for all of your comments. I was really trying to write everything down, especially when I revise it or I continue to make changes. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate it, and I think it would really help with improving. And I also agree with like everything that you guys said. I find it especially interesting that you saw through me because I don't really process my emotions like how do I put it? I don't know if I'd say I'm not emotional, but the thing is I don't really sit with my emotions. So I try to rationalize it, and then they're like in boxes, and I try to make sense of it. So that's why it came off like very detached, which I totally understand that maybe it was lacking that personal kind of deep-seated emotional touch. And then yes, I also agree as well with of the story being more of like a characterization. I will keep note of highlighting more about the shelf in and of itself. To be honest, while writing this piece, I think it was a bit like difficult for me because I'm trying to think of somebody that, you know, I did like admire and I loved and I miss. So it's hard to put myself back in those memories. So I didn't really like dive into it completely. I was just like looking at it as a movie, then like analyze it. So there was that like sense of again being a bit more detached. So yes, I'll try to make it more human. And then I just wanted to, is it okay if I ask a question? So I just wanted to ask especially the beginning, because it was mentioned that the story was like very chronological. So I wanted to ask a suggestion on like what's a better way I should start it. Should I start with the death or should I start with the shelf? Or like, I just wanted to ask what would be better.
Ako ang gibuhat sa ako ang own was I did start with the death. Kanang nindot sa tuang kang Rizal Muhares, his essay was like, my father died. That sentence is so final and complete. Mugina na ang start. I also started with a death because then it would be easier for you to pinpoint which moments are kanang so important to you. But I also see the merit of choosing your favorite items from the shelf. Then, but the thing is, we go back to what Al said about boundaries. Where do we draw the line between kanang indulgent nga you are just remembering and kanang where is the grief supposed to sit if this is now a fun essay. So kanang para nako it would be good to contextualize it with the death, but kanang that's really up to you. Muna akong suggestion.
Picture me this. Sunset, symbol of an end. Hitting the shelf just right. Each item casting long shadows as you pinpoint each. And then you lock into one where you remember the first day you met Uncle Al.
Directed by
Ako I would start it sa dementia. Siguro maingan ko nga the moment I knew Uncle Af had a dementia, I held onto his shelf. That's the one line. Then you you explore how connected you are with Uncle Al. Tapos with the death there's ako yung trip sa writing na siya one-liner ba? Then follow. Mara kung mag-start sa ending, dayon ako na siyang i-build up. Kuan man siya. Although the death is the ending, pero ang pinakabugat dito is ang memory man. And it's very hard to to keep a memory of something ikaw na lang nag-keep. Much more nga wala pa gud choice. Okay, it's a disease. Pwede, ang pag-new, sorry, ang pag-hold sa memory ba? Kaya ang memory mong God, although abstract, tangible mong God kaya siya. nga butang. Tapos kato basin pwede nimo ma-apply ang ano ba ang restraint nimo nga you are very radical or you are rationalizing sa imong emotion basin diha ang restraint ba. Yeah, sa memory lang gid ka. Hold. Not necessarily nga you state na you're sad or something, show it lang. Make us feel. You're happy, you're sad.
I think I'm okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's give Pan a round of applause. Hello, hello. Sige. We will now move on to our final fellow for the workshop. Oh my God. Last na. Let's go to fellow 5:30 p.m. And this is a fiction work. So I'm going to ask one of the fellows to summarize this piece. Does anyone want to summarize? Okay, thank you, Nicole.
This piece is actually set in somewhere near the campus, if I'm correct, specifically at a bench across the campus, and it introduces us to this character, a female, who keeps experiencing or who keeps witnessing an apparition of her late lover every 5:30. Oh my gosh, that's just a big spoiler. Well, yeah, that's it.
I had to check the time. Basig 5:30 na ba? Whoa! Basig na ay mo diri nga sa room nga like, you know? Joke lang. Sige. Let's ask our main panelist to share his thoughts. Give a round of applause to Mr. John Dante.
5:30 p.m. This is an unconventional way to write fiction. The form is more akin to poetry than the disciplines of fiction. Or, the writer is yet to discover more techniques using the disciplines of fiction. I am not sure which. If they are experimenting in form, the attempt falls flat as they have not yet even mastered the discipline of the art yet. I would strongly suggest to the author that they study and become proficient first with the disciplines of storytelling. There is an attempt at giving the story its weight and emotion because I actually felt it. It depicted survivor's guilt. That's what the whole thing is about. The execution lang yun, to me, is problematic. There are many inconsistencies within the narrative itself. If not inconsistencies, then confusing and unplanned ang iyang structure. The form itself is not helping anymore. So it is hard to follow if the setting is actually happening inside the car or katong nasa bench. Kay nikalit man tog shift nga nanaday sila sa car, unya nag-stoplight na, unya nagbangga na dayon and everything. So I do not think this piece delivered its intended effect, or if there is an intended effect, it's more like a narration of a story that does not know its course yet. So murag asa pa ni siya padung wala pa ni siya maka landing ang istorya. I can also see another cause of the problem is ang usual mistake sa beginner writer, wala pa makasabot sa medium nga they are using. The storytelling of this piece is leading towards the cinematic, a scene-by-scene narration made obvious by the staggered cutting of paragraphs. This is more like a screenplay than a short story, or more accurately, written with a screenplay in mind, pero submitted as a short story. While both are fictional, the label of fiction, as in capital F, as a genre, has its own established disciplines. It has been developed over a very long literary tradition. You need to master that first before you attempt to bend or break the disciplines, because by then, you would have already be informed as to the reasons behind the methods and the techniques that traditional fiction employs. So kana 5:30 PM mura siya katong Groundhog Day nga magbalik-balik, pero kuan lang siya mura katong time loop lagi nga every 5:30 mugawas to ang kalag, mag-istorya sila. Unya survivor's guilt gid. Actually nito siya pagka-show nga survivor's guilt gid siya nga kanang muadto siya nya i-try niya blame iyang self, but the soul is actually not blaming the persona. Now, asa to the sa last. Kani. So, I'm watching the bench. It's 5:29. I'm watching the bench, waiting. I don't know what scares me more, that he'll be there or that he won't. So kana, that closes the story. It really depicts to us survivor's guilt. But then kana mo na it's hanging. It's there, walay na resolve, walay development in character. The voice is mo lang ginamor siya poetry kay ang voice outside kay sa narration yung murag walay identity pa nga na form. So mo nang kon na may story na may istorya, ang form lang gyud wala siya tarong og kanang kuan gyud. So kana I would ask you the writer later nga diyan sa nila pag-arrive ani nga form kay unconventional gid siya. Wa pa ko ka, well, I've read some nga ingon ani sa Facebook or sa Wattpad, pero di kay siya effective. Mas effective if kanang mo gamit na lang gyud ka sa traditional way. That won't change anything. Kay if inani mas katag og mas confusing pa hinuon siya. So kana stick to the traditional form lang sa for now. Master that, be proficient. Kay man ka, you know, you have an eye for a story. You just have to know how to execute it properly.
Okay. Siguro ang kinaunhang or labing pitfall siguro ani nga sugilanon is ang tension. Ngano magbalik-balik ang kalag. Pero og basahon nimo ang ilang mga conversation dere. It's generic ba, walay direct reason nganong ingon ana. Unya kato wala ma-develop unsa di sila sa una silang relasyon. Nganong naabot og ingon ani, nganong wala ka let go ang kalag. Although fan ka magbasa og mga spookify no kaning tawag ani. Sana siya sa Facebook. Nga namagoy mga yun ani. Yeah, I know a few people nga naka-experience gid sila ingon ani. Nga there's a lover who died nga wa gud ka let go sa ilaha ba nga up until now haunted gyapon sila. Like, I don't know it's if nag-hallucinate ra ba sila, pero it's really happening sa ilaha. So basin pwede mo delve into that kind of story para ma-develop gud siya. And then it appears to me nga mura siya o kato screenplay mura siya map lang ba nga, okay, this will happen, this will be the format, the template of my story that I'm going to write. So material pa lang siya, wala pa gud siya ma-flesh out. Kay kita ani na lang siguro if mag-storytelling mong gid kita mga bata magsimong kita sige uno sa may nahitabo. May tag na ingon ana nga curiosity ba sa usa ka magsusugilan nun nga sige unsa may nahitabo, you provide enough information sa mga reader ba nga para dili gani sila mapangutkot sila ang ano magsige man siya balik-balik diha kanong diha man gud siya sa bench nganong kana man gyung orasa o to kanang accident unsa ba ayun ana give tawag ani substantial effort in producing the tension. Ang usual man gud nga sugalanon ay bida na kontrabida, and should be ang kontrabida dapat mas powerful pa siya first sa bida kay para naisugilanon makita nato ang ang pag-mold sa main character. Hantod, unsa ba, ma-defeat bagid niya ang villain or siya in the end, di gud siya successful, something like that. Muna siya murag kulang ani nga sugilanon kay surface ra gud kay siya di ko kasulod. Unsay naa ani diri? Kana lang. Siguro later maano pa. Mapalawman pa ang discussion.
Okay, hello. This is something, words on a paper. Sorry to be so blunt, pero it wasn't even like reading in a sense nga kanang ako jung gitan-aw maayo ang words. It's more of I looked at the shape of it and I was wondering if this was mislabeled as fiction. Yeah. Diba poetry ni bang yan na typo lang siguro sila. Fiction today siya. So I read through it. Yes, it is survivor's guilt. Question for the author. What's the intention of this piece? What are you trying to tell me from a thematic standpoint? Remember, it's not just writing for writing's sake. Yeah, we are all in this field because we love to read and we also want to be like the people that we read. But remember that the most impactful types of stories are the ones with kanang socio-political or socio-economic commentary. Ang ako, asa diri. Okay, na siya psychological trauma. Kay kuan siya, na siya survivor's guilt. And then, unsay kuan niya, kanang naba siya support, kanang, or is she dealing with this alone? Is no one else like aware that someone has died or something? Kanang, wala siya kuan ako ba? Kanang, ang akong sunod nga pangutan, unsay value ani nga story if wala na siya? Yeah, kanang, just like Alden said, kanang, it's kind of generic. Like the dialogue is very generic. Like I could find this on I noted here AO3 angst with Instagram format. Okay, it does look like an Instagram caption. Yeah, kanang it's like those stuff that teenagers like to write just to cry. But like when you think about it a little too hard, which is what we should be doing as kanang students who decided nga this is what I want to do for the rest of my life, creative writing. Unsay, what are you critiquing in society if you are writing something like this? Yeah, kanang dili man gani siya screenplay para nakukuan siya director's notes. Asa mo angle ang camera. Ana siya. Yeah, kanang I don't know what the girl looks like. I don't know what the girl looks like. I don't know what the guy looks like other than the fact that he is a ghost. Muna siya, my question really is substance of this work. What kanang if ingon pa si Alden di ko kasulod ako kay mura gaduha-duha kung musud ba ko or di kay kanang not to say nga I'm trying to look for a piece nga is conventionally written kay of all the people in this room sa wala ko nang hambog the 9th Amelia La Peña Bonifacio workshop that I was fellow of was on experimental writing. So if anything ako'y mas angay mo tan-aw ani kaso I don't know what you are experimenting with in terms of shape. Kanang dili mo contribute ang shape niya to the telling of the story. Yeah, mas mo suggest jud ko moagi ko sa mga suggestions nga kanang write if you want to do fiction, write conventionally first before you go crazy. Kay kanang diha man gud ang foundations niya. Foundations are very important. I know that we are sick of our teachers nga kuan nga you have to write it like this, you have to write it like this, pero foundation man gud na siya. Kanang it's not something we are trying to impose on you for the reason nga kanang we are maintaining tradition or whatever. Break tradition only when your foundation is set. Do we know how to write characters that will grow at the end of the story, or are we just kanang writing characters that are flat? And is this just a vent piece? If it's a vent piece, I don't know, get a diary and then write CNF later on. Pero kani siya kanang naglibog jug ko unsay kanang point niya jud
Kay if I understand the point somewhere, if there was any hint of a point somewhere, then maybe I would be more kind and forgiving to this piece and we could guide it later on. Pero kanang, kung magud siya kanang, na siya pagkatihik nga, di na ko masabtan nga nung tihik kay siya when supposedly fiction is a bit more freeing than poetry. Kay you are not messing with the form as much as you can. Kanang, I don't want to discourage this writer from writing. Ang ako lang jud, we need to go back to basics and revisit this story in a way nga kanang not necessarily to make it palatable to old people nga mo ni ang gibuhat sa mga batalan mo that this is what novels look like. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is kanang character, why kuan, why dagway, conversation can be done in any other TV show. Kanang it's not so much as creative writing as more as it's innovative writing. Okay, there is survivor's guilt. Okay, people will get hit by cars and ambulances every day, unfortunately. The question is what makes your story so different that you had to tell it and you had to tell it in this way. Remember, writing is tactical. So, dapat imo na ning giplano daan. Kung nana kay plano, the story will flow from beat to beat. Muna siya ang ako ang input ani. Sorry, I'm so harsh. But like, ang ako manggod kay palabra na biya ni. BA Literary and Cultural Studies, major in creative writing. So, would be nice if kanang kuan ba, we do justice to our program name. Ang suggestion ako ani ni reader, read a lot, read long stuff. Babel by R.F. Kuang. Magical realism, yes, tag-as siya descriptions, which makes the entire place look so alive. She is describing Oxford in a very vivid sense nga you also feel like you're also walking inside their campus. Bagga ka siyang libro, it's like 800 pages man siguro. But it's really, really good. It's very immersive. Nga, I want that sort of immersion nga I'm also with you at Talamban campus while I am reading this. Kaso I can see this happening at any other street. Maria Luisa. Diha. Daghang mahitabo des Maria Luisa nga mga dangerous. Muna siya, I need more immersion and character building, not just a conversation between a ghost and a human that doesn't really change them at the end of the day. Muto siya. Thank you.
Okay. Siguro ang guilt, ang concept sa guilt dere no kay ako hinumduman ang series nga Lucifer. I don't know if you were able to watch the series. Ang concept nila dito sa hell nga igabot nimo sa hell katong guilt gud nga unresolved nimo, ang super guilt gid nimo magud siya balik-balikan through a loop. Loop ba? Mo siya kung nakita dere kay again na naman siya siyang partner nga pag-urong na diha pero magud siya mina man na disgrasya. Wasad ka break ang truck driver. Pero mo lagi to kong question kay based on the dialogue, wala man masuko, wala may grudge ang spirit. So what's the point man ng anong naa siya? Mo siguro need na tong hibawan. Onya kato experimentation, balik lang kita sa basic. Before ta mo experiment, dapat na master na nato ang traditional, ang tradition. Unya ang title di ay 5:30 PM ngano? Nganong kini? Kaya ang gi-mention diri that night nga disgrasya sila or naara ba koy wala mabasa? So I don't think ang 5:30 kay that's pre-evening according to Sheldon Cooper. So na ba ang anong 5:30? Sa reason? Mabani nga time nga gisugot siya that moment o nga na mabani na ba important moment in about 5:30 aside from the accident or the incident kay ang incident dili man gud siya. I'm sure it's not 5:30 kay evening man or that night man. And then yes, read more. Basa lang yun. Onya, ayaw kahadlok og pabuhagay or you kana importante man gid. I'm sure naka-experience mo basa og sugilano, no? For example, first person nga point of view. Mura mong nagsungay na sa neck or nasa ulo sa mismong karakter nga nagsunod-sunod, like you see everything sa iyang perspective. Wala na dire. Although it's I. Muna lagi kay surface kayo, di wa gid ta kasulod. Whereas kung mag third person pod kana kay mura ka kasunod-sunod pod nga, or like ta camera nga nakita gud nimo sad ba? Mas hayag na hinuon kay because of this point of view. Mo pa wala dire. Although this is first person na di nako masudlan ang lived reality sa mismong text. Kay tungod siguro it's director something note.
So nganong di nako ni siya ma-consider nga story pa as of now. Kay nay two major elements sa fiction nga wa niya ma-check. First is ang character development. Familiar man taon sa ng flat characters, no? Flat characters kay sa start sa story until sa end sa story, wala gi growth, walay change, walay realization, walay gi-reveal nga more something sa ilahang personality. They are stuck. Both of these characters, the ghost and the POV, they are flat. They are not dynamic. Kay dynamic is ang bali na they realize something, they decide something that shows the real nature, or something is kanang pushed upon them to force their hand on a decision, which pushes us to the second element nga wala ani nga work, which is ang katong plot. Naa ang plot nga magsige siya balikan dito, but there's a specific point in the plot nga wala ang climax. What is the climax? The climax is the point in a story where the protagonist has to decide on something. And on that decision, at that singular decision, either they will lose it all or gain it all. That did not happen in the story. Ang katong moment nga nabangga sila, that was not the climax. That was just the trigger, the beginning of a story, which eventually led to kato ang rising tension nga magbalikan siya. They tried to check sa camera and everything. Moto na there's the reveal nga mugawas ra gid siya pagka 5:30. But then climax vanishes, wala. It is not there. So these two key elements kay mo ang main gyud nga makaingon gyud ko nga mahog nga naagi story is kana character, plot, o ang conflict. Na naman ang conflict, man versus self. So kana walay climax, therefore walay plot or broken ang plot, incomplete nya, why character development. So i-improve lang gid na sa writer. Read more, look for kanang good literature that will show you how to kanang write pieces like this. Probably bank on magical realism kay that is kanang very free to explore on these kinds of kanang supernatural nga mga instances. Ang katungkon Pedro Paramo, nindot kayo kay the souls actually are like murag late na ka makarealize nga, di ba? Pedro Paramo, late na ka makarealize, wala patay man dito siya ang gikaistorya ni kuan. So kana
na-mention no nga walay climax. Pero sa take note dire kani conversation nga sa apparition no ug sa character nga ningon siya nga page 20, I don't remember being angry mo ni this is one of the serious question nga akong i-raise mo lagi ang ano ba ang inspiration nganong nani siya nga sugilanon unsa man kay conflict nganong ningon man siya nga wa man di siya masuko. Tapos very anticlimactic to me despite nga wa siya climax nga na sila conversation with the ghost. How about retain lang, wa gyud emotionless, because emotion mangyapon mo ra gyud, so it would disturb siguro pud sa iya as the character nganong naa man gyud ni siya wa man gyud di man gyud siya motubag. Pwede siguro yung nana nga way kay na may conversation nga ano ipasaylo na ko nimo, I don't remember being angry, so nganong naa man gyud ka diri. So ano pwede pud siguro nga marag ako ma-reference ang PMAC, basin dugay na, marag outdated na niya ako mga reference, no? Mga 30 na niya akong reference. Basin, magbud siya question rin, no? Nga, basin patay na bagay ko, am I alive? Kaya nakita na ko siya. So basin, usap po na sa inspiration sa writer, kung nakita siya ato, kay sakit na mong likod, kay nakita na mga salida, ha? And then, kato lang, pag-flesh out lang. Give us context, concepts.
Ay, concern ba ka ng, in terms of voice, like I said, this could be uploaded by anyone on the internet and I would kanang not know if this was yours or not. So, we need to find ourselves and we need to read wider, like I said earlier, para we know kanang what we want to convey and what we want to write, and also at the same time, what we want to fight for in this piece. Okay, if we don't know ourselves, we don't know our writing voice, we also don't know what we are what our advocacy is. Yeah, usually when you are writing, especially now in the 21st century, dapat na adjube socio-political nga criticism ang imong work. So kana siya suggestions, like I said, reading list, Babel by R.F. Kuang for the weight of the narration. It's not a similar story, pero nindot kay siya og kanang hungit jud kay siya sa imuha. Some people will say nga R.F. Kuang writes in a way nga she treats like the reader is stupid, but in this case kanang we are looking at the need for more narration from this writer. So bahala nag-spoon feeding si R.F. Kuang. I think this is a good novel to read. Another thing, like I said, walay distinctive voice si writer. Slaughterhouse 5 by Kurt Vonnegut. Grabe ka isog ang iyang language. Kanang ma-feel jud nimo nga maldito siya nga person just from the narration alone, but it's a fiction novel. So, if you allow yourself to explore where you can go from here without being so constrained with the idea nga kanang fiction na ni siya, then I think mas mulambo pa ni siya nga kani nga piece, dili ra siya kutob diri. And I hope you also consider kanang other than reading these, you also consider reading other stuff from other genres as well, kanang to see how they use the language. So everybody else's reading list, it can be shared to you. Kay kuan, right now you are using the same language that everybody else is using. Nya kanang conventional ka siya. We want you to come out special and remembered with the work that you do. So it would be nice if you read widely para you also come out the same way that they do. Sige.
The panel have already discussed about the character and the plot when it comes to writing fiction. I would like to discuss a bit on setting. Kay Shivni nakadiscuss siya nga, you don't know where this street is. Pero if you're writing fiction, manggod, setting is so central to writing fiction because that's where your characters live and that's how your characters interact with their world. And even though you can have very very insular or very singular na settings, like for example, if we linger on in the bus stop here. Pero you have to describe me, you have to tell me what the bus stop is, what that stop is, where in the world that is, how people interact with that bus stop that are not your characters. Basically, you just have to build your world first. Nga, you have to convince the reader na you are writing not as kani nga murag caption on an Instagram drama or something, you have to tell the readers that, you have to persuade the readers that this world exists and thus this work is worthy of reading. So that's how you have to build your setting. Your setting must matter for the characters to matter. So you have to love your setting basically. You don't have to, kinahanglan nga, you don't ignore your setting. I've already, the panels have already discussed most of my thoughts. Another thing na I would like to say is that this would work, I think, as a premise. If you want to hold on to this concept, this would work as a premise. Especially so because you ended with a cliffhanger na the character has not decided at all kung unsa iyang ganahan o how that character would go about the future. Maybe develop the idea, maybe develop not only the past of your story, not only the present, but also the future of your story. Because you can write stories with just one setting, with just one instance. Pero yun nga, you have to have character development, you have to have progression. I would suggest dili kayo siya related because this is a fantasy book. Pero a book that I cherish a book that I cherish a lot, but also deals with the consequences of your actions, is A Wizard of Earthsea by Ursula K. Le Guin. And once you read that book, I think the fellow would understand why I suggested that book specifically. Because that is really dealing about how your mistakes define who you can become and who you are, not only to yourself but also to others and to the world that your character is living in. If tigtanaw mog anime karon, Witch Hat Atelier, which is airing right now, also deals with mistakes. Witch Hat Atelier, it has 3 episodes right now, and you can really see why I recommend those 3, because those stories deal with the initial mistake and how you deal with that mistake further on in life. Because a story is not just what your mistake is, it's how you deal with your mistake in the future and how you deal with that mistake right now. So I hope na the writer, the fellow, develops more stories that are improvements of this. Thank you.
Oh, sige. Kuha na sad siguro, quick reading suggestion lang from me kanang if like it's a manga and basin ba kanang like the fellow kay overwhelmed pa siya ma-read og like tag-as na kuan, but like if you want like kuan siya kanang di magud kay ko convince sa time loop na aspect ani kay like give feed ra ganit so, and I'm like a skeptical nga reader, so murag nangitap og something what's the difference ngano na ani time loop ngano kani murag na ay manga, it's called Dream of the Cuckoos, and it uses like kanang BL siya, nag-use siya og kanang kuan, nag-use siya kanang trope nga body switching. Pero ang iyang pag-handle sa body switching kay ang duha ka buok nga nag-switch sa bodies, comatose pang usa. Ang katong comatose kay moto ang murag naibgan sa main character but straight. Ang katong nakamata una kay ang iyahang lover nga iharang gi-use for like pleasure gani nya. Of course kani akong critique ani kay hala grabe sad kakuan convenient nga ang iyang lover o ang iyang crush mo nagbangga nya, nag-aksidente sila mo na nag-body switch, grabe ka convenient. Pero I love how it handles like that trope kanang grabe na, it's so overdone kanang body switching, pero ang iyang way kay murag kuan gani kanang di nag-switch jud mig bodies kay kabaw ko ani nga information nga kani siya nga person wa kabaw. So ma-convince ang reader nga nag-body switch jud sila. But nanapod siya ihatag nga murag something nga murag mukaingon ka nga ay murag mo sila nag-body switch. So murag it gives like this kanang supernatural aspect niya murag imo ganing ang let's overdone nga murag ilang gihatag twist nga murag is it happening or is it not. So murag find siguro something if lisod what's this? If lisod kanang defend nga nganong naa man na ni happen man ni maybe like try tweaking nga murag imo hasag ikuan ang readers nga is it really happening in real time or mura siguro akong mahatag sa mo to Dream of the Cuckoos.
If accident ra tong pagka-sulti nga kanang accident at night kay 5:13 lang gid ang accident. Moment of kanang kuan.
If ang concept kay loop, I don't know if you're familiar with the movie Free Guy, Ryan Reynolds siguro. It's a comedic trivia. It's a game. Yeah, mag-loop ra gud siya kay game man. Balik-balik until such time nga ang character sa game na siya own thinking. So basin pwede na nimo ma-explore if kapuyan pa ka in the meantime nga mobasa pero dapat di ka kapuyon dapat mobasa gyud movies. Diha man pod. Earlier na mention ako nga if we write something no whether poetry, fiction or CNF dapat gamiton nato ang atong pagka literary criticism major. Tan-aw nato siya na lens nga criticism gyud the socio-political kato na mention ganina ang importance sa setting it's because it's inherent manggod sa tao nga shape manggid ta sa environment that's proven the psychosocial development of Erik Erikson diha gyud nato makita unya kana basa mura gyud basa tapos sulat ayo kahadlok nga taas kay imong gisulat mas mahadlok nga gamay ngano mabura man gani akong gisuwat ngano ingon ani man akong gisuwat dapat taas lang para at least daghan kag mga ma-pull out makuha nga mga information ay this is dili na siya necessary at least napay mahabilin kay if ingon ani lang siya nga kun kaon nimo gamay na lang gyud samot na lang gyud siya ka gamay wala na siya mahabilin so kana lang tapos kuan gyud tagaay og promise ang reader nga nung imo ni siyang gisuwat kay if wala ra gud siya masuko anong wala imo manong wala na lang yun wala nang tanan nimo siya wala nang tanan siya mo-exist nga sa gilanon if nasuko man o tagaay pod og rason nga no basin ma-develop na nimo ang character mo na sigurong flat gud siya mo gud siya masuko sure I don't know unsa ba
mo gid ang katong best nga kanang symbol gyud na katong Chekhov's gun lagi nga a gun that will be shown at act 1 must blow on act 3 so kana
So we'll give the fellows like the floor if they want to share anything. Hang on. Okay, go Nicole.
Actually, I just want to share how this made me feel upon reading it. I'm the same with Sir John. It made me feel something upon reading it. I actually felt suffocated as if ako mismo ang na-guilty, as if ako mismo ang nakasala. And when it ended on that cliffhanger, mura bitaw kog ma-overthink or mabuang nga, oh my gosh, ako sad naka-feel sad ko nga, I'm scared nga if he shows up, but at the same time, I'm also scared if he doesn't show up. Nga murag ako sad na, in a way na realize sad nako ang giagian sa character. So, wala akong ma-share.
From the audience.
Hello. The whole time naminaw ko sa critiques kay wonder po ko kay like at my reading kay wala ako kay problem sa structure and then pagpaminaw na sa critics kay okay pero personally lang kay para nako kay it works kay mura man gud siya
ang character is stuck in her guilt and her grief. And so murag naka-focus ra siya adto na moment. That's why it keeps looping. For again, like wala na explain to nga no 5:30. But yeah, I'm trying to think of kanang a piece I've read na similarly structured. I think there was like, help me, sa American Lit man tingali to na kanang ingani siya pagka-break ang paragraphs. Di ko kahinumdum sa title. Pero yeah, katong na ay dili Ardavo. Dili katong katong cross-dresser. Katong maid. Yes, I forgot the author. That's why I was trying to maybe there was like some piece where this structure worked. Para lang like, if ingani Jude ang style sa writer, murag, maybe like see how that was done by other people na kanang, dili na siya, like our panel won't have an issue with it na kanang murag siya director's notes. Yeah, I think like find a better language for it. Like instead na more siya screenplay and yeah.
Okay, thank you, Meg. I'll go.
Na-concern ko nga medyo prangka kay ko, pero kuan man good, there's this expectation nga BALCS mo. So there has to be kanang evidence that you guys read. And since you read, then it would reflect in your writing. So, kuan kay ko kanang harsh kay ko ba kay na nakuyawan ko aning piece murag brainstorm. There is potential in this. I'm not saying there's not, and I'm not saying it's not gonna work because it will. Ang ako lang jud kay kanang should be at this level kanang nanamoy very strong foundation of what a short story could look like, and then you can do the genre bending later if sure na jud to sa ato ang voice kanang kuan man good it. And also remember, this is not a personal attack on you. This is a learning space and you are learning from us nga kuan na jud mo gitagsa-tagsa na jud mo og hatagan og comments for kanang revision and for improvement. And if kanang naa jud intention ang inaning form, then I'm very happy to be proven wrong if naay something we might have missed. Pero kanang as it stands right now, murag gaduha-duha pa ko og kanang unsa jud ni siya. But like I said, at least there is something that you can work with so that the revision work is lesser than compared to other people who have never written a word in their life. At least we are brave enough to conquer this sort of thing. There are people who go on writing and never ask for criticism, and they think they're great because they're surrounded by friends who always say, yeah, this is good, and they've never read a word, which is why workshops are always a good thing. Oh, they're published na, walay, it's not even a workshop, wala sila mentor nga mo tanaw sa ilahang papel ba. That's kuan to me kanang I admire the tenacity, pero kanang let's do things the right way. Yeah, at least we are here and we're doing things the right way. Muna siya. Thank you.
Okay, go.
Okay, and ako'y comment nta on how to improve, pero general lang was regarding workshop. You know what, I always find this grateful, no? Every time maka-apply ko workshop, knowing I don't have the formal degree in creative writing or whatnot, literary criticism, I'm just a nerd kid, who's eager to learn these things because this is my passion. And then from the maritime to TLE to healthcare, so it's layo ra kay tanan. Pero imagine lang nagsulat mo tapos na mo basa. It's a very fulfilling, the feeling nga basahon ka ba. How much more nga tagaan pa jud kag comments and how to improve the work kay bisan pa ganig na-publish na nimong work, namang pa yung makita nga something. Okay, I mean, that's the purpose of literature. Okay, the moment nga perfect na imong gisuot nga literature, that's the time nga humana ang art. That's the end of literature. For me lang, there's no perfect literature, there's no perfect story because I'm subscribing Stephen Hawking. If perfection exists, neither you nor I would exist. So, ningon siya. So, it's part of the tradition, the long tradition, but developing tradition nga tungod kay naay lacking sa ilaha sa past nga literature. That's why we are here. We're trying to fill in that gap. So I'm always glad nga ma-part ko sa workshop kay nindot gid kaayo nga naay tawo nga mobasa sa akong work kay growing up man gud sa province nerd ning bataan ni, weird ning bataan ni. Ang ilang balay na sila nerdvana. So fun kay akong parents nirvana pagod so nerdvana ang ilang kabuang sa ko. So karon I find the community. Imagine gyud even gani siguro na kay mga classmate nga is not more into writing or reading pabasahon ni ay busy pa man ko or di ko. So naging mga inanang a moment. Pero if you find your people nga mabasa sa imong work, it's a very fulfilling and satisfying Siyempre, anyway, going back sa 5:30 p.m., basin pwede na ito ma-reference more since you are mentioning hospital. Naligo din ko yung grudge against the DOH. Basin pwede na ito ma-reference the current state sa itong hospital. Pwede na ito, it's a criticism, nga, wala mo good ma-mention dire, dead on the spot, atol sa disgrasya, or basin pagmata ni mo diha, pagtanaw ni mo sa hospital, duha di mo kabuok sa usa ka bed. Tapos pagkakita nimo sa imong partner diha nga gisud nag black bag nagtakilid na siya kay because wa na gud siya lugar. So that's something critic sa tuang system nga mabuhi pa unta siya because naalam po external nga di na to control basta nga nana. Tapos pwede pod ang culture na to sa accident sa road. I-establish na to nga before mo nag-away kani nga road nga inyong gigian kay daghan jud kayo og mga for example i-refer niyo pa doon dito sa north sa Sugod every 12 to 1 AM daghan kay na dirag mga dagkong truck cargo. So basin mga inana nga mga pang actual ba the live reality. Foreshadowing extended critic or critic gid nimo ba sa actual nga nahitabo. And then it's one way ba nga to flesh out sa imong sugilanon kay para lang kami puhon nga ma-publish ang imong work nindot lagi ni nako siya tun-an in the literary criticism unsa ka nga mga theory or unsa ka nga mga body ang ni-emerge or ni-manifest from this story. Okay, basta nakita diri no nga faulty healthcare in the story of blah 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 5:30 p.m. So amon ang didtong matanaw nga diri pa lang nga sugilanon bati na gyud ang healthcare. So amon na nang i-mirror sa current situation. So mingon ana lang ang mga take. Ending sa general. Take this seriously but with a grain of, kay since ikaw man ang author, ikaw ra ginakaibaw sa imong work, your intention. Nga hopefully ang amuang gi-feedback sa inyo kung with the little knowledge that I have, hopefully nakatabang sa pag-improve sa inyong work. Kay after all, ang pangutana ng nagsulat pumpod ka para kang kinsa man. Dapat siguro first na natong i-define. Ako na-define na ako, I'm writing for and from my region. Kahit maingon magadag I'm writing for myself, nagdayari na lang kadiha. Kasi since gusto mo kang ipagawas na, you are trying to say something to the general population na this is happening. Even though fiction na siya, pero it can mirror again sa reality. It's the imagined reality man ganato nga pwede nag-imagine tag utopia ang current ato karon naunsa na ba niya dystopia na ba ta something inana. So give an avenue sige ang akong realization karon I'm writing to give the critics an avenue to delve into my work and hopefully I can contribute to the discourse, the long-standing discourse on literary criticism and other art form.
Ang discussions. So I think okay na ta. We will reveal the writer. We will give the writer the platform to talk about their work and their writing process. Let's give a round of applause to our last fellow.
Hi. I'm Sheena May Yantala. This is my pinakauna nga story, piece nga nabuhat. I'm more of a kanang poem person more than story. But ni try ra ko while nag-make ko ani nga piece kay ang nasa akong mind is to make the story mysterious lang bitaw, kanang cliffhanging jud siya, and kanang inigbasa sa reader kay ma-question sila, like daghan nga questions, and muna siyang kuan. Then, wala ra kayo ko nagkuhan sa settings sa story kay ang akong gifokusan kay yes katong guilt nga kuan, and kanang I'll put in mind ang mga gipang-ingon ninyo. Marat.
Oh my God, we finally. Sige, so before ending our workshop, I would like to highlight what Shivni said na kanang it's always better to gain like a new perspective of our works, no matter how harsh. Kay like ara jud ang frustration sir. I'm not sure sa kuan. I think most of us would agree na ang frustration sa writers kay dili sa kanang negative critiques ato sa kanang feeling na nagplateau na ganik as a writer kay like tanan nimo iduol kay like mo ingon nga oh this is good, oh this is okay. I think like we really need like all of us like deep down nangita ta og that one voice who would tell us where to improve, because like again there's no perfect piece, and art is always evolving, and art it is subjective, so there will always be like avenues and points to improve on. So moto siya, it's a good start, it's a really good start kay kanang kuan. Naka-survive na mo ani, maka-survive na mo regional, maka-survive na mo national, hopefully padayon lang jud og sulat. So at this juncture kay we will request the panelists to kuana sabot kung kinsa ang best fellow for this workshop. Maglayas no? Ay kamo, if ganahan mo magkuan, ay sofa dito. If ganahan mo diri, okay ra pod. And sa atong mga fellows kay we will be giving you this time to interact with each other and then give your critiques. If ganahan mo magpa-sign sa panelists sa inyong manuscripts.
Legit na workshop ba is magpa-autograph sa usag-usa. So that's always fun. Nya ka nang magcheka-cheka din mo ug unsa ihang nakuan. Pero usually that's autograph time while ga decide og best fellow.
Tapos if na may frustrations, go lang ho. Kasi samtang wala pa itong mga panelists, magkausun sa din nato sila. Char,
Dapat kamo nga group pod no. Dapat mahimo mong literary body ba sa inyong.
Yes.
Feel free. Nga pabasa yung mga works.
Tapos kato inyong mga gipang jot sa kuan inyong manuscripts, share it to the other fellows para dili sayang. As for our audience, kita kay mag-game ta. Yay! Wala mo ilabot kay busy sa mo at sa mo. Joke. Sige, enjoy. If man mo, you can join the game. I think si Sam ako may pakuan na ni since kabalo siya ani nga game. Pwede ikaw? Ha? Katong game nga, atong geek play sa Solaris. Can you redo it? Like, ikaw ang host. Hindi ko kabaw. That one. Yeah, this one. This game. So instead of 3 people, we will ask 2 people na lang since gamay ramanta. Is that okay? Sige, go. Uy, pangkuan mo pa. Get off your chair. Ganina pa mo ng lingkod. Go. You just survived. Go. Trauma bond. If ganahan mo gawas, gawas lang. There's like a space there. Sige, so we need... Sige, so we need 4 people, di ba, Sam? Sakto ba? Ay, ako na lang, Murag, di ba, like, duha-duha and mag-ana-ana sila. Sige, ako na lang. Pag-play na lang. Sam and Fidel versus, we need another pair. Ikaw, go. Who will be your partner? NJ? Ganahan ka? Okay, come here. Come here. Come here, Fidel. Okay. Sige, ako lang i-rekoan ang koan. Ikuan ang koan. Oh my God. Very insightful. Sige, so, ang koan sa koan. Okay, so I think most of us are familiar now with this game. So basically, each pair is given a particular letter, and the letter is given like these words that they must kanang give. Like, there's like category. Tapos example, number 3 is like a place. So you give like a place na nag-start sa letter G to earn that particular point. So, tapos, since this is by pair, if ikaw ang mo answer, example, ikaw first. So, kamo nga round, ani mo answer. So, si Lois mo answer first. Mo step siya forward. Mo tanong siya sa category niya. Example, G is like, book title. So, unsa may G nga book title? Gulliver's Travel. So, 1 point. Ang sunod mo answer kay si NJ, napod mo forward, napod siya, and another G. So, G nga country, Germany. So, next napod. Tapos, pwede mo pass. So, we will skip that category until mahuman mo ang 12. Tapos, balik ta sa kuan. Yeah, there's a time limit nga, 120. I have to keep note of like the things na wala ninyo na answer. So, yes. Wait lang sa. Yeah, why does it start at 2? Okay. Wait sa. So who wants to go first? Magbato-bato pick or na ay like tribute nga ganahan mo start? You wanna start? Sige. Best of 2. Bato pick. Okay. Wait sa. Since kamo may kadog, do you wanna start first or do you want them? Okay, sige. Kamo mo start first. Okay, so remember ha, if you answer, you step forward. Tapos puli-puli mo sa inyong pair. Are we ready? Yes. Are we ready? Girl, sila pa answer. Are you guys ready? Sure. Okay, go. 1, 2, go. Things on a beach. N. No, you answer. You can't. Okay, pass. 2, Halloween costumes. Forward. Think of N-words. Pass. Bad habits, number 3. Nail biting. Okay. Number 4, celebrities. Pass. Okay.
I don't know.
Things found in the desk.
A notepad?
Okay. Wait, no. Go on. Go, 6. Spicy food. Pass. Okay, go.
Oh my God.
Game terms.
Wait. Spices, herbs. I can't remember.
Spices and herbs
There
pre.
was one. I can't remember
Sorry.
right now. Pass na.
Okay. Pasa. Kate. Go, ikaw. Game terms.
Game terms?
Uy! Sorry!
Gaming ako na lang, apil.
Wait, sige. Wait, sa mukha ni Kate, i-mute sa ni Ziyabi. Balik ta, let's give another try na lang, okay ra? Sige, kuha na lang sa to.
Pwede ba letter?
Okay, Kate, i-mute na ka
Hello?
lang, Kate. Wait sa, guys. Sige. Let's start na. Are you guys ready? Sige. Start! Give an M nga games.
Minecraft.
Okay, na M na toys.
Mahjong.
Okay, fruits na M. Ina lang, go.
Melon.
Bella, okay. 4, sandwiches na M.
Pass.
Okay, school supplies na M. Pass?
Mapass.
Okay. Musical instruments na M.
Marimbo.
Okay, items in a refrigerator na M.
Currently, we have mochi in our ref.
Okay, go. Items in this room. M.
Sa monitor.
Okay. Dairy products
Milk.
9. Okay, words associated with winter M.
Milky. Because
Okay,
milky
sure,
white.
whatever. 11 card games M.
No, pass.
Okay. Things that crow? What's that? Meg? Grow. Things that grow.
Mango. Tree.
Okay, mango tree. Sige. Number 4, sandwiches na letter M.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise what?
Sandwich and mayonnaise.
Okay, we will give you that. Okay, number 5, school supplies na letter M.
School supplies letter I'm
15 minutes left.
Marker.
Seconds the eye marker. Okay. 11, card games na letter M. Yeah.
That's not a card.
Okay, time's up. You guys got 11 out of 12. Yay. Okay. Yay. Hooray. Let's give the floor to the gentleman.
Yeah.
Woo. I'm na pod. Lain.
Oh, different letter?
And na pod. Lain.
Oh, please.
F.
Yay.
Okay, the F words. Are you ready?
Go up, Meg.
Okay, Meg, can we go on? Ready?
What's the first one, Meg?
Go. What's the first foods you eat raw? F.
Fish.
Okay, go. Things that have stripes.
Forward. A flat fish.
Another thing that isn't fish.
Things that have stripes. Skip.
Okay, terms of measurement F.
Foot.
Okay, tools F. Forward.
Yeah. I don't know.
Skip. Okay, skip. Heroes F.
Fantastic Four.
Okay, sure. 6, vacation spot. Forward. F. Vacation spots. You could name any country.
Florida?
Okay, yeah.
Florida?
Yeah, that works. 7, tropical locations F.
Florida.
No.
Philippines. Pass.
Pass. Okay. Items in a kitchen F.
A fruit?
Okay, sure. Breakfast foods F.
French toast.
Okay. Things you store items in F.
A dog. A fridge? What do you
Okay. Household chores 11.
Huh? Household chores F.
There is.
Pass.
Okay, pass. Things you throw away.
A frag?
A what?
A frag?
What? A what? A what?
Like a fragment?
A fragment. Okay, a fragment. Okay, number 2. Number 2, things that have stripes.
Ferrets.
Ferrets. Okay. Number 4, tools. Letter F.
Fix? Well,
Fix? Is it a tool? That's not a tool. Okay. You guys have 9 points. Yeah. And these guys have 11 too. So house chores.
Someone.
Folding clothes. Galing is galing.
Why is F so
I'll
hard?
let your body decide. Yay! Thank you. Another round? Sige, sige. Sige. Since Kate won't shut up, we will give her a chance.
Ay, na pa mo shut up pag naanaw dara.
So, silang Lois at si Kate. So, sa fellows, does anyone want to challenge Kate and si Anne?
Mental block na pag-abot dara.
Ganahan ka? Kisa ang mo partner ni Anne? Raven? Do you wanna? Girl?
Girl?
Jaya? Okay, Anne and Meg. So who will operate? Okay, si Fidel mag-operate.
Louis?
Dili, restart na nato. Wait sa, magbato-bato pick and say first. Best of 2. Bato, pick. Bato, pick. Okay, kamo first or sila first? Okay, so kamo first.
Hello.
Bisaya versus Tagalog. Sige, restart lang sa Feds. Restart lang sa before mo play. Are you ready?
No.
Okay, start. Letter D. Okay, letter D. Start, press play. Kinds of dances, D. Kinds of dances, D.
Pass.
Pass. Ice cream flavors, D.
Durian.
Durian, okay. Words ending in N.
Then.
Okay. Things that have wheels. Forward na. Forward.
Pass.
Okay. States. D.
Denmark?
Okay. State? Ate. Okay. Pass?
Pass.
Okay, pass. Types of drink. Na D. What's the D? I don't know.
Pass.
Pass. Street names, letter D.
Names?
Street names, letter D.
Nga di? Del Rosario Street.
Okay, we will take that. Restaurants, letter D.
Domino's.
Uy, ikaw na nag-isa answer. Si Luis. Sige, go. Domino's. A girl's name, D.
Dian.
D. Okay, authors na D.
Ikaw may sunod. Pass, sabi.
Okay, pass. Board games na D. Pass?
Pass.
Okay, things that have spots, letter D.
Dog.
Dog. Okay, we will take that. Sige, balik ta number 1. What's number 1 again? Kinds of dances. D.
Dance sport.
Okay. Number 4, things that have wheels.
Things that have wheels. D. The. Tingnan sa maniti.
Pass?
Skip.
Okay, 5, states. Oh, ikaw na po. Asa dyan ng Denmark? Okay, time is up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you guys got 7 points. Ano man eh, katong, wala ni appeal? Wala na pressure, manggod. Wala na pressure. Okay, perfect 12 daw sila. Let's see.
Doomed us.
Let's see.
Hello.
Okay, they got
Adrian.
letter S. Are you
Adrian.
guys ready?
A point of contention on the states. Technically, that's defined as a country.
Okay.
So Denmark can count.
Okay, so you have 8.
So you have
8, I think. Yeah, 8. Sige, let's give them Denmark. 8. Denver. Wait, isn't Denver Colorado?
Washington.
Yeah. Sige. S or another lang sa restart lang. Restart. Okay, letter K. Let's start. Number 1, things you get in the mail, letter K.
Okay, pasa.
Okay, pass. Number 2, things that jump or bounce, letter K.
Kangaroo.
Okay. Athletes, letter K.
I'm sorry, bird. Pass.
Pass, okay. Things with tails, letter K. Dili pwede mabalik. Skip. Okay, animals in books or movies, letter K.
Kangaroo.
Di pwede mabalik.
Can we bring back the letter S?
Pwede mo pass.
Pass.
Cartoon characters.
Cartoon characters. Cartoon characters. Kailan, you know, like Ni Hao Kailan.
Okay, okay. We'll give you that. 7, things that are found in the ocean.
What? Teammates.
Pwede na, di mo magamit. Ilang ipang imo. Okay. Things that you wear.
Kilt.
Okay, nicknames, K.
K.
Book titles, K.
Kite runner.
Okay. Things at the carnival, K.
What? I knew this. Kite.
Kite, okay. Math terms, K.
Can we go back on sa tong
Can we go back? Things you get in the mail, K.
keys?
What is that? Keys, okay, okay, sure. Athletes, K.
Hey, wait, I know there is one.
Yeah, but it's already time's up. You got 8 points po. It's a tie. Balik ta? Balik? Oh, they're done na. Bato-bato pick na lang mo kasi makadaog. Go. Ang K na cartoon character kay call me, beep me if you wanna reach me. Yeah. We have Rufus here. Sige, so unya na to i-reveal ang best fellow. Magkuhan sa ta? Awarding. I mean, giving out certificates. Call me, beep me if you wanna reach me. Sige. So, asa ang kwan, Meg? We will have the giving of certificates for our first Palabra workshop. So I will just read what's in the certificate. Certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to name of the panelists for offering their time, wisdom, and expertise as panelists of the first Palabra Writers Workshop with Pulong sa mga Alagad sa Obra, held at the virtual training room of the Josef Baumgartner Learning Resource Center, University of San Carlos, Talamban Campus, given this 18th day of April 2026. Signed by Megan T. Boliaser, the President of Palabra, Nino Agustin Loyola, MA, Faculty Advisor of Palabra, and Joanne Marie Spitan, DALC, the Chair of the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. Shout out, Doc Tan, we miss you. See you on Monday. Sige, so
the first, ikaw hatag, right? Atuk. Okay, may we call Mr. John Dante? Yes, Filipino Gandalf! Yay! Sige, give space sa... Okay, thank you, Sir John. I think okay na sa kilid, wait, kay like for the three panelists, magkuhan. We also have Miss Shivni Klais G. Kidet. Thank you. Tang, tang. Tang, 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 tang. Tang, tang. And then we have Mr. Alden Arsenal. Ano Alden Arsenal? Ang nasa yang certificate kay yung pen name just like kang Sir John Dante. Accept sa? Ah. Thank you so much. So we will ask the three fellows panelists to have a picture with ikaw lang sa first and then with the fellows after. Sige. Woo! And with the fellows na pod. Go, fellows. Together with the panel. Sorry. Sorry. Wait, sa akong yeah. Sorry. Ito sa ikay kuhan mag-picture. Slay! Napata si Trisha dari slay! In honor of Trisha Mirabaya. Yay! Ikaw, Junely. Hang on. Alright. Sige. Go. Ay, sige, go. I thought imong naong mo gawas. Just like last time. Thank you. Oh, there it is. So we will now be awarding the certificates to the fellows before we reveal the best fellow for the first Palabra Writers Workshop. Let me just read. Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to name of the fellow as fellow of the first Palabra Writers Workshop with Pulong sa mga Alagad sa Obra, held at the virtual training room at the Josef Baumgartner Learning Resource Center, University of San Carlos, Talamban Campus, given this 18th day of April 2026, signed by Megan C. Bolicer, President of Palabra, Nino Agustin Loyola, MA, Faculty Advisor of Palabra, and Juan Maris P. Tan, DALC, the Chair of the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. So may we call on stage our first fellow, Alessandra Joyce Rivas.
Now may we call in Jaya May Abelia, our fellow 2. Next, we have Mary Nicole Ortiga, our fellow 3. Next is Kia Nico Salas, our fellow 4. Okay, let's have Sheena May Hentila, our 5th fellow. Okay. We have Yuel Immer Aberia, our 6th fellow. Fellow 6. Okay. And last but not the least, Patricia Ana de los Santos, our fellow 7. Mag-picture pa ang tanan fellows. Mag-picture ba ang tanan fellows? Sige, picture. Like, I'm reasoning sa... like, I'm reasoning. Kasi I spoke certain. This is not a monkey. Asa mo ban book sa best fellow? Okay, oh yeah. Sige, so we will now be awarding the best fellow for the first Palabra Writers Workshop. So I'll just read the certificate. Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to name as the best fellow during the first Palabra Writers Workshop with Pulong sa mga Alagad sa Obra, held at the virtual training room of the Josef Baumgartner Learning Resource Center, University of San Carlos, Talamban Campus, given this 18th day of April 2026, signed by Megan T. Bulisser, President of Palabra, Nino Agustin Loyola, MA, Faculty Advisor of Palabra, and Joan Marie P. Tan, DLC Chair of the Department of Communications, Linguistics, and Literature. If symptom persists, consult your doctor. Sige! So, ang ma-awarded as Best Fellow will not only have this certificate, the person will also be given books. Yay! But like, ang books na ihatag ni Doktan, to be followed lang now. She promised though, so naki-write nga mga ni Doktan, kita ninyo. Maningil. But like, we have like books, di ba? Given by Miss Hazel and Doc Hope. And Doktan, soon to be given. So, sige. So, akong ipa-announce ani kay angko atong panel kay atong like ilang reasoning ba like bakit siya? Why this person? Sige.
Ako ang ihatag is the
Yeah, pwede, yeah. And then, kuan lang, keep it like gender neutral para like, exciting.
Oh, good.
Their name?
No, it's not here.
Yeah, that one.
Ganun nakulban ko. Ay. Mura. Nanungog mo no. Podium man daw. Sige, podium. Ay, sorry. Nasabod. Okay.
Ato ipa-speech ang best.
Yes, okay. Okay. Okay, so the reasoning why we decided on this fellow to receive the best fellow award. For context, by the way, old school workshops like to do this sort of thing. They award the person who has the best technical ability when it comes to telling a certain story. Yeah, creativity is a factor, but of course, when you're creative, what else do you have to express that creativity, diba? You need to have your foundations strong and very much set. So if you have good technical ability and it's able to convey this story effectively, then of course you are in the running for best fellow. Gitaas din ako siya. So kanang daghan ako ka-try og best fellow, pero proud to say number 2 ko kay siya ang number 1 sa among time sa Sunday Club. So nagtigi raming duha. Nya. Unya si kanisiya kanang Jimmy Balakit is a best fellow award sa Iligan Writers Workshop. So kuha na siya. Ako nagpataas gumayo. So Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao na dyan ay kanang very important national workshop nya kanang kuan, if you are in the height of your writing skill na dyan nga peak na dyan nimo kanang it's best to join all three. So of course sa Luzon kay UP National Writers Workshop, nya sa Visayas kay Siliman, nya sa Mindanao is Iligan. Nya hopefully kung madugay na dyan ni siya ay halfway na nibalik na ang workshop scene sa Cebu. If ever kani siya will continue on for the years to come and maybe open just like sa Davao Writers Workshop nga supposedly for Ateneo students only sa Ateneo de Davao. Nya i-open to all na nila. So we also have friends who were with us sa Sunday Club nga karon kay naabot na og Davao, naabot na og Iligan. Layo na kay naabtan ang mga People's Republic of the Philippines. Kuyawan. Republic of Omar Khalid. Gawad Balagtas. Winner ka. Amo friend in town. Kanang layo na kay naabtan. If you keep writing, kanang I hope you don't take this first workshop as like it's such a bad experience. I'm never going to write again. Kay to be honest, it's in your blood. It's in your soul. You will never get rid of writing no matter how much you say I want to give up. Kay there will always be a need for you, a visceral feeling, especially when you get very emotional. I'm waffling kay he told me to keep it super long. Nya. Ay hangtod alas 6 bitaw ta diri ang yung gibook, di ba? Approved by Father Jesuraj Antoniapen. Napay memo. Against all odds, nakadaog ang palabra. Winner dyan na. Winner mindset. With the power of Maristan, as in. Anyway, kanang, it's in your soul nga you really need to write and to process the things that you are going through. But of course, remember that you always have your foundations to support kanang whatever grieving or kanang exaltation you have there in your body. Kanang, writing is cathartic, but also it's an art that is kanang subject to criticism. So at least put your best foot forward, especially in future workshops outside of kanang the university. Nakoy weird nga fun fact, speaking of Father Jesoraj,
Actually, ang founder sa University Research Conference is ang Solaris man. Ang amo ang batch ang founder sa University Research Congress. Ang initial nga plano ana kay SAS ra man tana. SAS Research Conference. Nga diha ra na sa SAS building ya MR. Diha sa hall. Unya kay nasuri aman si Father Suraj. Gipatawag ang presidente. Gipatawag ang presidente nga. How do we make this a university thing? Oh, mo na siya. 10 years later, hantod karon na gihapon. Makahappy siya. Period. 2017, I think. Yeah. Dugay na siya. 2017, 2016, somewhere there. Basta I remember I was like second, third year. Yeah, kanisad siya. Please, i-continue na. Nagsakit bitaw. May katong batch na mo ni Miss Hazel sa Bidlisio. Kaya mo man dyan ang first nga workshop sa sa department. Nagsakit mi kay wala siya na continue for the next years nga na pandemic pa jud nga nalimta na siya ba. Yeah, I was talking to Miss Maris about it nga kano sa man jud ni siya mabalik. Yeah, nagstorya sa ming Sam katong si Sam pang president sa PALABRA kung kano sa man jud mabalik ang workshop. May na lang kay naa si Megan. Yeah, nako ana continue na jud. So I hope this is whoever in this room is the next president of PALABRA, hopefully mo continue pa jud ni siya kay this is such an important endeavor, especially since kanang wala na ang FIGAW nga workshop, stop na nila. At least naagi hapon tayo masaligan diri sa Cebu other than Bathalad. Anyway, may the best tribute win. Huy. The best fellow, the first ever best fellow for the first ever Palabra Writers Workshop would go to the library every lunch break during their time in elementary school, which helped create their love for stories. Today, they are an aspiring fiction writer and poet and a student at the University of San Carlos, where they are enrolled in the BA Literary and Cultural Studies with Creative Writing program. When they are not writing, they find inspiration in music, coffee, dance, and the reflective spaces between moments in everyday life. Our best fellow is Kia Nico Salas. Congratulations! Speech of speech. Spets. Spets office.
Oh, wait. Fuck yeah. Free books. What is this? Let's see. Book haul. Ooh, I have pens. Woo! My Spider-Man pen is still better though. I also have this, Youth by Tove Dilsven. Is this a novella? I haven't heard of it, but I will definitely indulge in that. And then we have this one, Diin May Punuan sa Arbol, translated by Dr. Hope. Doc Hope, thank you if you're listening. And then another one, but sorry, Doc Hope. And then another one is institutional. That. Anyway, yeah, I didn't expect to be in front of everyone. I'm very nervous, and actually, I'm not that as nervous because I have these other guys, these other fellows. They made me feel like, you know, I'm not alone in this, like, process of, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And also wanna thank those two idiots for hosting, and then of course the panelists for their advices and insights. It's really very how do I say this? It's useful because I am planning, hopefully, to revise my the stork, and I will also apply those advices on my other works, hopefully. And then, of course, everyone for coming here, even though you're just listening. And also I think she's dead now, but the librarian that introduced me to books when I was in elementary school. Oh, sorry, Joko. Again. Um, yeah, when I was like, yeah. What? Okay. Should I tell the story? Whatever. When I was in elementary, my parents didn't really allow me to have like devices and phones, so I'm like by myself even like during when I eat like lunch breaks. And so I'd go to the library because it's open, not because I want to read, because I just want to sleep. And then one day the librarian got pissed because I keep going in there, and it's just like, if you want to stay here, just I want you to read something. And then the first thing I read, if I remember, was Percy Jackson, the first one. And then yeah, from then on, I loved reading, and I tried to do it every day. And then yeah, that's it. Thank you for listening and for coming here.
Books! Go, sige, go. Over naman sa happy. Pero deserve. Deserve. Yes. Sige, so to formally end our event, may we, ikaw ba, Meg? Di ba? Huwag pa mo ka nag-speech sa? Diba palagi? So let's call President Megan Bolyaser. It's Megan the Stallion!
Hello, good afternoon. A very big congratulations to the pioneering batch of the Palabra Writers Workshop. This is history. And I think we are very blessed by Obra today because we have such esteemed panelists with us who were very thorough in their work and at the same time very nurturing. And I feel like there was no rock left unturned in every piece that they analyzed and critiqued. So a lot of gratitude to you guys for, whoa, that was so cool. Yeah, si Sir John, ang hat niya. So yeah, thank you for joining us today in this like commemorative historical event. And then inaugural, that's the word, thank you, inaugural event. And I'm glad to say the fellows look like they're fine. Yay, mag-film pa ta sa ato ang This Is Me after the workshop. So, so Gail, on that. And I think also even as a listener lang, I was just sitting there, I am also full of insights, like I feel, no? I feel full, busog ba, busog kaayo, you know, and then daghang kayo ka ng mga techniques, mga reading lists that I wanna like try out, and kanang nagsige jud to og kuan sa ako ang mind, as well as sige kog kadungog ni Dian natapan ako na kanang ibalik-balik sa atong profs na you must stand on the shoulders of giants. So I think we're doing that today, and also their critiques also like promote that na like there are other people that you have to read and learn from. And also, special mention, thank you to Sir Junli, who actually acted as our fourth panelist. Without prompting, he just, wow, okay, thank you, delivered. Thank you. And GPS, ooh. And then also, just like, I'm so proud of you guys. Good job. This is like very good, like your offerings to Cebuano literature. Even though we're a small program and we're kind of ignored by the admin, this shows that we are alive and we're doing the work and we're active and we're still here writing and the kids are all right. And thank you very much to the workshop committee. I know nakapa-stress pag ko ani nila daga kaayo og ping sa group chat. Can you please? Thank you so much. Si Kirsty na nag-coffee run ganiya. Thank you, Kirsty. That was like a surprise. And then thank you especially to Adrian Roz. Kaya nga no. No, pero kanang to be very frank, kani si Dian ang the one person na nangusog jud ani na event sukad pa pag first year namo. Kay literary and cultural studies with creative writing pro asa ang workshop culture. So si Dian way nag-raise ana na issue na wala lagi ni, and it's so true, wala bitaw. So thank you, Dian. Oh my God, guys, round of applause. He is eating this up. And then, thank you for the press, our one-man army, Christopher, Andreu, and also to SAS Bulletin, who were also here earlier. And thank you to Mr. Tech Guy. Hey. Thank you, Kuya. And nanghilabot ra ba mi sa equipment? We had to start, sorry. And then, I hope this inspires everyone to keep writing and more importantly, share your work. Dili lang kay you let it rot in your files. And keep reading. If namina mo, dahang kayo reading list na ilahang gihatag nato. So yes, don't take any of these things that you heard today for granted. Really use it. Don't let it go to waste. A good writer is a wide reader. It really shows in your writing. So, with that said, see you next year. Second Palabra Writers Workshop. Thank you very much for coming, everyone, and good day.
I also would like to point out na it's really deliberate ang choices for our panelists because these are writers na have like contributed Jude something sa Palabra throughout the years. We have Shivni, the OG na honorary GPS member and honorary Palabra member. We have Alden Arsenal who stepped up and had like his lecture sa among CNF class, and it really helped us like ground our works. And then of course we have Kuya John Dante who was the one who helped us launch GPS last year. So it was really like a full circle moment for everyone. So thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts. Hearts. Thank you. Photo op tanan. Sige, go. Oh, okay. Requesting for the the panelists and everyone else. If wala pa mo naka-sign outside, kay magpa-sign lang may. I think it's for OSFA, right? Yeah, for the department, DI. Thank you. So that was the first Palabra Writers Workshop. Hopefully, we will see you again next year. Hopefully, let's make this the highlight of Palabra's second sem. Right? Not wink wink, future Palabra officers. Thank you so much for coming and have a great night ahead.
But yeah, I'll share